Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 118. Rage surged in Lu Yin's chest. This was Delay's emotion. Don't worry, I'll take care of him for you. Lu Yin then moved his legs and disappeared. The Lemeters were shocked. Be careful, young master. Lu Yin appeared behind Ramos and grabbed his hair from behind. Ramos was only a melder and had no ability to resist Delay's Lemeter cultivation. His face went pale. Delay, let me go. You know who my father is, he can make you wish you were dead. Lu Yin sneered, he wasn't Delay and couldn't be threatened. You can die now. Ramos's pupils shrank. He didn't believe that Delay would dare to kill him. That blockhead definitely wouldn't. There was a thump as Lu Yin slammed his palm against the ground, brushing past Ramos's ear. Ramos was stunned. He had indeed felt a murderous intent just now. Delay really did dare to kill him. Stop, let the young master go. The Lemeters were furious as they glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin took out his gadget and tapped it a few times, causing a screen to appear in front of him. Soon enough, a very beautiful woman appeared on the screen. Her appearance caused everyone, including Ramos, to turn pale with fright. This was the captain of the 13th Squadron, Lu Yingzishan. This was the first time Lu Yin had contacted Lu Yingzishan, but he hadn't expected it to be as Delay. Who are you? Lu Yingzishan looked at Lu Yin coldly. Hello, Captain Lu Yingzishan. I'm Delay, and King Zishan asked me to contact you. Ramos paled. King Zishan, Lu Yin. How did Delay know this person? The Lemeters in front of him were also shocked. They felt that something was amiss. Lu Yingzishan's eyes flashed with surprise. What is it? Lu Yin recounted everything that had happened here. Lu Yingzishan's gaze swept over Ramos and the others. Got it, I'll take care of it. She then hung up. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He had contacted Lu Yingzishan not only because this was one of the 13 filaments, but also because he wanted to test this woman and see her attitude towards him. Delay was the best test, and he had always wanted to enter the 13 Imperial squadrons. This was killing two birds with one stone. Lu Yin let go of Ramos and glanced at the few Lemeters. At this moment, these people did not dare to make a move against him. Someone who could directly contact Lu Yingzishan was not someone they could provoke. Even Ramos' father could not provoke him. Lu Yin picked up Aya and left. He could feel a tugging force, and before he left, he wanted to give Delay a gift. On the grass, a cool breeze blew. Aya woke up and looked around in confusion. Delay. Lu Yin picked her up and suddenly kissed her. Aya was stunned. After a while, he looked up and smiled. I love you, Aya. Aya's eyes were filled with tears, and she couldn't believe it. She then hugged Delay and cried tears of joy. I love you too, Delay. Lu Yin patted Aya's back. At this moment, the pulling force was growing stronger and stronger, and he could gradually sense the darkness of outer space. He left, but before he left, he helped Delay break through the final barrier. He hoped that the two of them would be happy together, and that would be his way of repaying Delay for allowing him to experience the true essence of the realm of infinite change. They would definitely meet again in the future. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yin returned to Astral 10 space station. His body shook as he opened his eyes. The first thing he did upon returning was to sense his star energy. He raised his hand, and in his palm, the star energy transformed into wind, water, and flames. Of course, these were not real and were just imitations. This was the realm of infinite change. Many people needed to use natural crystals to display battle techniques, like Geraldine, who had to crush a flame crystal every time she used her blazing palm. However, once one grasped the realm of infinite change, they no longer needed to use star energy to imitate flames. Lu Yin was ecstatic. He had actually grasped the realm of infinite change in such a short amount of time. This was great. If he had just sat on the rain observatory and cultivated, he would not have been able to do it even in a year. He really had to thank delay. He didn't know how many star crystals he had left, but he hoped that it wouldn't be too little. The sixth point required at least 10,000 star crystals, and Lu Yin had hoped that he had a few thousand left. It would be enough as long as it was enough, but reality had thrown him into an abyss. He was speechless. This expenditure was too great. He had just earned a huge sum, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. He was born poor. Lu Yin sighed and smiled bitterly as he stood up. Forget it, it was worth it to use 10,000 star crystals in exchange for star energy control. The dark green curtain of rain fell endlessly on the rain observatory. Michelle had come here directly after completing her mission. She had not accepted this mission for the sake of the mission itself, but rather to report the situation in Astral 10 to the 10 Arbiters Council. There were problems with Astral 10's education methods, and Michelle believed that Astral 10 was no longer qualified to hold the key to the 3 realms and 6 Daos. However, the 10 Arbiters Council needed more time to consider this matter. Michelle had no choice but to return to Astral 10 and gather more evidence before reporting to the council. Raindrops fell onto the limestone platform, sprinkling onto Michelle's bare feet and giving her a slight chill. She looked at the calm curtain of rain and quietly sensed the changes in star energy. A figure flitted past in the distance, and Michelle saw it. It was a new student, but she didn't care. He was just a sentinel. Although being able to enter Astral 10 was commendable, such people were not rare in the universe. Lu Yin flew through the curtain of rain and wanted to land on the limestone platform at the top of a tree, but he found that there was already someone there. He had no choice but to look for another tree. This time, he saw something completely different. The rain had changed, and he could clearly see every subtle change. Every drop of rain seemed to be capable of infinite changes. What he saw was no longer an ordinary curtain of rain, but rather a myriad of tiny worlds of different shapes and sizes. 5 days later, Lu Yin raised his hand and star energy transformed into threads that then transformed into wind, fire, and finally rain. Finally, it transformed into his name and was pushed into the curtain of rain. Coincidentally, Michelle's name was also pushed into the curtain of rain at the same time. The two were separated by a large tree, and although they seemed far apart, they were actually very close to each other when their names were pushed into the curtain of rain. They were so close that they could see each other's name. Lu Yin. Michelle. The two names pushed through the curtain of rain and rushed into the distance. At first, Michelle didn't pay much attention to it, thinking that the word Lu Yin would quickly disappear. However, after a certain distance, the word Lu Yin still remained. Even after a certain distance, the word Michelle was on the verge of shattering, while the word Lu Yin remained unchanged. Michelle's expression changed as she looked into the distance in shock. It wasn't just her. The Rain Master also looked on in shock from the depths of the curtain of rain. This kid only left for a few days. How did he change so much? His control of star energy at the realm of infinite change has surpassed all the new students. That's too fast. Lu Yin calmly watched his name fly into the distance. The realm of infinite change should be recognized by the Rain Observatory. Lu Yin's name was getting further and further away, while Michelle's name had long since shattered. Her control of star energy was extremely close to the realm of infinite change, but it was still far from Lu Yin's level. Lu Yin had perfectly experienced Delay's control of star energy and even felt the power of a limiter. Under the dark green curtain of rain, the three of them stared at Lu Yin's name until it shattered. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity that his name had almost crossed half of the Rain Observatory. Just a little bit more and he would be recognized by the Rain Observatory, but he still wasn't proficient enough. He sat down cross-legged and stared at the curtain of rain. He wanted to be recognized as soon as possible. On the other side, Michelle retracted her gaze and looked in Lu Yin's direction. After muttering to herself for a moment, she soared into the sky and flew over. While he was seriously watching the rain, Michelle walked out from the side and came to his side. A delicate fragrance wafted over, intoxicating. Lu Yin took a deep breath and turned to look at Michelle with a stunned expression. This woman was truly alluring. Michelle was used to such gazes and looked at him quizzically. How did you do it? What? Lu Yin was puzzled. Michelle asked, your control of star energy at the realm of infinite change. Lu Yin raised a hand and the star energy in his palm took on various forms that were extremely beautiful. I did it just like that. It's very simple, why? Michelle's brows rose. I remember that you couldn't do it when we first entered the academy. Lu Yin smiled. Who said I couldn't do it? I just have to keep a low profile and not show off too much, or I'll end up like Day Night. Michelle obviously didn't believe him. Everyone would be tempted by a gift from Astral 10. If he could do it, why would he deliberately hide it and give up on the gift? Impossible. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. She then turned to leave. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 119. Looking at Michelle's seductive figure, Lu Yin suddenly asked, I heard you're from the 10 Arbiters Council. Can you tell me who they are? Michelle didn't even turn around, only saying, you don't have the right to know. With that, she disappeared. Lu Yin's expression remained calm, as this was indeed the case. The identities of these 10 were like a threshold that some people would never be able to cross in their entire lives and would never know about, while others would only know about their identities after crossing it. The 10 arbiters were the 10 arbiters who had dominated the universe. They were the 10 people who stood at the peak of the younger generation. On the other side, Michelle soared into the sky and felt the raindrops. How had he done it? She was certain that this person couldn't have done it when he first entered the academy. How long had it been since he'd entered the academy? Even a genius would need a few months to reach the realm of infinite change, but this person had done it. Was he a true monster? Lu Yin stayed in the Rain Observatory for 10 days, and he would try once every 3 days. With his control over star energy, he should have been able to keep his name intact, but he was just a little bit short, and this was all up to his own comprehension. He'd experienced Delay's control of star energy, but he'd only experienced Delay's comprehension. He needed his own comprehension, and this step had already taken him 10 days. On the morning of the 12th day, the sky was still dark green. Lu Yin raised his hand and pushed his name into the rain. He was confident that he would succeed this time. Lu Yin easily crossed the furthest distance he'd ever reached before, charging through the rain until it finally crossed the entire Rain Observatory. Lu Yin stood up, overjoyed that he'd succeeded. He'd been recognized by the Rain Observatory. At the same time, a strange feeling surfaced, and his eyes lit up. He could break through to the Melder realm now. At that moment, the Rain Master slowly walked over and appeared in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin bowed. Student greets mentor. The Rain Master looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Your control of star energy has undergone an earth-shattering change in a month. You can be considered a genius. Thank you for the praise, Lu Yin replied. The Rain Master nodded. According to Astral 10's rules, those who are recognized by the Rain Observatory can receive personal guidance from a mentor. You can choose a battle technique for me to deduce for you, or you can obtain a battle technique from me. Your choice is yours. The battle technique reward from Astral 10 was very tempting, but he already had quite a few battle techniques. Whether it was the Sirius Palm, the Sky Beast Claw, the Day-Night Punch, or even the Flash Step, the 3 stacks were all battle techniques that suited him very well. If he had more, he wouldn't be able to master them. The battle techniques of Astral 10's instructors were definitely powerful, but Liu Yin did not believe that they could surpass serious art. He already had the ultimate serious art, and he did not need any more battle techniques before he reached the peak of serious art. He raised his head and earnestly said, "Mentor, I would like to trouble you to help me deduce my own battle techniques." The Rain Master nodded. "All right, go ahead." Liu Yin took a deep breath and faced the empty curtain of rain. He raised his hand and struck out with his palm, the 3 stacks exploding with 3 light sounds. This was the 3 stacks. He analyzed his own battle technique. Serious art was too powerful, and he didn't know if the Rain Master could deduce it. The Day-Night Punch was a battle technique of the Day-Night clan, and he couldn't casually reveal it. The Sky Beast Claw was already available in U Academy, so there was no need to waste it. All that was left was the 3 stacks and the Flash Step. Compared to the Flash Step, the 3 stacks couldn't keep up. He needed more strength. The Rain Master looked at Liu Yin's 3 stacks and said, "This is a battle technique that stacks strength. I once met an absolute genius in the Innerverse, and his stacking strength was astonishing. All right, I'll help you deduce it." He then placed a hand on Liu Yin's arm that had yet to be retracted, pushing his palm in the direction of Liu Yin's palm. A strange sound rang out, and Liu Yin felt the Rain Master's strength. 1 stacks, 2 stacks, 3 stacks, 4 stacks, 5 stacks, 6 stacks. Liu Yin was shocked to find that the Rain Master had already reached 6 stacks. The Rain Master's palm appeared behind Liu Yin's, and the stacks had reached 8 stacks. "The strength I'll deduce for you should be enough for you to use to the Lamita realm." The Rain Master's hand swept through the air, causing 9 explosions that shook the curtain of rain and sent out 9 shockwaves. Liu Yin's pupils shrank. 9 stacks. The Rain Master had actually reached 9 stacks. The Outerverse also has stacking battle techniques, but there are more or less 9 stacks. 9 stacks should be enough for you to use to the Lamita realm. For now, you should be able to use 6 stacks at most, so don't force it. The Rain Master then stepped into the curtain of rain and left. Liu Yin bowed slightly towards the curtain of rain, a trace of doubt in his eyes. Was the Rain Master really a hunter? It was rumored that the mentors of the Astral Combat Academy were all hunters at the very least. How could a hunter be able to deduce 3 stacks to 9 stacks so easily? He remembered Tianming mentioning that 9 stacks had been passed down in Grand Top Weave. If a hunter could deduce it, then 9 stacks couldn't just be a battle technique from Grand Top Weave. It could be learned in Frostwave Weave as well, because Undying Yushan was a hunter. Or was the Rain Master not just a hunter? This doubt only flashed through Liu Yin's mind, but it was still too early for him to think about it. What he needed to do now was familiarize himself with 9 stacks. He had this serious technique and had personally experienced the Rain Master's 9 stacks technique, so it wasn't too difficult for him to grasp it. Even so, with his current physical body, he could only use 6 stacks at most. The Rain Master was right. 9 stacks was enough for him to reach the Lamita realm. A few days later, Liu Yin growled and struck out with his palm. 6 explosions rang out as 6 stacks was pushed aside. He had already mastered 6 stacks. He looked at the traces of blood on his palm. 6 stacks is still a bit difficult, but it's alright. I can still use it, and my physical body can withstand the 6-fold shockwave palm. 6 stacks shockwave palms should be quite powerful. Liu Yin rested for half a day, pondering whether or not he could fuse stacks with serious palm. He had thought about it when he had mastered 3 stacks, but he hadn't tried it out. This time, he wanted to try it out. If he could really stack serious palm, then his strength would truly skyrocket. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He raised his hand, and stars appeared in his palm as he prepared to strike out with double stacks. However, the Rainmaster grabbed his arm and shouted, "Don't you want your hand anymore?" Lu Yin was puzzled. "Mentor." The Rainmaster let go of Lu Yin's arm and asked solemnly, "Are you going to fuse stacks with that palm?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Yes. You're courting death. You'll only hurt yourself if you rashly fuse stacks with a battle technique. The stronger a battle technique, the more difficult it is to stack attacks. Otherwise, anyone could multiply their attack, and stacks would have long since been hailed as a supreme battle technique," the Rainmaster said coldly. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. He had been too greedy. If Sirius Palm could stack attacks, then what battle technique in the universe couldn't? Stacks could be found everywhere. Injuring yourself before injuring others. This is the result of fusing a battle skill with superposition. Countless geniuses in the universe have tried, but none of them succeeded. It's impossible to succeed. Every powerful battle skill has its own unique way of operating, and changing it isn't something a junior like you can do. If you had used that palm just now, your arm would have been crippled, the Rainmaster continued. Lu Yin immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, mentor." The Rainmaster grunted, but his tone softened. "Some people can use stacks to increase their battle technique's power at the beginning, but the further you go, the greater the damage. Theoretically speaking, the shockwave palm isn't a battle technique, just a technique for exerting force. You can fuse stacks with it, but don't even think about fusing it with a truly powerful battle technique." "Yes, mentor," Lu Yin said gratefully. The Rainmaster was satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude and looked at his palm. "Your battle technique was very interesting." Lu Yin was startled, but his expression didn't change. "You've seen it before?" The Rainmaster glanced at him. "No, but it gave me an unusual feeling." "How many stars can you revolve?" Lu Yin didn't plan on hiding it. Since he'd already been seen, it would only make him seem petty. Besides, he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. This was astral. 10. 6 stars. 6 stars. That's too few. This battle technique gives me a feeling of perfection, and 6 stars isn't enough. 9 stars might be enough, the Rainmaster said casually. Lu Yin was puzzled. Perfection. I don't understand. The Rainmaster waved his hand. You don't need to understand right now. Perfection refers to the perfect display of a battle technique's power. All the battle techniques you've grasped so far can only be considered beginners. Only that palm strike can reach perfection if you revolve 9 stars. Its power is unimaginable. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 120. Lu Yin looked at the Rainmaster expectantly. Mentor, can you help me deduce 9 stars? Wait until you leave your name on the rain list, the Rainmaster replied indifferently before disappearing. Lu Yin was excited. The serious art only allowed him to revolve 8 stars, and the 9th would definitely be the next serious art. He knew that he would never be able to obtain it in this lifetime, so it would be great if the Rainmaster could help him deduce it. But could he really do it? Lu Yin felt that it was impossible. This was the serious art, and even if he didn't know much about it, he could still sense how terrifying it was. Leaving my name on the rain list. I'll have to wait until I become a melder, Lu Yin muttered to himself. He didn't plan to just sit around in the rain observatory. He still needed to find a way to earn money, merge with powerhouses, and experience their strength. This was a shortcut. Right now, he needed to head to the trial zone entrance and participate in the ported battles. After Lu Yin left, the Rainmaster muttered to himself in the rain, a lockbreaker, a method that revolves the stars. A figure walked out from beneath the teleportation stone with an ugly expression. It was Meng Yu. Meng Yu, 83 defeats, the old man shouted from a distance. Meng Yu's expression turned even uglier. Not far away, Zhao Yilong entered the teleportation stone's range and quickly came out as well. Zhao Yilong, 1 win, 58 defeats. Lu Yin had just arrived when he heard about Zhao Yilong's results and was rather surprised. The man had actually won once, which was rare for a sentinel. Only Meng Yu and Zhao Yilong were around the teleportation stone. When Meng Yu saw Lu Yin arrive, his eyes flashed with battle intent. "Let's fight, Lu Yin." Lu Yin was amused. "Haven't you had enough of the ported battles?" "You don't dare." Meng Yu snorted. "Wait, I want to enter the ported battles first," Lu Yin said casually. Meng Yu's eyes lit up, but he didn't stop him. They hadn't fought much during this time, but there were still close to 100 battles. Only a few people hadn't come, and Lu Yin was one of them. Meng Yu wanted to see how much Lu Yin had improved over the past month. After all, he had also cultivated in the sand ocean, but he had still lost 83 times in a row. It was too tragic. "By the way, who's the one with the best results?" Lu Yin asked curiously. "Dark Void, 13 wins and 47 defeats," Meng Yu said. Lu Yin nodded and stepped into the teleportation stone's range. Xiao Yu wasn't interested in Lu Yin. At the same time, Michelle arrived. Her current score was 6 wins and 29 losses, and she wanted to challenge Lu Yin a few more times. When she arrived, she saw Lu Yin's back as he entered, and her eyes flashed. She stood nearby and watched quietly. The last time he'd been here, he'd challenged 5 times and lost all 5 times, which was still fresh in his memory. Although his strength had increased by quite a bit, he didn't feel like he could do much better. The ported battles didn't have a realm restriction, and anyone of the younger generation could enter as long as they touched the teleportation stone. Even melders like Michelle and Dark Void had been defeated so miserably, so Lu Yin could only hope that his luck would be good enough for him to achieve 3 consecutive victories and complete the highest sentinel mission in the treasury. There was a flash in front of his eyes, and he heard the roar of waves. He looked around and found himself on the surface of the sea, where a fishy smell assaulted his senses. "It's actually the sea," Lu Yin muttered to himself. A figure appeared in front of him, accompanied by a berserk wave of star energy that unbridled crushed everything in its path, causing the sea to boil as it swept across the land. The two attacked at the same time, and Lu Yin's hand transformed into a claw as he used the 20th form of the Sky Beast Claw. Anyone who entered a ported battle couldn't be underestimated, especially someone who used their real name. Lu Yin could feel the threat from his opponent. Heart raised his hand, and scorching flames surged out to drown out the Sky Beast Claw. With a boom, Lu Yin's Sky Beast Claw was reduced to nothingness by the high temperature. What a powerful innate gift. Even a melder would find it difficult to endure such high temperatures. Heart didn't react to the Sky Beast Claw at all, and the flames roared as they rushed towards Lu Yin. No sentinel was his match. This was the belief of the Phoenix family that he was unrivaled within the same realm. The stone platform melted under the high temperature. Lu Yin evaded with flash, but the flames distorted even the void. Heart's entire body was covered in flames as he attacked Lu Yin with extreme speed. Both of them were extremely fast. Lu Yin's flash step had incorporated some of the Day-Night clan's extreme speed techniques into it, while Heart's extreme speed made him feel like he was swimming through fire. As long as there was fire, he would be able to reach it in an instant. A dozen consecutive explosions rang out as Lu Yin defended passively, trying to gauge the limits of his opponent's strength. Heart was surprised that Lu Yin could hold on. Very few sentinels could last this long in his flames, but it was time to end it. He paused, clasping his palms together and spreading them apart. A bird's cry resounded through the air as a fiery bird appeared in his palms, causing the air to distort and burn as it charged towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin evaded with flash, but the bird was faster and seemed to be able to pierce through the void. Lu Yin turned around and raised his palm, unleashing a 6-stack shockwave palm. Bang! Scorching heat waves surged into the sky, causing the air to distort as the immense pressure dispersed the flames. Hart was forced to take a few steps back as he looked into the distance in shock. Lu Yin retracted his palm and stared at Hart. This person was very strong. Hart was excited. This was interesting. There was actually a sentinel who could block one of his battle techniques. Lu Yin didn't give Hart time to think. He took the initiative to attack, using flash to appear in front of Hart. It was another 6-stack shockwave palm that caused the air pressure to condense and distort the void. Hart's eyes went wide as the flames in his palm shrieked. He was from the Phoenix family. How could his phoenix be destroyed so easily? Bang 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 bang. Several shocking explosions rang out as the stone platform was completely shattered. The two soared into the air, one controlling the fiery bird to roast the ground while the other compressed the air. The 6 stacks of force collided fiercely, causing dazzling lights to flash. He saw Michelle's inquisitive gaze and Meng Yu's shocked expression. This battle had taken a long time, but it wasn't over yet. He could continue even if he won, but he still had to go back in. At the same time, in the gloomy forest of Astral 5 in the Innerverse, Hart Phoenix stood up from the teleportation stone with an ugly expression on his face. He had been defeated by someone at the same level as him, which was a great humiliation. He was the heir of the Phoenix family and the younger brother of that person, but he had actually been defeated. That person called him Seventh Bro. He had to wash away this humiliation. As he walked out of the teleportation stone's range, many people looked over. Junior Hart, how was it? Did you complete your 3 consecutive victories? There's no need to ask. Junior Hart definitely did it. Hart didn't pay attention to these people, as he wanted to cultivate. Seventh Bro was definitely someone from one of the 10 academies. The other powers with teleportation stones all had obvious characteristics, but this person didn't. He was most likely someone from one of the academies, and this person might appear during the academy tournament. Hart had to defeat him. Lu Yin entered the ported battle's battlefield once more. This time, it was a swamp, and there was already someone in front of him. When he saw his opponent, Lu Yin's heart sank, and he felt like vomiting blood. This was Brother de Foam, the first opponent he had faced since entering the ported battles. He was the absolute powerhouse who had instantly killed him. The moment Lu Yin appeared, Brother de Foam attacked. A void-destroying star energy swept out, and Lu Yin was instantly killed again. This time, he hadn't been able to do anything to stop Brother de Foam, which was depressing. Lu Yin walked out of the teleportation stone's range and heard the elder's announcement. Lu Yin, 1 victory, 7 defeats. You actually won. Meng Yu was shocked. Lu Yin ignored him and looked at Michelle. You're from the Innerverse. Have you heard of the Phoenix family? Michelle was shocked. You met someone from the Phoenix family. Lu Yin nodded. That's one of the strongest clans in the Innerverse. It's understandable that you lost. She then stepped into the teleportation stone's range. Lu Yin was about to tell her that he had won, but then he thought better of it. The Phoenix family. They were indeed worthy of being called a strong clan. Lu Yin had fought so hard against a sentinel, so he couldn't imagine how terrifying their melders and limiters were. It was tempting to enter the trial zones with 100 victories, but everyone knew their limits. Before they were confident, most would cultivate quietly. Only Lu Yin and a few others remained at the trial zone entrance. Not long after, Meng Yu left as well. He hadn't even won a single match. Only Lu Yin and Michelle were left at the trial zone entrance to challenge the ported battles. Unknowingly, Lu Yin had fought 12 matches and won 2, which shocked Michelle. She couldn't believe that a sentinel's win rate in a ported battle was about the same as hers. Sometimes, one had to rely on luck. Liu Yin's 13th and 14th matches had been against Sentinels who gave him the impression that they were all new students. His luck was heaven-defying, but his 15th opponent was troublesome, a Sylvan Dragon. During Astral 10's entrance exam, the three major powers had attacked the Sylvan Dragon, but Liu Yin hadn't met it and didn't know who it was. Now, his opponent for the 15th ported battle was a Sylvan Dragon. Liu Yin stared blankly at the giant beast in front of him. Were there really such beasts in ported battles? What's more, this beast had a codename above its head, Draconic 8. With a whoosh, Draconic 8 charged at Liu Yin and swiped down with its claws. A terrifying Melder star energy swept out, suppressing the space around him in an attempt to immobilize him. Against a Lemmeter, Liu Yin wouldn't have been able to move at all. He would have had to either attack the opponent's star energy or the opponent's body, but against a Melder, his star energy control allowed him to easily evade and escape the suppression. Draconic 8 hadn't expected Liu Yin to be able to dodge, and he was stunned for a moment. His huge body stood up straight and then split into two. The two dragons covered the sky, their sharp claws moving in a strange pattern to seal off Liu Yin's escape route, forcing him to face them head-on. Liu Yin raised his hand and unleashed a 6-stack shockwave palm. Boom! The ground shattered as the battle took place in a swamp. Liu Yin and Draconic 8 clashed head-on and were blasted into the ground. Draconic 8 retreated a few steps, its claws trembling from the recoil. It was shocked that a mere sentinel could injure it. Was Liu Yin from one of the Innerverse's top clans? Liu Yin leapt out of the swamp and stared at Draconic 8, 6 stars revolving in his palm. This beast was very strong and definitely not an ordinary Melder. It was worthy of being his opponent in the ported battles. Liu Yin had guessed that his 6 stars would be enough to threaten Gerbok, and when his star energy control reached the realm of infinite change, his 6-star Sirius palm would definitely surpass Gerbok's and even surpass Shutsi's. This meant that he was currently the strongest in the Great Yu Empire. Even so, he still lost more than he won in ported battles. No, he rarely won, and his battle with Heart Phoenix had left a deep impression on him. Heart Phoenix was definitely stronger than Schutz, but he was only a sentinel. This was how terrifying the geniuses of the Innerverse were. Even if this beast wasn't a genius, it was still no ordinary Melder. It would be difficult for Liu Yin to defeat it, especially with its terrifying speed. Suddenly, Draconic 8's body swayed and split into two. Liu Yin was just about to attack when his eyes narrowed as Draconic 8's body split into 5. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 122. Liu Yin was stunned by the sudden appearance of the 5 dragons. How was this possible? This was definitely not an ordinary extreme speed, but an innate talent. This exotic beast had an innate talent for extreme speed. The dragons attacked him from all directions, sealing off all his escape routes and forcing him to face them head-on. Liu Yin gritted his teeth and activated the Art of Sirius, 6 stars appearing around him with a 7th vaguely visible. He looked past the Sirius and saw Draconic 8 moving at extreme speed. Although it had split into 5, there was only one main body. This was extreme speed. Liu Yin wasn't afraid. His Art of Sirius was the bane of extreme speed. Sirius raised its palm high, a 7th star appearing around it as well. Draconic 8's eyes widened in shock. How could this be? This human had actually found its main body. Liu Yin's palm slammed into Draconic 8's head, causing it to howl in agony as the 7 stars exploded, the terrifying force knocking it unconscious. Victory, Liu Yin. Liu Yin panted heavily, overjoyed that he had won 3 in a row. He had completed the highest sentinel mission. The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared beneath the teleportation stone. He turned to look outside and saw that Michelle wasn't alone. Coco, Hui Day Night, and Little Pao were there as well. He didn't walk out, instead entering the ported battles once more to see if he could achieve 4 in a row. With his current strength, he could win with a bit of luck. However, his heart sank when he saw his 16th opponent. He had only seen a single sword strike, and that was it. He hadn't even seen his opponent's codename before he'd been insta-killed. This was definitely an explorer, a freak. There was no lack of freaks like this in ported battles, which was why luck was important. Some people were strong but had terrible results, while others were weak and even sentinels, but could achieve consecutive victories. Luck was also a part of one's strength. As he walked out of the teleportation stone, the old man's voice rang out, Lu Yin, 7 wins, 18 losses. Not far away, Michelle was shocked. This sentinel had actually won 3 in a row. Hui Day Night clenched his fists. His record was 3 wins and 52 losses. How could a mere ant surpass him? Coco was shocked. Big Brother Lu, your results are so high. The one with the best results among us is Dark Void, with an average of 1 win in every 4 matches. After him is Big Sister Michelle, with an average of 1 win in every 5 matches. You're pretty amazing. He patted her head. I was just lucky. Hui Day Night's voice was cold. How many sentinels did you encounter? Lu Yin thought for a moment. 3. Hui Day Night disdainfully replied, he's really lucky. Although the Day Night clan was a powerful clan, Hui Day Night wasn't that strong. Even when he had just entered the academy, Lu Yin was confident that he could defeat Hui Day Night, let alone now. Big Brother Lu, are you hurt? Do you need Coco to treat you? Coco asked expectantly. An image of a giant syringe appeared in Lu Yin's mind, but he quickly shook his head. No need. The ported battles aren't real, so I won't get hurt. Coco was disappointed. Congratulations on completing the Sentinel mission, Junior Lu. You've won 3 consecutive ported battles, Little Pao congratulated. Hui Day Night's expression turned even uglier. Lu Yin smiled, I was just lucky, I couldn't stop it. Little Pao smiled, I don't believe in luck. Anyone who enters the ported battles is an absolute elite, the top geniuses of their respective domains in the Outerverse. Many of them are even famous throughout the universe, and they're not easy to defeat. Otherwise, the mission would have been completed long ago. Congratulations, keep working hard and try to win 30 matches in a row as soon as possible. Coco was puzzled, 30 matches in a row. Senior Little Pao, is there a reason? Is the academy going to reward me? Little Pao smiled, 30 matches in a row qualifies you to challenge the top 100 rankings. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The top 100 rankings was a list of the top 100 powerhouses in the universe. It was set by the Astral Combat Academy, and Wendy Yushan was one of the top 20. Anyone who entered the top 100 rankings would immediately become famous throughout the universe, and they could easily join the 10 Arbiters Council. A single word from them could decide the rise and fall of an organization, and their value was much higher than King Zishan's. Coco stuck out her tongue, I'm not counting on the top 100 rankings, those people are all perverts. Little Pao smiled. You have to have a goal, and for you guys, your short-term goal is the freshman competition. I'm here to inform you that the freshman competition will be held in a month, and the reward for the champion of the competition will be extraordinary. What reward? Coco asked expectantly. Little Pao raised a finger, it's a secret. Coco was disappointed. Michelle glanced at Lu Yin and walked towards the teleportation stone. Lu Yin bid farewell to Little Pao and Coco, heading to the treasury to claim his reward. Of the missions issued by the Astral Combat Academy, some were for individual academies, while others were public missions. These missions were usually extremely difficult to complete, but once completed, it would immediately cause a stir in all 10 academies. One of the top Sentinel missions, 3 consecutive victories in a ported battle, was a public mission. Heart Phoenix's goal was this, but unfortunately, he had met Lu Yin in the 3rd round and had been eliminated. Once Lu Yin completed the mission, it was automatically cancelled. In Astral 9, someone actually completed the top Sentinel mission, and it's someone from Astral 10. Looks like Astral 10 is going to rise up. Astral 10 is in the Frostwave Weave. Do they have any geniuses there? It must be someone from a powerful Innerverse clan. In Astral 5, Junior Heart's mission was completed by someone else. Is his name Lu Yin? A Sentinel who can achieve 3 consecutive victories in a ported battle is a genius. It's a pity that he's from Astral 10, he'll definitely vanish. In Astral 1, the top Sentinel mission. What a joke, this mission isn't too difficult for some people, but they don't want to be noticed. Astral 10 is too narrow-minded if they want to use this method to become famous. Don't say that, we have to give Astral 10 some face, even if it's just a place of exile. Not too far away, a beautiful woman glanced back and stared at Lu Yin's name before turning to leave. In the treasury, an old man with a handlebar mustache sized Lu Yin up in amazement, occasionally making a buzzing sound. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Mentor, can you give me my reward now? The old man cackled. Kid, calling me mentor is too formal. Just call me Old Kai from now on. Lu Yin's brows rose. Old Kai. Old Kai nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. It's been a long time since Astral 10 made a name for itself. You're the first, kid. Not bad, huh? Lu Yin humbly replied, I was just lucky. Old Kai waved his hand. Luck is also a part of one's strength. Alright, kid, here's your reward. Continue to work hard and complete a few more public missions to help Astral 10 become famous. He then tossed a cosmic ring to Lu Yin. Lu Yin caught it and saw that there were 10,000 star crystals inside. He was excited, he finally had money again, and 10,000 was definitely not a small amount. The Aurora spacecraft is at the space station. It belongs to you, kid. That's an Aurora, you ungrateful wretch. Work hard. He then dismissed Lu Yin. Lu Yin immediately went to the space station and found an Aurora spacecraft. He immediately authenticated it and made it his own. Many of the Astral Combat Academy's resources were sponsored by various large organizations, and the same went for the Aurora spacecraft. The Aurora spacecraft looked like a normal spacecraft, but Lu Yin had obtained a personal spacecraft that was less than 3 meters in diameter. Compared to normal spacecraft, the Aurora spacecraft had an additional flaw called an energy conversion device. This type of spacecraft relied purely on energy components to move and jump through space and time. Rare materials had to be placed into the device to transform the spacecraft structure. This was the core technology of the Aurora Corporation and was rumored to have originated from ancient technology. It involved the tiniest particles of the universe, and the more precious and powerful the materials, the faster the spacecraft would be upgraded. This was why Old Kai had said that the Aurora spacecraft were ungrateful wretches. This type of spacecraft required countless precious materials, and once it was upgraded, its performance would far surpass that of a normal spacecraft. Lu Yin had done his research and found that the Aurora spacecraft he bought were all at the basic grade. Its performance was comparable to a normal spacecraft, and some of its performance was even worse. This was because it had a flaw in the energy conversion device, sacrificing some of its performance. However, once it was upgraded to the radiant grade, its performance would be completely different. Not only would it be 10 times faster than a normal spacecraft, it could even defend against cruisers' attacks. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 123. If it was upgraded again, it would reach the black hole grade, which would allow it to travel 100 times faster than normal spaceships. It could defend against attacks from hunters and tear open a black hole in the universe. It was rumored that there was a cosmic grade above that, but Luin couldn't find out the specifics. The Aurora Corporation's slogan was that jumping was equivalent to flying, which meant that normal spaceships needed to jump through wormholes to travel great distances, but the Aurora Corporation didn't. The two would take about the same amount of time, a testament to the corporation's confidence. Luin touched the ship. The material was cold and sturdy. This was good stuff. It could be sold for at least 50 billion cosmic credits. With it, he could be considered rich. He didn't plan on leaving for the time being, so he left the space station and headed for the Rain Observatory. It was time to break through to the Melder realm. On a stone platform atop a tree far away from the teleportation device, Luin took out his formcast model. This formcast model had belonged to Terrence. He'd obtained the formcast model after Terrence's death during the Battle of Jinlin and had been waiting to break through to the Melder realm. He'd originally wanted to find the corpse on Neptune and obtain a better formcast model, but he hadn't expected Qingyu to still be alive, which had led to a series of events. Luin sat on the stone platform and watched the dark green rain cover the sky. He took a deep breath, cut his finger, and pressed the formcast model onto his fingertip. Breakthrough, Melder. The next moment, intense pain engulfed his entire body. The familiar pain caused his eyes to light up as his body suffered inhumane torture. His cells burned and reformed, and it was as if he could see the starry sky and an invincible powerhouse pressing down on him. Every breath he took felt like he was experiencing the universe, and his body was adapting to it. The star energy that filled his body became extremely scarce, and his body craved for star energy. Lu Yin's gaze was resolute as he felt his body grow stronger. This was the strength of a Melder. He was about to break through. Suddenly, his shirt was torn apart as runes flickered on his back, forming a lock that pierced through his shoulder blades and locked his body in place. This was a seal that had appeared before. The formcast model within Lu Yin's body shattered the moment it appeared, unable to withstand the pressure. Lu Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. His brain was shaken the moment the formcast model shattered, and he almost fainted. He'd failed. The Rain Master walked out of the rain and frowned at Luin. The seal is preventing this child from breaking through. Who placed it? So cruel. On the other side, an old man in ragged clothes stepped out of the void and pressed a palm against Lu Yin's back. A terrifying power spread out, instantly filling the entire astral, and even the heavens, causing the surrounding stars to tremble. He was suppressing the seal while his other hand streaked across the void, slowly forming a new formcast model that fused into Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin was on the verge of fainting. He hadn't expected to fail. He'd clearly felt like he was about to break through to the Melder realm, so why had he failed? Just as he was about to lose all hope, another huge force appeared and continued to suppress his body, allowing his body to continue molding. His cells were burning, and his blood was being reconstructed. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. His body molding had not yet failed. Although he did not know where this new energy was coming from, as long as it existed, he could continue molding. Behind Lu Yin, the old man's eyes were serene, and it was as if the stars were spinning around him. His right hand suddenly exerted strength, causing a crack to appear on the lock-shaped seal. The crack gradually spread until it finally shattered with a bang. At the same time, the entire starry sky shook. In the sand ocean, a middle-aged man raised his head in surprise. In the treasure pavilion, old Kai was bewildered. At the domain entrance, the old man opened his eyes, deep in thought. In stargazing deck, someone raised his head. Beneath the curtain of rain, the Rain Master was shocked. Lu Yin, who was in the midst of breaking through to the Melder realm, once again saw the jade finger that crushed the void. This time, he saw something different. He saw the endless distance behind the jade finger, and the pair of resplendent eyes that reflected the stars in the sky. They were absolutely beautiful and noble. At the same time, his body glowed as if it had come back to life. The old man in ragged clothes looked at Lu Yin, deep in thought. The Rainmaster hesitated. This is an ancient seal. It's a very ancient seal, and I can only break it with brute force. Unfortunately, I only managed to break one seal, the old man said indifferently. The Rainmaster's expression changed. Is there more than one seal? The old man nodded and raised his head, a look of reminiscence in his eyes. I think I've seen this seal before, but I can't remember. It's very ancient and terrifying, and it's used on a child. What's the effect? The Rainmaster asked curiously. His physical body was sealed. We sealed this child's innate gift, turning him from an innate gift unique to his race into an ordinary person. Now, he's finally starting to display his true power. Unfortunately, it's only his physical body, the elder said. The old man sighed. It's very difficult to break the seal below. Last time, I almost killed the child when I went crazy. This time, I'll repay my debt. The formcast model I created for him will allow him to reform his body once more, as long as that seal doesn't appear again. The old man left. This time, he didn't go crazy. It took an entire day for Lu Yin to finish his breakthrough. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the curtain of rain had changed. Breaking through to the Melder realm had increased his perception of his strength, but he didn't know how much stronger he had become. He clenched his fists and felt that something was amiss. His body seemed to have changed, becoming tougher and stronger. He thought that it was just a hallucination from his breakthrough and didn't pay it much mind. He stood up and suddenly felt a formcast model in his body. He was shocked and quickly looked at the curtain of rain. Rainmaster, are you there? The Rainmaster transmitted through the curtain of rain. The formcast model in your body will allow you to reform your body once more. Go to the sand ocean to cultivate. The rain observatory won't be able to help you much in the short term. Lu Yin bowed in gratitude and thought back to when he had broken through. He remembered that Terrence's formcast model had shattered, and he had failed. It seemed that the Rainmaster had saved him. Lu Yin was glad that he had entered Astral 10, otherwise, no one would have been able to help him. In order to feel his strength after breaking through, Lu Yin immediately headed to the trial zone entrance. The ported battles were the best platform for him to test his strength. Hui Day Night, 6 wins and 92 losses. Lu Yin heard the results as soon as he arrived. Hui Day Night walked out of the teleportation stone's range with an ugly expression. Lu Yin glanced at him when he arrived. Hui Day Night had improved from 3 wins and 72 losses to 6 wins and 92 losses in a single day. Michelle stepped into the teleportation stone's range and only appeared after a while. Michelle, 13 wins and 56 losses. Lu Yin was surprised that she had improved as well. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who had improved, everyone else had. Although Astral 10 didn't have a mentor to guide them, the Rain Observatory, the Sand Ocean, and the mysterious stargazing deck were all good places to cultivate. Lu Yin walked past Michelle and slowly stepped into the teleportation stone's range. This was his first battle after breaking through to the Melder realm, and he hoped that he wouldn't run into any space-exploring freaks. The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in a meadow. A gentle breeze blew, and the fresh smell of the grass was intoxicating. A figure appeared in front of him and attacked him as soon as it appeared. A strange purple sticky substance descended like a spiderweb. This was an innate gift. Lu Yin was shocked. This was a strange innate gift. The purple substance sealed the void and smashed towards Lu Yin. He stepped forward with his right foot and disappeared with flash, appearing in front of the opposing Melder in an instant. He raised his hand and unleashed a 6 stacks shockwave palm. With a bang, the melder was smashed to pieces. Following the melder's defeat, the purple substance that had filled the void all disappeared. Lu Yin looked at his palm in shock. It had been so easy to use the 6 stacks shockwave palm. Every time he used it before, his palm would feel like it was cracking, a sign that his body couldn't bear it. But this time, it was as easy as breathing, and there wasn't even a trace of burden on his body. How could this be? Had breaking through to the melder realm made his body so much stronger? Also, Flash had more than doubled his speed. Beneath the teleportation stone, Lu Yin opened his eyes in a daze. He had some understanding of the melder realm, and the biggest change from the Sentinel realm to the melder realm was the strength of their star energy. A melder could crush a sentinel and improve in other aspects as well, but it shouldn't have been this exaggerated. He felt that his body was strangely strong. Thinking about this, Lu Yin continued to enter the ported battles. Another melder appeared in front of him. Most of the participants in the ported battles were melders, followed by Lemeters, and sentinels and space explorers. In Astral 7, Dai Ao opened his eyes, the shock still lingering in his eyes. A melder actually forced me to use my innate gift, and even lost in the end because his organs couldn't handle it. He took a total of 23 starburst palms from me, and his body wasn't injured at all. He's definitely a monster. It's a pity that I had to end the battle quickly because I was in a hurry. Otherwise, I would have really wanted to test the limits of his body. I hope we can have a good fight the next time we meet. At Astral 10's entrance, Lu Yin walked out of the teleportation stone and heard the battle report. Lu Yin, 13 wins, 19 losses. Not far away, Michelle, Hui Day Knight, Zhao Yilong, and Lulu all stared at him in shock. 6 wins in a row. You just won 6 in a row. Michelle exclaimed, her dark red eyes widening. Lu Yin nodded, it was just luck. Hui Day Knight took a few steps forward and stared at Lu Yin. Did you only meet sentinels? Lu Yin frowned. Watch your attitude, I don't have to answer you. Speak. Hui Day Knight barked. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold as he stared at Hui Day Knight. You're asking for a beating. Hui Day Knight sneered. You must have a way to find the weak to start ported battles, right? In the distance, the old man blinked. There's no way to start ported battles, only the strong win. I don't believe it. How can an Outerverse cultivator win 6 in a row? Even we can't do that. Hui Day Knight roared, clearly irritated. Michelle frowned. Lulu was unhappy. Lu Yin laughed and turned to look at the old man. Can you let us fight here? It'll end quickly. The old man nodded. Don't destroy the plants. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he looked at Hui Day Knight. Don't worry, it'll end in an instant. Hui Day Knight stared coldly at Lu Yin. You actually dared to accept my challenge. I'll show you that even if you're a melder, you're nothing in front of my Day Knight clan. Lu Yin raised a hand. Come, let me see how powerful the Day Knight clan is. Hui Day Knight's eyes widened as he sensed the disdain in Lu Yin's tone. An Outerverse native actually dared to look down on the Day Knight clan. Hui Day Knight's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Day Knight's soul-chasing finger. A finger appeared in the void and pointed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin instantly felt as if something within his body had been torn apart. It was an indescribable feeling. If a person had a soul, it would have felt like it was being torn apart. This finger attack didn't just target his body. As expected of a battle technique from the Day Knight clan, Lu Yin's raised hand moved horizontally and grabbed the finger that had extended out of the void. He exerted a bit of force, and the sound of bones breaking rang out as Hui Day Knight was dragged out of the void. His body was forcefully pressed to the ground, half kneeling as he looked up in shock. It wasn't just him, even Michelle and the others were shocked. Although Hui Day Knight was only a sentinel, he was definitely stronger than many melders. Furthermore, the Day-Night clan's battle techniques had indescribable offensive capabilities that ordinary people couldn't withstand. Lu Yin had easily dispelled the soul-chasing finger, which was inconceivable to Michelle and the others. Lu Yin smiled at Hui Day-Night. He had also entered the Day-Night clan's inheritance stone corridor, and the clan's unique attacks weren't very effective against him, especially when his opponent was just a sentinel. I told you, it'll end in an instant. Hui Day-Night's pupils shrank. Impossible, you're completely unaffected by the soul-chasing finger. Why? Lu Yin exerted more force with his right hand and completely broke Hui Day-Night's fingers. You don't have the right to ask me that. Hui Day-Night gritted his teeth in agony and growled. His star energy erupted as he tried to push Lu Yin away, but Lu Yin grabbed his fingers and flung him away. The enormous force behind the blow made it impossible for Hui Day-Night to dodge, and his body was flung far away. After dealing with Hui Day-Night, Lu Yin looked at Michelle. Do you want to continue the ported battles? She stared at him and muttered to herself for a moment before turning to leave. Zhao Weilong's expression changed. He hadn't paid much attention to this person before, just like the Melder Schutz. Zhao Weilong was confident that he could defeat a Melder, but now he felt that this person was as deep as the ocean. 6 consecutive victories definitely couldn't be achieved by luck, otherwise, Sentinels wouldn't be able to achieve 3 consecutive victories in a row. This person's power had to be terrifying beyond imagination. Zhao Weilong left as well, seemingly having made up his mind about something. Hui Day-Night didn't return. Lu Yin wondered if he had provoked them. It wasn't that the Sentinels who entered Astral 10 couldn't break through, they just didn't want to. Now that he had become a Melder, would these people also break through? That would be interesting. He and Lulu were the only ones left here, and when he saw her glowing eyes, he knew that her hands were itching for a fight. You've changed a lot recently, let's compete, Lulu said eagerly. Lu Yin shrugged, you can't fight here. No, let's compete in strength. Lulu licked her lips with a provocative look. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Strength? That's fine, he wanted to know how strong he was. Alright, let's do it. Lulu stretched out a fair hand, simple, a tug of war. Let's see who moves first. Lu Yin found it interesting and reached out to grab her hand. It was so soft. Lulu's lips curled up. Let's begin. Alright, let's begin. The two exerted their strength at the same time, causing a crack to appear in the ground. They didn't use star energy, but their strength alone was enough to cause the ground to collapse. I'm going to be published soon, and Windborn still needs to eat. Please support me, my promise will not change. I'll update twice a day, and I'll never stop. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 125. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Lulu's strength was indeed great. Although her palms were soft, they were as tough as steel, and she was trying to pull him along with an earth-shattering force. However, Lulu's shock far exceeded Lu Yin's. She was from the Mavis family, and they were born with godly strength. She had never met anyone stronger than herself, but at this moment, she felt a strength as deep as the sea from Lu Yin's palms. She was certain that Lu Yin was stronger than her, but he hadn't unleashed his full strength yet. She could feel how terrifying this person's body was through the contact of their palms. It was a kind of terror that was restrained to the extreme. When had Lu Yin become so terrifying? This kind of body wasn't something that an ordinary person could cultivate, it was more like an innate gift from ancient times. A gust of wind separated the two, and the elder spoke up from a distance, "Don't destroy the plants." Lu Yin and Lulu looked down, the cracks in the ground growing deeper and deeper as the plants were uprooted. "Sorry, mentor," Lu Yin apologized. Lulu stared at Lu Yin until he felt goosebumps. "Why are you staring at me? The victor hasn't been decided yet." If you want to continue, you can find another place. Lulu shook her head and pursed her lips. Pervert, no need. You can play by yourself. She then left on her own. Luin was confused. What's wrong with her? But since she's gone, there's no one here to fight over the teleportation stone with me. I'll continue and test my strength. With that in mind, Luin stepped into the teleportation stone's range. The elder's eyes widened when he entered, and he had a strange expression on his face. Mavis is born with great strength and a powerful body. That child actually surpassed them, but I can't tell his race. Strange, strange. He's just an ordinary person, so how can he surpass them? Is his surname Lu? Elsewhere, Michelle was walking through the ruins of Astral 10. Aside from a few limited areas, everything else had been reduced to rubble. Michelle looked up, her eyes flashing. She muttered to herself for a while before coming to a decision. Sorry, sister, I'll have to use my innate gift. Outside Stargazing Tower, Xiao Luo was sitting cross-legged when he suddenly received a message from Lulu. He looked at it and was surprised. There's actually such a big change. It's unexpected. I have to work hard, or else I won't be able to keep up. The Rain Observatory's dark green curtain of rain stretched endlessly. Beyond the Rain Observatory was a field of broken weapons and broken walls. It could be seen that this place used to be glorious, but it had turned into ruins overnight. Some places even burned for a long time. Silver stood on high ground and surveyed the ruins. It's really all gone. Astral 10's headmaster went crazy and destroyed the entire academy. That's why Astral 10 has always been at the bottom. Even the countless battle techniques that we've collected since ancient times have all been destroyed. What a pity. There were only a dozen or so people in the massive Astral 10. No one would believe it if they told others, but that was the truth. Against Astral 10, everyone was like a drop of water in the ocean. They were insignificant, and it was extremely rare for them to bump into each other. Lu Yin stayed at the trial zone entrance for half a day and then rested for the night before heading to the Sand Ocean. The Rain Master had said that the Rain Observatory wouldn't be of much help to him at the moment, and that the Sand Ocean was the only place that could increase his strength. When Lu Yin left the trial zone entrance, his results in the ported battles were 31 wins and 46 losses. He was the best out of all the new students, but no one else knew about this result. If the universe was bleak and lonely, then the Soul Dream tribe added a moving note to this bleakness, giving the universe a hint of tenderness. Every member of the Soul Dream tribe was a celebrity. This was publicly acknowledged in the Interverse. Inside the huge spacecraft, a beautiful woman with long, dark blue hair that reached her waist asked, "How much longer?" Someone beside her immediately replied, "Young mistress, we'll reach Astral 10 in at most an hour." The woman smiled and lit up the sky. "I hope that Astral 10 won't disappoint me and that I'll be able to successfully awaken Battle Force. Young mistress, your visit to Astral 10 has attracted a lot of attention. The media has been contacting the tribe to find out why you're here so that they can release the news." The woman furrowed her beautiful brows. "The media is so annoying. I can't even have a moment of peace. Young mistress, you're the most outstanding descendant of our Soul Dream tribe, far surpassing any previous generation. You're the brightest star in the Interverse, and everyone is paying attention to your every move." The woman's head hurt, but she suddenly thought of something and smiled mischievously. "Tell them that I'm going to Astral 10 to find my sweetheart." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Regardless of whether they were commanding the spacecraft or observing the star charts, they all stared blankly at the woman. "Young mistress, you can't say such nonsense. You'll bring trouble to Astral 10 if you do that. Those powerhouses who are pursuing you will tear Astral 10 apart," someone immediately cried out. The woman blinked and thought about it. "All right, I won't cause trouble for them. Those people might really cause trouble for Astral 10. Although they're annoying, their strength is unparalleled in the universe, and no one in Astral 10 will be able to stop them. How about this? Spread the news that I'm going to Astral 10's Sand Ocean to train. That place used to be one of the most famous cultivation holy lands. The people around her heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, young mistress. No one dared to underestimate the influence of the Soul Dream tribe. They had countless fans in the universe and were true stars. Regardless of whether they were ordinary people, cultivators, or the top cultivation geniuses of the various large powers, there was a large group of people who were infatuated with the Soul Dream tribe. This was especially true for the young mistress of the Soul Dream tribe. Even the weakest of her suitors were the strongest of the younger generation. If those people really went to Astral 10 to cause trouble, Astral 10 would definitely be crushed without the help of the mentors. However, no matter where one went, the power of the media was pervasive. As long as she said something, it would spread. The woman didn't know what her joke would do to Astral 10. Elsewhere, in the forest of Astral 5, Heart Phoenix walked out from beneath a teleportation stone and clenched his fists. Congratulations, Junior Heart, for achieving 3 consecutive Sentinel victories. Congratulations, young Master Heart. Congratulations. Heart Phoenix snorted. Too late, the mission has already been completed by someone else. The people around him felt awkward. Oh right, young Master Heart, the Soul Dream tribe's young mistress Shiyu that you asked me to keep an eye on recently released her itinerary. She went to Astral 10 Sand Ocean, someone suddenly said. It's about to be published, and Windborn still needs to eat. Please continue to support me, my promise will not change. I'll update twice a day and never stop. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 126. Heart Phoenix was about to leave, but his eyes lit up when he heard this. Astral 10. I remember that the person who completed the Sentinel mission was from Astral 10. Someone beside him immediately said, Don't worry, young Master Heart. That person must have been lucky to meet new Sentinels. You, on the other hand, defeated a Melder. Heart frowned. There's no such thing as luck in ported battles. Arrange for it immediately, I want to go to Astral 10. The people around him were shocked. Young Master, Astral 5 has rules that prohibit you from leaving as you wish. Heart scoffed. Tell the Academy that my brother sent me to Astral 10. He's always wanted me to marry Shiyu and gain the support of the Soul Dream tribe. This is a good opportunity. Yes, young Master. In Astral Gate, a pair of eyes opened beneath the scorching magma. Craner, go to Astral 10 and bring Shiyu back. She shouldn't have gone there. Tell her that if she wants the Sand Ocean, she can play with it when the Blaze Realm takes over Astral 10. We can even give it to her. A Melder answered from outside the magma, his body surging with startling star energy. He was Craner, second on the Blaze Realm's rankings, second only to the top of the rankings. He was far stronger than Asheram, who had attacked Astral 10's entrance exam. After all, Asheram was only 5th and couldn't be compared to him. In the endless weaves, a low voice echoed in Astral 9, Bonnie, go to Astral 10 and see if there are any geniuses who can threaten us. A young man opened his eyes, the black flames in his pupils extinguishing. Yes, mentor. In Astral 10, the 2 brothers, Big Pow and Little Pow, were together. Bro, tell me honestly, how do I treat you? Little Pow thought for a moment before answering seriously, not much. Big Pow's mouth twitched, I'll treat you well in the future. Bro, cut the crap. You're just eyeing Shiyu's latest single and want me to lend you money to buy it, Little Pow said warily. Big Pow laughed dryly, bro, you know that I don't have many pursuits other than Shiyu's songs. Come on, lend me some money. Little Pao immediately refused. No, I also like Shiyu songs. I want to buy them too. Then lend them to me. To listen. No, Shiyu songs are like my wives. You're too stingy, it's not like you'll die. I'll feel terrible. I won't be able to get over it. Lend it to me. I promise I won't fight you for the position of area master. No, there's no room for negotiation. At this moment, a notification appeared on their gadgets. They looked at it at the same time, and their expressions changed in disbelief. Shiyu is coming to Astral 10. Are you serious? Big Pao cheered excitedly. Shiyu is coming. Little Pao was also excited and kept mumbling to himself, Shiyu is coming, Shiyu is coming, I want an autograph, I want a photo, I want. Suddenly, he roared, you too, welcome the guests immediately. Big Pao and Little Pao quickly replied, yes, Sandmaster. Half an hour later, the Soul Dream Tribe spacecraft landed at Astral 10 space station. Big Pao and Little Pao excitedly stared at the cabin. They were all Shiyu's fanatical fans and had never thought that they would one day see her in person. As the cabin door opened, a group of female Soul Dream Tribe soldiers walked out, followed by a few arrogant-looking youths. They were from Astral 8 and had been ordered to protect Shiyu from being harassed. They had also been ordered to get rid of random people for their master, such as the two perverts in front of them with gleaming eyes. They were obviously up to no good. Who are you? Are there no decent students from Astral 10 to welcome young Master Shiyu? One of the youths said unhappily. Big Pao stepped forward and stared at the cabin door. He didn't even look at the youths and said casually, we're the most decent. Where's Junior Shiyu? Why isn't she out yet? The youth frowned and blocked Big Pao, watch your tone. You're just expelled students, you don't have the right to call young Master Shiyu your junior. Big Pao pouted, ignoring him. The youth was furious. At that moment, a beautiful girl with long blue hair walked out. Her eyes were as bright as the stars, mesmerizing. She was Shiyu, the young master of the Soul Dream Tribe. As long as it's not banned, Astral 10 will still be Astral 10. It's only right for you to call me your junior. Big Pao and Little Pao stared blankly at Shiyu. She was too mesmerizing. Her nebula-like face and her gentle voice made them drunk. Big Pao coughed and said solemnly, hello, Junior Shiyu. I'm Big Pao, but you can call me Brother Pao. Little Pao also stepped forward, Junior Shiyu, I'm Little Pao, but you can call me Brother Little Pao. Everyone was stunned. Brother Pao. What a vulgar name. Were these two bastards flirting with young Master Shiyu? Shiyu was also stunned for a moment and became angry, but when she saw the excitement in their eyes, she suppressed her anger and forced a smile, almost melting Big Pao and Little Pao's hearts. Shiyu will just call you Senior Big Pao and Senior Little Pao. It's fine, it's fine. Junior Shiyu, can you take a picture with me and make a video? It would be perfect if we could eat together. Before Big Pao could finish speaking, he was cut off by a middle-aged woman. She was quite pretty and looked to be in her 40s. She stood in front of Shiyu and glared at Big Pao and Little Pao. Don't disturb the young mistress, she's here for the sand ocean and doesn't have time for anything else. The two were disappointed. Shiyu looked outside the space station. It was rumored that Astral 10 had been expelled to the outerverse and that all the original students had left. There were only 2 people left, but none of the academies had taken a liking to them. They were probably the 2 people in front of her. This was Astral 10, the academy that was about to be banned. If not for the fact that the Blaze Realm was one of the powers that would replace Astral 10, she wouldn't have come at this time. Once the Blaze Realm took over, she would have to face someone, which would be troublesome. Seniors, how many students are there in Astral 10? Shiyu asked curiously. Little Pao replied, 14. Behind Shiyu, a young man sneered, the great Astral 10 has fallen to such a state. No wonder there are rumors that it's about to be banned. You're the only ones left. How embarrassing. Little Pao raised an eyebrow and glanced at the young man. Our motto is quality, not quantity. We're not a shelter that takes just anyone. What did you say? The young man was furious. Shiyu raised her hand and glared at the young man. Don't be rude to Astral 10. If you do that again, you can go back. The young man lowered his head. Yes, young Master Shiyu. Shiyu turned to Big Pao and Little Pao. Seniors, please take me to greet the mentors of Astral 10. Big Pao smiled. No need, we don't have that many rules. The Sand Master said that you can go directly to the Sand Ocean to cultivate. Shiyu's eyes lit up and she bowed slightly. Thank you, please lead the way. The two immediately led the way, but the Soul Dream tribe's entourage was stopped. Not everyone could enter the Astral Combat Academy. Shiyu did not refuse and only brought the few students from Astral 8 in. They used the teleportation device and arrived at the Sand Ocean. Coincidentally, they saw a man and a woman standing in the desert. The woman was about to enter when the man came out. The girl was Michelle, and the man was Schutz. He had come to the Sand Ocean immediately after the ported battles and had stayed there until now. He had no idea what had happened in the outside world during this time. Now that he felt that he had made some progress, he wanted to participate in another ported battle. The appearance of Shiyu's group attracted Michelle and Schutz's attention. They had not expected to meet other people here. Shiyu looked past Schutz and saw Michelle. Her eyes flashed and she smiled. I didn't expect to see the Red Lotus Witch here. Nice to meet you. Michelle stared at Shiyu and thought of something. I didn't expect to see the famous young master of the Soul Dream tribe, Shiyu, here either. I heard that you joined the 10 Arbiters Council. It's good to have a strong sister, Shiyu giggled with a hint of dissatisfaction. Michelle was indifferent. You don't like it? Shiyu smiled. What are you talking about, Sister Michelle? So what if I don't like it? No one can go against the 10 Arbiters Council's decision. Michelle did not speak and only looked at Shiyu. Big Pao and Little Pao looked at each other. There must be a story between the two. It should be the first time they met, but they were opposing each other. Young Mistress Shiyu, do you want me to teach them a lesson for you? Shiyu snorted. Teach her a lesson. Look carefully, she's the Red Lotus Witch. Red Lotus Witch. They were confused, but one of them suddenly reacted. His expression changed and he looked at Michelle with fear, but he did not say anything else. Schutz walked straight to the teleportation device. Please make way. Shiyu glanced at him. He was very ordinary and not worth her attention. Michelle was the only one worth paying attention to in Astral 10. She stepped out of the device, but one of the youths behind her purposely blocked Schutz's path and looked at him arrogantly. He was the one who had been scolded by Shiyu and was very unhappy with Astral 10. He wanted to find a chance to humiliate this academy that should have been closed down long ago. At the same time, he was also from the Blaze Realm. Big Pao and Little Pao walked out of the teleportation device and saw Schutz being provoked, but they did not say anything. The path of cultivation had never been smooth, and if one did not even dare to fight, then there was no point in cultivating. This was Astral 10, and no matter what, one could not back down in the face of provocation. Shiyu looked back, but did not care. Her gaze was still fixed on Michelle. This woman had stolen her spot in the 10 Arbiters Council just because she had a good sister. Schutz looked at the young man with a gloomy expression. Move. The young man looked at him with disdain and took 2 steps forward. Consider yourself lucky, you ants. You actually managed to get past the obstacles and enter Astral 10. I don't know who stopped you, but remember, I'm from the Blaze Realm. Schutz's gaze turned cold. The Blaze Realm was one of the three powers that had attacked Astral 10 during the entrance exam. They were also the power that hated Astral 10 the most, and they wanted to replace Astral 10 and control the key to the three realms and 6 Daos. My new book is officially on the shelves. Thank you for your support. The Windchaser Association will always maintain efficiency and quality, and we promise to never stop updating. Thank you for your support. Please subscribe. Please donate. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 127. So what? Schutz's tone was deep. The youth's eyes flashed coldly, and he charged at Schutz with his left shoulder. Schutz clenched his fists, but he didn't take a single step back. The two collided inside the teleportation device with a dull thud. Schutz took 2 steps back while the youth stepped forward with a disdainful smile. Schutz also stepped forward and pressed a hand on the youth's shoulder. Star energy erupted from the youth's body and turned into flames, causing the air to heat up. Schutz gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand, and the blood-red blade flickered with a cold light. At that moment, Little Pao walked over and pushed Schutz's hand aside before pressing his hand on the youth's shoulder, forcefully suppressing the youth's star energy. Sorry, you can't fight here. If you break the teleportation device, we'll have no choice but to fly out. The youth's eyes widened, and his star energy surged as he tried to erupt again, but he couldn't break free from Little Pao's suppression. He was shocked. Didn't they say that Astral 10's remaining students were trash? This person definitely had the strength of a Lammeter. Just his realm alone wasn't trash. Inexplicably, everyone's hearts trembled, and they turned to look. In the distance, Shiyu and Michelle had changed. Shiyu's dark blue hair fluttered as she opened her mouth and sang a sweet song that reverberated in the air above the sand ocean. She danced in the air, and the hot air seemed to transform into a peerless beauty dancing gracefully. Her gentle voice cleansed everyone's hearts. Her voice was beautiful, but Big Pao and Little Pao's expressions were abnormally solemn. This was Shiyu's battle technique, Astral 8 psychedelic song. Among the 10 academies, Astral 8 had the most musical battle techniques, which was why the Soul Dream tribe had chosen Astral 8. These musical battle techniques were most suitable for the Soul Dream tribe, and they could unleash unimaginable power. Shiyu won 30 consecutive ported battles. Michelle is far from her. Bro, stop her, Little Pao said solemnly. Big Pao shook his head. He was no longer as playful as before, and his gaze was extremely serious. Keep watching. If it doesn't work out, the Sand Master will step in. Shiyu's followers were pleased with themselves. She wasn't just a singer, she was also the young matriarch of the Soul Dream tribe, a powerful tribe in the Interverse. If one wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't be able to become the young matriarch. She was one of the strongest melders in Astral 8. Schutz's eyes were filled with shock as he listened to her beautiful singing voice, which caused the climate of the desert sea to change. He could feel a boundless sense of danger from her voice. This woman was far stronger than him, and even the people who followed her were stronger than him. For example, that man from the Blaze realm had been able to materialize his star energy, which was a realm that Schutz could not reach for the time being. This was the power of an Astral Combat Academy student, and any one of them could shake the entire Outerverse. Michelle frowned. The music in her ears caused her organs to vibrate and her head to feel heavy. The intense dizziness made it hard for her to even stand properly. What she saw before her eyes was no longer the sand ocean, but scenes of the past that had been engraved in her bones. Unable to bear it, she gritted her teeth and her red eyes flashed. Under her feet, red lotuses bloomed. That wisp of red was shocking. It adorned the boundless sea of sand, causing the psychedelic song to instantly shatter. Everyone was shocked. Was this Michelle's innate gift? Shiyu's eyes flashed. Red lotuses were indeed this woman's innate gift. Just like her sister, Mira, they both had the innate gift of red lotuses. It was this innate gift that had allowed her to stand out and join the 10 Arbiters' Council as a melder. She wanted to destroy this innate gift. The song changed, and it was no longer the psychedelic song. Instead, it exploded in the void. This was the triple sonic blast, a song that Shiyu had mastered. She wanted to use this song to destroy the red lotuses. Michelle opened her eyes, and her red eyes flashed with a demonic light. When the red lotuses bloomed, no one could stop her. Not this woman, not even a melder from the other academies. At this moment, she was invincible. At that moment, a loud shout shook the clouds and sent sand flying. So noisy. Who dares disturb my rest? She used triple sonic blast and Michelle's red lotuses were shattered by a strong gust of wind. Both of them retreated at the same time, their faces pale. They bowed towards the direction of the sand ocean. Sorry, mentor. Sorry, mentor. Big Pow quickly stepped forward and laughed dryly. Junior Michelle, Junior Shiyu, the Sand Master has a bad temper. You should stop. The two looked at each other. Sister Michelle is indeed Senior Myra's younger sister. Her talent is amazing. Shiyu smiled. Michelle glanced at her coldly and walked towards the east of the sand ocean. Shiyu didn't mind and smiled at Big Pow before telling the others to leave the sand ocean. I'm going to cultivate in the sand ocean for a few days. I'll let you guys know when I'm done. Miss Shiyu, isn't it too dangerous? The youth from the Blaze Realm asked worriedly. Shiyu frowned. This is the sand ocean. With the Sand Master here, no one can hurt me. Don't be so petty. Let's go. Let's just wait at the entrance. Shiyu didn't say anything else. She smiled at Big Pow and Little Pow again and walked towards the west of the sand ocean. Schutz retracted his gaze and slowly suppressed the shock in his heart. That was a battle between the top students of the Astral Combat Academy, and he was still far from it. Little Pow patted him on the shoulder. Let's go. Don't think too much. You're much stronger than when you first entered the academy, so your future won't be bad. Schutz nodded and stepped into the teleportation device. Big Pow immediately ran over and the three of them left the sand ocean. In the end, only Shiyu's group remained at the entrance of the sand ocean. The sand ocean was vast and boundless. Shiyu didn't fly and instead walked step by step towards its depths. However, with her speed, she had already covered a large distance in just an hour. Feeling the roughness and hardness of the sand, Shiyu's eyes wandered. I hope I can comprehend battle force here and truly stand at the top of Astral 8. I might even become an area master. She then recalled the experiences of a student from Astral 8 who had entered the sand ocean. Should I bury myself? The deeper, the better. With a boom, Shiyu struck the sand with her palm, but she found that it was difficult to penetrate the loose sand. Even with her full strength, she only managed to create a 1-meter deep hole. The sand seemed to be resistant to the strong. Helpless, Shiyu stood in the sand and slowly sank down. The deeper she sank, the more pain she felt from the friction between her body and the sand. This sand was very helpful in tempering the body, but the pain was proportional to the gains. Shiyu was already prepared for this and gritted her teeth. When she was completely buried in the sand, an earth-shattering pressure assaulted her. It didn't just affect her body, but also her spirit. It was as if she was being suppressed under a mountain, and her entire body was being suppressed and suffocated. However, this pressure was similar to some of the training grounds in Astral 8, and it wasn't enough for her to comprehend battle force. Warriors had integrity, and if they wanted to obtain battle force, they had to endure inhuman pressure. All of the 10 academies had such places, but there were too many people in those places. Only Astral 10 Sand Ocean didn't have many people, and it was also a legendary holy land for training battle force. She had to succeed and go deeper, deeper. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters. When Shiyu was 20 meters below the surface, she felt a little dizzy and blood vessels appeared on her originally sparkling skin. This distance was already the limit for both her body and spirit, but it still wasn't enough. Shiyu gritted her teeth and continued her descent. Suddenly, she stepped on something strange. It was soft, and when she looked down, she saw a pair of eyes staring blankly at her breasts. Lu Yin was sleeping. That's right, sleeping. Ever since he'd entered the sand ocean, he discovered that the surface of the desert wasn't of much use to him. He'd looked at the information Big Pow had sent him about the sand ocean and decided to bury himself to train. The deeper he went, the stronger the pressure. Sure enough, it was effective. Lu Yin actually fell asleep while enduring the pressure of the sand ocean. With his body's strength, he wouldn't be injured even if he was buried 20 meters below the surface, but he didn't care about the pain. Just as he was sleeping, his calf was stepped on by something. He opened his eyes and saw an imposing figure right in front of him. This was a woman's chest, right? It should be. He stared at it in a daze. A delicate fragrance wafted into his nose, intoxicating him. He subconsciously took a deep breath and raised his head, meeting a pair of lifeless eyes. Pervert. Shiyu's face paled as she roared and slammed her palm down. Lu Yin dodged to the side, don't shout. Shiyu raised her leg and kneed him in the face, but he blocked it with his hand and grabbed onto her snow-white thigh. Woman, I was here first. Shiyu felt the warmth of his hand on her thigh and raged, let me go, pervert. Lu Yin quickly let go and retreated, don't call me pervert, I was here first and you stepped on me. Shiyu trembled with rage. She was the junior matriarch of the Soul Dream tribe, and she had never been so close to a man before. When she thought about how her chest was so close to this person, and how, Shiyu's blood rushed to her head. I'll kill you. She opened her mouth, and a strange sound rang out from all directions. This was the triple sonic boom, but she hadn't used it against Michelle. Now, it was all aimed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression changed, this woman was quite strong. He instinctively activated his cosmic art to weaken the sonic boom within its range, but when he looked up, he saw that Shiyu wasn't done yet. Enraged, he reached out to grab Shiyu. Pervert, you're courting death. Shiyu was beyond furious and wanted nothing more than to destroy this man. You're courting death, she shouted as she breathed out, her delicate lips singing a sweet song. Lu Yin's hand stopped 10 centimeters away from Shiyu, the song turning into a cosmic tide that tried to drown him. Shiyu had never used her most powerful musical battle technique before, the Dark Universe Song of Dawn, causing the entire desert to boil. In the depths of the desert, the Sand Master was shocked. What a powerful musical battle technique, as expected of the most outstanding descendant of the Soul Dream tribe. She's one of the strongest youths in the Interverse, qualified to enter the top 100 rankings. Lu Yin's hand couldn't move an inch forward, and a drop of blood flowed from his ear. The song seemed to explode in his brain, trying to blow him up. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 128. Shut up. Lu Yin growled, the 9 stacks in his palm breaking through the song star energy and covering her mouth. The song disappeared in an instant. Shiyu glared at him, the fury in her eyes almost melting him. Lu Yin exhaled and stared at her in shock. She was no ordinary student. I'll say this one last time. I came first and you came later. You even stepped on me. Shiyu grabbed his arm and tried to pry it away, but even Lulu lost to him in terms of strength. Do you understand what I'm saying? I won't go easy on you if you keep acting like this, Lu Yin threatened and slowly let go. Shiyu glared at him, suddenly grabbing his hand and biting down viciously. Lu Yin felt the pain and quickly pulled back. Are you a dog? Shiyu threw a punch at him. She had never suffered such a loss in her life. Not only had she been taken advantage of, she couldn't even beat him. What a bully. Lu Yin grabbed Shiyu's fist and pulled her into his embrace, his heart fluttering at the feel of her soft body. He wanted to say something, but he didn't realize that the two of them had already descended a bit. The sand ocean was divided into 7 layers, the first 30 meters thick. The two of them had just reached the 30-meter mark, and the sudden movement caused them to fall down to the second layer. There was 1,000 meters between the first and second layers, and the moment Lu Yin and Shiyu fell into the second layer, a boundless pressure assaulted them. Shiyu couldn't withstand it and fainted. Lu Yin's mind went blank, but fortunately, he could withstand it and they crashed into the second layer with a thump. On the first layer, the Sand Master was surprised. She actually fell down. Astral 8's bell was grabbed by a brat from Astral 10. If the old guys from Astral 8 knew about this, they'd go crazy. Interesting, ha ha ha. The dark desert was silent, and Lu Yin rubbed his head as he felt the terrifying pressure all around him. Shiyu was unconscious in his arms. He smiled wryly. What was going on? He didn't know who this woman was, but she had somehow ended up here. Big Pow's introduction hadn't mentioned that there was another layer to the sand ocean. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he felt the pressure all around him. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound in the distance that sounded like a gust of wind. How could there be wind in this underground world? Lu Yin turned around and narrowed his eyes, immediately pulling Shiyu into his arms with his back to the wind. The next moment, the wind tore through the void and tore his clothes to shreds. Gusts of wind slashed his body like sharp blades, leaving bloody wounds that splattered across the desert as intense pain engulfed his nerves. This wasn't wind, it was clearly a blade, a gust of wind formed by blades. The gale quickly passed, leaving him gasping for breath. He hurriedly took out some medicine from his cosmic ring and applied it to his back. Fortunately, his body was strong enough that he'd only suffered superficial wounds. If it had been the woman in his arms, she would have been dismembered. Suddenly, another gust of wind blew over, and Lu Yin's scalp went numb. This was too frequent, and he blocked in front of Shiyu without a second thought. This time, the wind didn't hurt him physically, but an indescribably terrifying spiritual pressure caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood and almost pass out. It was like being locked in a dark room for a long time, and it made him feel endless loneliness and pressure. Sometimes, pressure didn't need to be brought about by the outside world, it was even more terrifying when you put it on yourself. Lu Yin felt the pressure that he was putting on himself, the kind of despair that could break a person down. If not for his strong will, he would have already fainted. The wind came quickly and left just as quickly. Lu Yin's face went pale as he looked up, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. But how could he leave? He tried flying, but a gust of wind tore his body apart as soon as he took off, forcing him to land quickly. He tried a few more times, but it was the same. His head hurt, he couldn't leave. At the same time, somewhere in Astral 10, Big Pow slapped his forehead. I forgot to tell Shiyu not to go too deep, it'll be troublesome if she falls into the second layer. Little Pow waved his hand. Don't worry, she can just ask the Sand Master for help if she really can't get out. That's right, Shiyu is so smart, how could she not think of asking for help? Let's go listen to some music. Let's go. After an unknown amount of time, Shiyu's eyelids twitched and she slowly opened her eyes. Everything was dark, and she could vaguely see a sandstorm sweeping past. Her body seemed to be wrapped around by something, and she turned around to see a man. Shocked, she subconsciously pushed him away and fell into the sand. At that moment, a gust of wind blew past, and Lu Yin quickly grabbed her. Careful. Shiyu glared at him. Let go of me, pervert. The wind brushed past Lu Yin's arm, causing Shiyu's expression to change drastically. Her clothes were torn to shreds, and several bloody gashes appeared on her fair skin. Lu Yin quickly grabbed her and placed himself in front of her. Shiyu spat out a mouthful of blood as she endured the pain in her body. She took out some clothes from her cosmic ring and put them on. She looked in front of her in disbelief. She couldn't withstand the gale that had just passed by, and if it hadn't been for the man blocking it, she would have suffered far more injuries. It's coming again, this time it's mental pressure. Be careful, don't die, Lu Yin's voice rang out beside her ear. Shiyu was confused, but the next moment, a gust of wind blew past her and she felt like her brain had been hit by something, almost fainting. Lu Yin wasn't feeling any better either, his hands clenched into fists as he stared at her with a resolute gaze. A strange current appeared around his body, but it was so weak that neither of them noticed it. The wind blew past quickly, and Shiyu spat out another mouthful of blood, her face pale. It's over, Lu Yin sighed, looking at her. This girl was really pitiful, having to endure mental pressure as soon as she woke up. Shiyu panted heavily, her body drenched in sweat as she subconsciously distanced herself from Lu Yin. She scanned her surroundings before finally looking at him. Who are you? Astral, 10 student, Lu Yin. Astral, 10 student. Shiyu was shocked. Only then did she react. This person had defeated her in the desert. She had used the Dark Universe Song of Pilgrimage, but it had still been defeated. How could there be such a student in Astral, 10? He was definitely stronger than Michelle. Lu Yin sized her up, seeing her clearly despite the dim lighting. She was a beautiful woman, and her current sorry state only added to her charm. Who are you? Another 5 hours passed, and Shiyu opened her eyes for the second time. Rubbing her forehead, she suddenly remembered something and quickly checked herself. She relaxed when she saw that her clothes were still there. Hey, woman, what's the meaning of this? Do you really think I'm a pervert? Even if I was, I wouldn't be interested in a washboard like you, Lu Yin said unhappily. Furthermore, it was extremely destructive and penetrative. So this is battle force. Good stuff, Lu Yin exclaimed excitedly. Shiyu couldn't believe it, but there was also a trace of shame and anger. Something she couldn't do had been accomplished by this pervert. Do you know battle force? Lu Yin asked with a curious gaze. Shiyu snorted and turned away, not wanting to look at that hateful face. Lu Yin was confused. What now? This woman was crazy. On the surface of the desert, the Sand Master was shocked. Only 12 hours. Guan Yu was right. This kid's sealed body has extraordinary innate gifts, so he should be from a powerful clan. Is it the inner verse? Or is it that place? At the trial zone entrance, Schutz walked out of the teleportation stone's range with an ugly expression. Although he had improved recently, his results hadn't improved much compared to the powerhouses he had faced in the ported battles. He had even been defeated by a sentinel. Thinking of the sentinel realm, Schutz thought of Lu Yin who had entered the academy with him and wondered how he was doing. Senior Big Pow, who has the best results in the ported battles? Schutz asked. Big Pow thought for a moment, probably Lu Yin. Schutz was shocked. Lu Yin. Isn't he a sentinel? Big Pow smiled. He broke through, but his results were the best when he was a sentinel. He had 3 consecutive victories, and now he has 6 in a row. He has a total of 31 wins and 46 losses. Schutz was stunned. How was that possible? His record was 4 wins and 76 losses, a win rate of almost 20-1. Compared to Lu Yin's, the difference was like heaven and earth. What had happened to make Lu Yin's win rate so high? Or was Lu Yin's power really that terrifying? Those who had never experienced a ported battle would never be able to imagine the cruelty of it. Everyone who had encountered such freakish powerhouses were the top experts of the Innerverse's younger generation. Schutz was already considered very strong in the Outerverse, but he was nothing compared to those people. Now, Lu Yin had unknowingly surpassed him, which made him feel very conflicted. Beneath the sand ocean, Shiyu hid behind Lu Yin in shame. Her body couldn't withstand the wind, so she could only do so. Don't forget the reward we agreed on, Lu Yin spoke up, angering her. Here you go. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. He only had 10,000 star crystals from completing the Sentinel mission. Compared to the cost of rolling 6 pips, 10,000 was just a starting point. He needed to earn more, and this woman was obviously rich. Shiyu gave him a Mavis bank card. There are 2,000 star crystals inside. Lu Yin was delighted. Thank you, I didn't know you were so generous. Protect me, Shiyu said disdainfully, but before she could finish, another gust of wind hit her and she choked on her words. Lu Yin was already used to it and covered himself with battle force, greatly reducing the pressure. The wind passed quickly, leaving Shiyu gasping for breath. Endless pressure descended upon him, but it wasn't enough to make him uncomfortable. Shiyu had comprehended battle force during this time, while he'd grown a bit stronger. He was already used to this kind of pressure. Soon, he touched the upper layer of sand and charged in, quickly crossing 30 meters of sand. With a soft sound, he burst out of the desert and saw the sunlight he hadn't seen in a long time. He couldn't get used to the glaring light, and by the time he could see clearly, Shiyu was no longer there. He didn't mind. That woman's attitude towards him was too bad, and it would probably be another fierce battle if they met again. After being tortured for so many days, he just wanted to rest up and roll his die. On the other side, Shiyu walked out of the sand ocean in a sorry state and appeared at the teleportation device. The students waiting for her looked at her in shock. She was in such a sorry state with her clothes in tatters. What happened? Miss Shiyu, you. Let's go. Shiyu didn't want to say anything else and stepped into the teleportation device. Bastard, I'll teach you a lesson. Shiyu left in a hurry, not even bothering to say goodbye to Big Pow and Little Pow as she left on the Soul Dream Tribe's ship. The middle-aged woman from the Soul Dream Tribe looked at her worriedly. After a while, Shiyu finished washing up and regained her beautiful appearance. You've suffered, young mistress, the woman said respectfully. Shiyu took a deep breath and looked out at the dark sky. It's nothing. Young mistress, your battle force. The woman asked hesitantly. Shiyu raised her hand and a wisp of air surrounded her. It wasn't star energy or air, but it gave off a strong feeling that it could pierce through anything. Many people were shocked to see this. It was battle force. You've succeeded, young mistress. You've comprehended battle force in just a few days. That's great. You're definitely the fastest person in Astral 8 to comprehend battle force. Shiyu was reminded of Lu Yin when she heard the word fastest. That bastard had comprehended it in less than 10 hours, and she'd only been able to do so because of what he'd said to her. That bastard, that bastard. She wouldn't be Shiyu if she didn't get her revenge. Announce that Astral 10's Lu Yin has molested me, Shiyu suddenly said with a smug expression. The woman and the others were shocked. What? Someone has molested you. Who? The Soul Dream Tribe won't let them off. It's none of your business. Announce that Astral 10's Luine has molested me, Shiyu said with a smirk. She wanted to let that bastard know that she wasn't someone to be trifled with. A washboard. It was clearly huge. The woman was put in a difficult position, but under Shiyu's icy gaze, she could only comply. Not long after, the media that had been paying attention to Shiyu received news that shook the heavens. The star of the Innerverse, the young mistress of the Soul Dream tribe, had been molested by someone from Astral 10 called Luine. The news that Shiyu had been looking for a lover had also spread, and countless people had started paying attention to Astral 10. In Astral Gate, a pair of eyes in the lava almost froze the sky. Tell Craner that Luine doesn't need to train anymore. Bring back one of his hands. In a huge spacecraft in space, Heart Phoenix's expression was gloomy. Young master, the news might not be true. Miss Shiyu might have been taken advantage of, but it shouldn't have been molestation, someone cautioned. Heart Phoenix stared into space, regardless of whether it's true or not. That woman is mine since my brother assigned her to me. I won't allow anyone else to touch what's mine. Luine. First, he stole my sentinel mission, and now he's molesting my woman. How dare he? This subordinate will immediately report this to young Master Sarati. I'll take care of my own matters, Heart Phoenix said in a low voice. In another spacecraft in space, Bonnie of Astral 9 was shocked when he saw the news. Shiyu is a powerhouse of Astral 8, and few melders are a match for her. Looks like Astral 10 isn't full of trash after all. Mentor was right to send me here. Because of Shiyu's news, more and more spacecraft from the Innerverse entered space and headed towards the Outerverse. Shiyu was well aware of her own influence. Every member of the Soul Dream tribe was a celebrity, not to mention her as the young mistress. Furthermore, she was an elite student of Astral 8 and one of the strongest melders. She was certain that the news would cause Luine trouble for a long time. At this moment, she could almost see Luine speechless with a headache, and her lips curled up. Who told you to call me a washboard? It wasn't just the Innerverse that paid attention to Shiyu, there was a considerable number of people in the Outerverse as well. Big Pow and Little Pow were typical fans. The two couldn't believe it when they saw the news, and they confirmed it several times before looking at each other in shock. Brother, Luine? Is he from our academy? Who else could it be? Bro, we're in trouble, Little Pow said strangely. Big Pow was bitter. My goddess was taken advantage of. Little Pow was helpless. Bro, that's not the point. There are probably a lot of people on their way to Astral 10 right now. Let's go find Luine. He didn't even know that he was in trouble. Speaking of which, if he was able to take advantage of Shiyu, that woman definitely isn't weak. Outside of the training grounds, Astral 10 was unoccupied. Luine found a random spot in the teleportation device and took a good nap. When he woke up, he found over 100 messages looking for him, all from Big Pow and Little Pow. When he saw so many messages, Luine felt that something was wrong and immediately replied. Not long after, Big Pow and Little Pow appeared. When they saw Luine, Big Pow immediately grabbed him and gritted his teeth. You brat, tell me, which hand did you use to take advantage of her? Luine was confused. Take advantage of what? Little Pow showed Luine the news that Shiyu had released. Luine finally found out about the woman's origins, and when he saw the contents of the news, he had a strange expression and was speechless. Take advantage of her. It wasn't that exaggerated, but he had already done what he could, so it could be considered taking advantage of her. But that woman was really crazy. She had clearly told him not to tell anyone about what had happened underground, but she had revealed it herself. There was definitely something wrong with her brain. When they saw Luine's expression, Big Pow and Little Pow looked at each other. This bastard had really taken advantage of her. It's over, we have to think of something. There must be a lot of people on their way to Astral 10 right now, Big Pow said helplessly. Little Pow looked at Luin. You should go into hiding. Those who can pursue Shiyu are all absolute experts of the younger generation. Luin mocked. Craner snorted, I do, but you're not worth that price. I can give you another option. If you lose, you have to give me your cosmic ring. If you win, I won't give you a single cent. How about that? Luin tempted. Craner grinned, all right, you have to keep your word. Let's do that. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, great, as expected of a powerhouse from the Blaze realm. Senior, you can make your move now. Craner sneered, be careful, Junior. This senior doesn't know how to control his strength properly. He then charged towards Luin, the star energy around his body transforming into flames that warped the air as he sent a palm strike towards Luin from afar. It was as if a dazzling sun had appeared above the desert, accompanied by a scorching heat that engulfed Luin. Lu Yin's expression changed. Craner truly lived up to his reputation as an elite student of Astral Gate. His control of star energy was not inferior to Delay's, and he might even be slightly stronger. Craner's star energy was even more powerful than Arkino's, who he had met during Astral 10's exam. Arkino had borrowed the power of the sun, but Craner had relied on his own star energy to reach such a level. He truly lived up to his title as second on the rankings. Luin still remembered his battle with Gerbok, who had needed to use the Thunderbolt fruit to unleash the Thunderbolt arrow. Compared to Craner, Craner was much stronger. This person's strength was not much weaker than Shiyu's musical battle technique, but it was a pity that he had met Luin. Luin disappeared with flash and tore through Craner's star energy seal to appear in front of him. He raised his hand and unleashed a 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. Craner's pupils shrank and his scalp went numb as he sensed danger. He instinctively dodged, but there was a violent explosion that sent shockwaves in all directions, scattering Craner's star energy. He turned around. This person was definitely not an ordinary melder. He had been wrong. He had thought that teasing Shiyu was just a joke. He did not think that there was anyone in Astral 10 who could compare to Shiyu and suppress her, but now it seemed that this person was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Luin did not stop and reached out to grab Craner. Craner growled as he donned his ring armor, his star energy transforming into flames that swept out in all directions. He was about to explode. Luin was disdainful and unleashed another 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm on Craner's body. Craner spat out a mouthful of blood as his ring armor shattered and his body was pressed into the sand. The 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm could even match a Lemmeter's limitless palm, not to mention Craner. Although this person was strong, he was not as troublesome as Shiyu. Shiyu's musical battle technique was soft but firm, which posed a greater threat to Luin. Luin grabbed Craner, who was already heavily injured. He did not hold back and removed his cosmic ring before tossing Craner onto the sand. Stop, stop! Craner shouted with great difficulty as he glared at Luin. Luin squatted down and looked at him indifferently. Are you trying to cheat? Craner gritted his teeth. There's a battle technique from the Blaze realm in there. If you steal it, you'll be hunted down endlessly by the Blaze realm. Luin was disdainful. I never intended to take your so-called Blaze realm battle technique, but now that you've said that, I'll seem too cowardly if I don't take it. Craner's expression changed. What do you want? Luin poured out everything from Craner's cosmic ring. There were more than 10,000 star crystals, some Mavis bank cards, medicine, ring armor, and even some firearms. There were also many other things that Craner didn't recognize. The burning sensation was probably related to the battle technique that Craner was training in. Luin didn't have the time to slowly ask. He took the star crystals, the Mavis bank cards, a bottle of blood, and a red card with the Blaze Realms symbol on it. This was probably the Blaze Realms battle technique. Crainer's face paled as he stared at Luine. Once Luine learned the Blaze Realms battle technique, he would be hunted down by the Blaze Realm, and he would not be able to escape responsibility. I'm not interested in the Blaze Realms battle technique, but I can still make quite a bit of money if I sell it, right? Luine's lips curled up. Crainer's tone was gloomy. What do you want? Luine's gaze was cold. I want to know about Astral 8's top experts and the people you're loyal to. Crainer sighed inwardly. This request wasn't too much. All right, I'll tell you. He paused for a moment, but when he saw Luine staring at him, Crainer organized his thoughts before speaking in a low voice. There's a Realm Master and 3 Area Masters in Astral 8. I'm loyal to one of the Area Masters, the top of the Blaze Realms rankings, Jared. He glared fiercely at Luine before turning to leave. Feel free to come again, Luine called out with a smile. Crainer coughed again and ran away impatiently. Today had been a nightmare for him. He had never thought that Astral 10 would have such a strong person whose strength surpassed all Melders. Unless that person made a move, there were not many Melders who could be this person's match. As he watched Crainer disappear, Luine's smile faded, replaced by a solemn expression. The other powerhouses from the other academies had not expected this. They had thought that after becoming a Melder, Luine's physical body and battle force would allow him to dominate the world. However, based on Crainer's description, he was still far from being able to do so. He might not even be able to defeat an Area Master, let alone a Realm Master. There were still the top 3 academies that dominated the 3 realms, and there would only be more powerhouses there. I'm still too slow. I need to get stronger as soon as possible, Luine thought to himself. A tall figure had appeared behind him at some point. His body was naked, and his muscles were bulging. His body was covered in scars, and he quietly looked at Luine. Luine turned around, and his expression changed when he saw the figure. He then thought of something and bowed slightly. Greetings, Sandmaster. The tall figure was the Sandmaster. Kid, you've comprehended battle force and have barely gained the recognition of the Sand Ocean. You can choose a battle technique, and I'll help you deduce it. Luine's eyes flashed, as he had forgotten about this. If the Rain Observatory could gain recognition, then so could the Sand Ocean. Battle force was a sign of recognition, and the requirements were much higher than the Rain Observatory. Thank you, Sandmaster. Tell me, what battle technique? The Sandmaster's expression was solemn as he quietly looked at Luine. Luine was silent for a long time, and then he looked up and solemnly said, Flash. The Sandmaster's eyes narrowed. Let me see. Luine exerted strength in his calves, and his body vanished. His current flash was different from what Peach had taught him. He had incorporated some of White Flash's techniques into it, increasing his speed slightly. It was enough to deal with a normal Melder or even a Lemeter, but Luine would never forget the scene of him being sealed by someone else's star energy during the ported battle. He did not want to repeat that and wanted to increase his flash's speed again. The Sandmaster was shocked when he saw the Day-Night clan's footwork battle technique. This kid had truly surprised him. Luine had a terrifying innate physical gift, a sealed body, and the technique that Guan Yu had mentioned. Now, he even had the Day-Night clan's battle technique. Very good, very smart, but too bad it was too messy. Kid, do you know that when the body breaks through a certain limit, it will bring about different changes? The Sandmaster asked calmly as he placed a hand on Luine's shoulder. Let me see your limit. The Sandmaster exerted strength with one hand, causing Luine to feel a sharp pain in his shoulder. The scene in front of him changed, and the desert disappeared as if he was teleporting. No, it wasn't the desert that had teleported, but Luin himself. His eyes could not keep up with the changes as he moved too quickly. A series of afterimages slowly disappeared behind him, and spatial cracks even appeared on both sides of him. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Spatial cracks. This wasn't something that a melder could achieve. What kind of speed was this that could tear the void apart? The Sand Master was shocked as well. This kid's body had yet to reach its limit, and the Sand Master liked it. He thought to himself as he increased his speed. Pain spread throughout Lu Yin's body as his skin slowly cracked open. Spatial cracks streaked past him like water, and he caught a glimpse of Michelle before disappearing in an instant. Suddenly, everything in front of him went still, and Lu Yin vomited. He had fainted because his speed had been too fast for his body to keep up. The Sand Master was astonished. After the seal had been removed, Lu Yin's body had become so terrifying that few melders could compare to him. This person's family might be extremely powerful, but where did they come from? Lu Yin could not tell, as there were no obvious characteristics. The few families with powerful bodies all had obvious characteristics. After vomiting for a while, Lu Yin finally recovered. His face was a little pale, and he smiled bitterly. Sand Master, that was too fast. The Sand Master calmly replied, that was the limit of what your brain can handle. Feel it for yourself. By the way, your body has yet to reach its limit. Lu Yin was shocked. I can do that. The Sand Master gazed into the depths of the desert. Footwork battle techniques require a high level of physical strength. Your body is very strong, and you should be able to achieve it if you use it properly. Feel it for yourself. With that, he vanished. Lu Yin muttered to himself and then sat down to carefully experience the extreme speed and physical reaction he had just experienced. The Sand Master had just left when his expression changed. He looked into the distance, muttered to himself, and then stepped into the void. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 133. At the same time, in the Rain Observatory, the Rain Master opened his eyes, sighed, and stepped into the void. In the treasury, Silver was flipping through the mission list in boredom. Old Kai waved his hand and disappeared, leaving Silver staring blankly ahead. Where did he go? At the trial zone entrance, Coco was determined to challenge the academy again. She gritted her teeth and wanted to step into the teleportation stone's range, but she was blocked by an invisible force. In the distance, the trial master had disappeared. In the endless skies of Astral 10, there was a depression filled with black fossils. The crazy headmaster had his hands clasped behind his back as he stared at the stars with a complicated expression. Beside him, the Sand Master and the others appeared one after another. There were 5 of them in total, and they surrounded the crazy headmaster. The crazy headmaster retracted his gaze from the stars and looked at them. He slowly bowed with a solemn expression. It's been hard on you all for so many years. The 5 retreated at the same time. Headmaster, there's no need to be like this. We can't afford it, the Rain Master said in a low voice. The crazy headmaster sighed, and his gaze dimmed. My academy has experienced endless glory, but it's on the verge of collapse because of me. I've let down my ancestors, and I've let down all of you who have watched over me for 1,000 years. The Sand Master's gaze was heavy. Imprisonment is imprisonment. We old farts are just jailers. This is our mission. If you have something to say, say it while you're not crazy. The crazy headmaster's gaze changed from cloudy to abnormally bright. In the name of the headmaster, I would like to request that all of you fulfill your duties as mentors and help my academy regain its former glory. Old Kai rolled his eyes. Don't joke around. We're not real mentors, so we don't have time to help you. The trial master's eyes widened. I'm powerless. The sand master snorted, but he did not say anything. The star master's expression did not change. The rain master shook his head. The crazy headmaster bowed again. 1,000 years ago, because of my mistake, the academy's library was burned. More than half of the academy collapsed, and the mentors either left or died. More than half of the students were lost. This is my mistake, and I will make up for it. But please, for Wujiang's sake, help me this once. Help Wujiang this once. The 5 people's bodies trembled. The 2 words boundless made them cautious, as well as respect. The 5 of you have been here for 1,000 years, and what you've seen, felt, and heard is no less than what I have. You should know that the boundless border is a place where the blood of our seniors was forged into heroic souls, and their legacy has been passed down through the ages. I hope that you can forgive them, even if it's just one chance. We cannot allow the boundless border to be shamed. The boundless border was once a leading ship, and its pride is enough to transcend history and be passed down to these children. The trial master sighed and raised his head. His eyes were completely open, and he no longer looked as old as he had in the beginning. For Wujiang's sake, I can fulfill my duties as a mentor. The rain master nodded. Yes. The sand master looked at the crazy dean, and after a while, he said, all right. Old Kai rolled his eyes. It's a losing deal. Forget it, I'll just treat it as a game. I'll make it clear that it's only once. The Star Master nodded. Wujiang. Sure. The crazy headmaster was very grateful. Thank you, all 5 of you. There's still half a month before the freshman tournament. After that, the 5 of you can choose some talents to nurture in order to prepare for the upcoming astral combat tournament. Thank you all. The 5 of them disappeared one after another. The crazy dean sighed and looked down at the entire astral 10. He saw all of the students with pained expressions. To him, being awake was far worse than being crazy. He had been the one who had destroyed astral 10, and he had reduced it to the point where it was being forced into a corner by a bunch of rascals. However, this would not last forever. He would recover, and that day would be the day that the boundless border would shine. Not long after, the crazy dean's eyes turned murky, and his hair flew in the wind. He had gone mad again. He raised his head and shouted, "You started this war, and now you're reaping what you sowed." Ha 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 ha, the war you started. Above the desert sea, the sand master looked at the crazy dean running through the endless sky and shook his head. He touched something he shouldn't have. What a pity. He then looked across the desert and saw Lu Yin, who was comprehending something. His eyes lit up. This kid has some talent. Although he's not the most talented of all the youths, he's much better than the others. He might be able to compete with the monsters on the top 100 rankings. Wujiang has some hope. A day later, Lu Yin opened his eyes and stood up. He used flash, and his body fell into the desert. He had used too much force, but his speed was much faster than before. As long as my body can handle it, I can go even faster, he muttered to himself. After trying a few more times, he thought of his die and decided that it was time to roll it again. He then left the sand ocean. As he walked through the teleportation device, Lu Yin suddenly remembered that he hadn't been to any other places in Astral 10. He had only been to the Rain Observatory, the Sand Ocean, the Treasury, the Trial Zone entrance, Stargazing Deck, and the space station. Astral 10 had more than just these few places. He now wanted to go to the barren area outside the treasury. If he wanted to roll his die, he should go to such a remote place. The other barren areas were too far away, just like the rain observatory. It would take at least a day to get there, and he didn't have that much time to waste. The treasury was the closest. Not long after, Luyên passed through the treasury and arrived at a barren grassland. There were many remains of buildings around him that stretched far into the distance. There were even cracks in the ground that emitted hot air. Although he didn't know what this place used to be, it should have been glorious in the past. The ruins covered a large area. He randomly found an abandoned attic and spread out his star energy. There was no one around, so he raised his hand and took out his die. It had been some time since he last rolled the die. Last time, he had rolled 6 pips and experienced Delay's life. This time, he hoped to roll 6 pips again. He reached out and tapped it, his gaze fixed on the die. Soon enough, the die stopped spinning with 1 pip. Unsurprisingly, 1 pip was the easiest to roll. If he was lucky, he could change his fate. If he was unlucky. Luyên paused for a moment, just like now. He picked up a bottle of medicine with a retro packaging. Pip had brought him this. He looked at the bottle and sighed. Although the packaging was retro, it didn't mean that the item was ancient. There were many civilizations in the universe, and some of them didn't even touch technology. This bottle of medicine clearly came from one of those civilizations. They were willing to interact with other civilizations in the universe, but they weren't willing to change their style. He opened the bottle and took a sniff. It was a very ordinary medicine. He casually put it away, crushed a cube of star crystals, and tried again. The second time, he rolled 5 pips. He stood up and thought about it for a moment before sitting down. It was impossible to find someone with an innate gift in 10 seconds. Where would he find one in 10 seconds? He had wasted another chance, so he tried again. The third time, the die slowly stopped spinning and finally stopped at 4 pips. Time stopped space. Luyén's vision changed and he appeared in a gray-white space. The 3-day countdown had begun. This pip wasn't bad, and it gave him 3 days. He thought about it for a moment and decided to look at his star chart. He wanted to activate his 7th star, and it would be best if he could activate his 8th as well. That way, he would be able to absorb star energy 8 times faster and reach the peak of the melder realm as soon as possible. There was still a huge gap between a peak melder and a novice melder. The biggest difference was the amount of star energy, which could be described as an ocean. Craner was ranked 2nd on the Blaze Realms rankings and an elite student of Astral 8. He was a peak melder, and Luyên had felt the pressure of his star energy when they had fought. However, Luyên had used his powerful physical strength to counteract the pressure. If the two of them were evenly matched, then that pressure would be the deciding factor for victory. Luyên didn't want to lose in this aspect. With that in mind, Luyên took out 600 star crystals and tossed them out. The time instantly increased, but it wasn't the 33 days he had expected. Instead, it was only 16 days, which was almost half of the time he had expected. This meant that he would need to consume more star crystals in the future, and not just 18 per day. Luyên sighed. He knew that it wouldn't be that easy. If it had always been 18 per day, then he would have enough to last him for almost 3 years. Whatever, he couldn't change it no matter what. He took out another 50 star crystals and increased the gravity by 50 times. He also took out his star chart to look at it. 19 days didn't pass quickly, and Luyên wasn't in a rush. He looked at his star chart, occasionally practiced his battle techniques, and rested every once in a while. 10 days later, his 7th star had been perfectly activated. A 7-star Sirius palm was far more powerful than a 6-star one. If he had been able to use it as a sentinel, then he would have been able to fight Schutz. With flash and other battle techniques, he might have been able to win. As a melder, he could use the Sirius palm to defeat an elite student like Craner without using the 9 stacks shockwave palm. Right now, his strongest attack was the 9 stacks combined with the multiple shockwave palm. The power of the 9 stacks, 9 times shockwave palm was even stronger than the 7 stars cosmic palm. 7 stars were not enough to be his trump card, so he had to increase it further. Lu Yin immersed himself in his star chart for the next 9 days. As he counted down, he tossed out another 100 star crystals, increasing the time by another 8 days. After 17 days, the 8th star disappeared without a trace. Lu Yin frowned and looked around. He had had enough of this place and was about to throw up. No one would be able to stand staying in one place for almost a month. He rested for a few hours until the time was up, but he didn't increase the time. He had to go out. The scenery in front of him changed. A month had passed, but only a second had passed in reality. He raised his hand and 7 stars revolved around his palm. If not for the 9 stacks shockwave palm, the Sirius palm would have been his strongest attack. The stars dissipated, and the die appeared in his hand once more. He rolled it 3 times, so he still had one more chance. When the die stopped spinning, another pip appeared. Lu Yin was speechless. He wanted to see 3 pips the most, but he just couldn't roll them. Fate or luck, there was nothing he could do about it. This time, roll 1 gave him something different. It was a tough piece of skin that he couldn't tell what kind of creature it was. There were long, strange words carved into it, and when he saw the words, his brain felt as if it had been struck hard. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose all began to bleed. He hurriedly put the skin away, his pupils dilating and narrowing. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 134. Who had written these words that had almost injured him? The person had to be a terrifying powerhouse, and the words shouldn't have been simple either. Lu Yin wiped away the blood stains, beads of sweat covering his forehead. He glanced at his cosmic ring fearfully and decided not to touch this skin unless he was a Lammeter or even stronger. Beep! A notification came from his gadget. Lu Yin glanced over and was surprised. Someone was looking for trouble again. Heart Phoenix. What a familiar name. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Wasn't that the sentinel he'd met in the ported battles? He remembered that this person had an innate gift and was rather powerful. How had he found this place? Did he know that Lu Yin was 7th bro? Lu Yin didn't think too much about it and immediately rushed back to the sand ocean. At the same time, in Astral 10 space station, Big Pow and Little Pow stared at the man in front of them in shock. He was actually from the Phoenix family of the Interverse. They had heard of Heart Phoenix before. He was an absolute elite of Astral 5. Although he was only a sentinel, he had defeated many melders. However, that alone wasn't enough to shock them. What truly shocked them was his older brother, Sarati Phoenix. The Sand Ocean used to be Astral 10's Battle Force Holy Land, but it's now in decline. Is that Lu Yin? Hart asked coldly. Big Pow coughed. That's right. Hart's eyes flashed as he stepped into the teleportation device. The desert's climate was dry and hot. It was not a good place for many people, but for Hart, this place was very suitable for him because he represented heat and fire. Lu Yin arrived one step ahead of Hart, and the signboard with the rules of the spar was placed right next to the teleportation device. He was looking forward to it. Hart had been on par with him when he was a sentinel, so how far could Lu Yin go with his current strength? Would he be able to insta-kill Hart? Hart walked out of the teleportation device and immediately saw the signboard. His eyes were filled with mockery as he glanced at the distant Lu Yin. He casually tossed a bank card onto the sand and arrogantly looked at Lu Yin. I have plenty of money. Let's see if you have the ability to take it. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Hart was much more arrogant than Craner. He had even used his real name in the ported battles. Lu Yin liked this person, but it was a pity that he wasn't as impulsive as Craner. Otherwise, all the money in that cosmic ring would have been his. You're doing this for Shiyu. Hart's gaze turned cold as he stared at Lu Yin. You don't deserve to call me that. She's my fiancée, and touching her is the same as touching the Phoenix family. Are you prepared to face the wrath of the Phoenix family? Lu Yin was dumbfounded. That was too pretentious of him. How old are you? Lu Yin couldn't help but ask. Hart's the sand of the sand his eyes. Back in the ported battles, he had faced this attack with his cosmic palm. Now, he slowly raised his hand. 9 stacks, 9-fold shockwave palm. Boom! Waves of golden flames swept out in all directions, burning the void and scorching the surface of the desert black. Lu Yin tore apart the golden firebird with a single palm and descended upon Hart's head, only a centimeter away. The terrifying pressure caused the sand beneath Hart's feet to split apart, forming a cone-shaped crater. Hart himself remained motionless in his original position, his eyes filled with boundless shock. Young Master Hart. Young Master Hart. The students who had followed Hart to Astral 10 cried out in surprise. They heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Hart hadn't been attacked. They looked at Lu Yin in shock. Astral 10 actually had such a powerhouse. In all of Astral 5, there weren't more than 10 melders who could defeat Hart in one move. This person's strength could be ranked among the top 10 melders in Astral 5. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he retracted his hand and looked at the teleportation device. Give me the crystal card. A melder hurriedly ran over to pick up the card from the sand and handed it to Lu Yin respectfully. Regardless of whether it was Astral 10 or Astral 5, the strong were the foundation of everything. Hart stared at Lu Yin, his face gradually turning pale. He hadn't even had time to react before he had been defeated. Have we fought before? Hart enunciated each word clearly. Lu Yin put the card away. Maybe, but I don't remember. Hart clenched his fists. He had been crushed. This was a disgrace, but the Phoenix family would not allow themselves to be crushed. I'll be back soon, Hart said before walking into the depths of the desert. He wanted to break through to the Melder realm, only then would he be able to fight this person. The others hurriedly followed to protect him. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh. This guy wasn't polite at all. Elsewhere, another spacecraft landed at Astral 10's space station. This one had the Astral 9 insignia on it. Little Pao was shocked. Someone from Astral 9 had come. The hatch opened and Bonnie walked out. He was wearing a black jacket with a black phoenix imprinted on the back. Little Pao's expression turned strange when he saw this. This was the Dark Phoenix clan. Interesting. The Phoenix family was still here, but the Dark Phoenix clan had actually arrived. An undying bird and a fallen undying bird. Now that the disciples of their mortal enemies had met, things would get interesting. Bonnie's eyes flashed as he looked at the wall beside him. He walked towards the teleportation device and chose the sand ocean. Little Pao hurriedly followed. Above the desert, Lu Yin looked at his cosmic ring and saw that he now had 150,000 cubes of crystals in his Mavis Bank crystal card, which was quite a lot. With the additional 20,000 crystals he could be considered rich. At this moment, a vast golden flame swept across the sky from the depths of the desert, illuminating the already bright desert with a golden hue. Lu Yin was looking forward to the battle. Hart was one of the few sentinels who could threaten him. Now that he had become a melder, his strength would definitely change drastically. Lu Yin wondered if he would be able to catch up to Craner. Although Hart's innate gift was extraordinary, it shouldn't be too far off since Craner was ranked second on the Blaze Realms rankings. As the golden flame swept across the desert, the star energy in the sand ocean began to boil. The cries of the undying bird shook Lu Yin's heart. This was an invisible pressure. Suddenly, a figure soared into the sky and stared into the distance. Phoenix. It's the Phoenix clan. Shameless family. The black flame then soared into the sky and swept into the distance. Lu Yin was shocked. What was going on? Little Pao's eyes lit up as he stood in the teleportation device. Deep in the desert, the Sand Master was bewildered. The Dark Phoenix clan. What a coincidence. On the other side, Hart, who was in the midst of breaking through to the Melder realm, suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance with a furious expression. It's those traitors. Capture them. Yes, young master, a few students from Astral 5 responded and rushed into the distance. Shocking battle fluctuations quickly spread across the desert. Black flames spread out, bringing with them boundless heat, but upon contact, one would feel a chill that corroded star energy. Although the students from Astral 5 were strong, they were suppressed by Bonnie alone. He was a genius of the Dark Phoenix clan and was on par with the Phoenix clan. Lu Yin stood in the desert and looked up. The various battle techniques in the sky dazzled him, and even Bonnie's black undying bird surprised him. What a powerful innate gift. In the distance, the golden flames were even more brilliant, accompanied by terrifying heat. Although Hart had just broken through, his golden flames were able to match the black flames. It was precisely because of this that the students from Astral 5 were able to hold on. TSK, so many years of grudges run deep in their bones. They're fighting to the death before even meeting. How lively, Little Pao exclaimed. Lu Yin was puzzled. Who's that? He's a fallen undying bird from the Dark Phoenix clan. The kid you fought with before is called Heart Phoenix, and he's from the Phoenix clan of the Innerverse. He's also a golden undying bird. These two clans have been separated for a long time, and since then, they've been opposing each other for a long time. Lu Yin nodded. No wonder they're so similar. It's a pity that the Dark Phoenix clan couldn't defeat the Phoenix clan, or else they wouldn't have been chased to the endless weaves. Bonnie is a student from Astral 9, and he should have come to our academy to scout for information on our enemies. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh. Astral 9 and Astral 10 were neighboring academies, so they were naturally enemies. Heart Phoenix had come at a bad time, but it was a good thing for them since he could fight Bonnie head-on. It didn't take long for the students from Astral 5 to be defeated. Phoenix, get the hell out here! Bonnie roared. In the distance, the golden flames converged, and a terrifying undying bird soared into the sky, burning the void and distorting it. Hart had broken through to the Melder realm and immediately displayed a terrifying strength that far surpassed Schutz's level and even Craner's. Lu Yin was astonished by how powerful his innate gift was. The golden undying bird flapped its wings as Heart Phoenix stood within the flames and looked at Bonnie coldly. Who gave you the guts to bare your fangs at your master? Bonnie's gaze turned ferocious, and he almost lost his composure. Phoenix, you filthy, despicable family. You should all be exterminated. The black undying bird screeched at the sky and charged towards Hart. Hart sneered. A fallen bloodline. A slave will always be a slave. The golden undying bird charged forward as well. The two huge undying birds, one golden and one black, collided in the desert, producing a violent sound. The air was evaporated, causing the void to distort and almost collapse. A yellow storm was set off in the desert, accompanied by golden and black flames, sweeping through the world. The Astral 5 students were shocked and hurriedly dodged. Lu Yin was very direct and stood behind Little Pao. Little Pow was speechless. Junior, you're not cute at all. He raised a hand and formed an invisible wall of star energy. This was a clash between two undying birds, and the shock waves from the collision could turn a normal melder to ash. However, Little Pow had easily blocked the attack, which shocked Luin. After Astral 10 had been chased to the Outerverse, all of the students had left except for Big Pow and Little Pow. It was rumored that the two were too weak to be accepted by any academy, but Luin didn't believe it. He had always felt that these two were not simple. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 135. Little Pow and Luin felt the same way until he received the Sandmaster's warning. He had no choice but to leave and disappear. High up in the sky, the two phoenixes were still fighting when Luin suddenly appeared in front of Heart and pressed down with a 9 stacks, 9-fold shockwave palm. The terrifying force of the palm shattered the golden phoenixes and pressed Heart into the ground. At the same time, Luin turned around and slapped Bonnie with his other palm. Bonnie's pupils shrank as he blasted out black flames, but they were still dispersed by Lu Yin's palm. The 9 stacks shockwave palm contained 9 stacks, and when combined with a 9-fold shockwave palm, its power was immeasurable. At least Heart, Bonnie, and Anouk were unable to withstand it and were also pressed into the ground. A shocking clash between phoenixes had been disrupted by Luin just like that. The students from Astral 5 were shocked. They knew how powerful Heart was after breaking through to the Melder realm. He could be considered one of the top 10 Melders in Astral 5, but he had still been defeated. This person's strength had exceeded their expectations. Deep in the desert, Heart was bleeding from the corner of his mouth as he furiously looked up. He had been defeated again, even after breaking through to the Melder realm. How is this person so strong? Can he compete with those freaks? Not far away, Bonnie spat out a mouthful of blood and looked up in shock. There was actually someone in the same realm as him in Astral 10 who could crush him. Although he wasn't the strongest Melder in Astral 9, he was still in the top 5. No wonder the mentors had sent him here to observe. Astral 10 had hidden its strength so deeply. Luin looked down. Astral 10 is not a place for you to settle your personal grudges. If you want to fight, you can come to me. If not, please leave. Heart wiped the blood off his mouth and stood up. Let's go. Not far away, Bonnie stood up and glared at Heart. Finally, he looked at Luin and left as well. Lu Yin's palm had shown them that they weren't his match, so there was no need to continue the fight. If they wanted to fight, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. As he watched the two groups leave, Luin felt that it was a pity that he had been too heavy-handed. Otherwise, he could have profited greatly. Little Pow kept an eye on the two groups until they boarded a spacecraft and left Astral 10. Within the spacecraft, Heart activated his gadget and a screen appeared in front of him. A handsome man appeared on it. When they saw the man, the Astral 5 students immediately bowed, not daring to raise their heads. What's the matter? Heart grit his teeth. I want to enter my family's secret. I asked, what's the matter? I lost. I lost to Astral 10's Luin. How many moves? 1 move. Heart's expression was unsightly. The man was silent. Unless you transform, you won't be a match for that person. Hearing the word metamorphosis, Heart's expression changed. A trace of fear flashed through his eyes. Can I metamorphose? The man's gaze was cold. If you want to win, you must transform. But if you want to transform, you'll have a slim chance of surviving. Heart clenched his fists. He wasn't just thinking about Luin, but also those freakish melders from Astral 5. Lu Yin could only be considered a catalyst, and he didn't want to be inferior to a student from an abandoned academy. He wanted to carry the glory of the Phoenix family on his shoulders, not some weakling who couldn't even defeat a degenerate traitor. I'll transform. The man smiled. I'll pass down the order. If you succeed, you can directly join the 10 Arbiters' Council. If you fail and die, I'll avenge you. Lu Yin, right? I'll remember that name. Thank you, big brother, Hart said in a low voice. The screen disappeared, and the students from Astral 5 looked up and heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure of facing that person had been too great. He was one of the 10 arbiters, the undying Phoenix Sarati Phoenix. Over the next 2 days, Astral 10 was relatively peaceful. No one came, and they were probably on their way. Lu Yin inquired about the others and found out that they had all found suitable places to train. There are other training grounds in Astral 10. Lu Yin was surprised. Little Pao replied, of course. Astral 10 has been around for countless years, and even though it was destroyed in an accident, some of the training grounds still exist. They just aren't as good as the Rain Observatory or the Sand Ocean, but there are definitely places that are suitable for them. For example, Zhao Weilong found a cliff and had an epiphany. There's also Zora who found a graveyard and has been dealing with skeletons all day. What about me? Are there any suitable places for me to train? Lu Yin asked. Little Pao rolled his eyes. Find one yourself. How would I know? I'm also a student, and there aren't any mentors who truly understand Astral 10. Why don't you ask the dean? Lu Yin thought of that crazy old man. Forget it, he still wanted to live for a few more years. At this moment, Lu Yin recalled that Lulu had told him that she wanted to come to Astral 10 to obtain something and that she would have to fight someone. He wondered if she had obtained it. You should continue staying here. It's been quiet for a few days, but it won't be so quiet any longer. The Innerverse powerhouses should be arriving soon, Little Pao said. Lu Yin shrugged. It was about time. The news of the battle at the Sand Ocean in Astral 10 had somehow leaked out. Craner, Heart Phoenix, and Bonnie Phoenix had all been defeated. These 3 were all famous figures in their respective academies, but they had all been defeated by Lu Yin, shocking all the other academies. News of Shiyu had already boosted Lu Yin's reputation, and now, more and more people had heard of him. Even the powerhouses who weren't interested in Shiyu had started investigating him and were eager to battle him. In Astral 6, some people were discussing, that's strange. Astral 10 is such a wasteland, but there's still someone who can defeat a disciple of the Phoenix family. Strange things happen every day. There are all kinds of people in the universe. I heard that the Blaze Realm is furious. Craner was ranked second on the Blaze Realm's rankings, but he had his cosmic ring stolen by Lu Yin. How embarrassing. They deserve it. The Blaze Realm failed during Astral 10's entrance exam, and now they sent someone to cause trouble and even got beaten up. The Blaze Realm's faces are black now. Shoo, are you looking for death? You're also in the Tao of Illusion. Don't run into Jared, or you'll be in trouble. What's there to be afraid of? You can just avoid the Tao of Illusion. It's not like you'll die there. But if you get killed, it'll be very damaging to your mind. The Empire's once powerful sword guard mercenaries had also left. Even many of U Academy's younger generation experts had left. The second ring of the Imperial Army was in chaos. Amidst these major events, there were also some minor incidents that did not attract much attention. For example, Zhang Dingtian, Saruzin, Bai Shui, and Su San had mysteriously disappeared. In peacetime, these incidents would have caused a huge commotion since they were all elites of U Academy. However, no one cared at this moment. A few more days passed, and it was the day of Astral 10's new student competition. Luine left the sand ocean early and appeared at the trial zone entrance where the competition would be held. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 136. By the time Luine arrived, there were already quite a few people there. Brother Lu. Coco shouted excitedly, delighted to see him. Luine tousled her hair. You've improved quite a bit recently, you've even become a melder. How about it? Do you want to compete with me? Coco stuck out her tongue. I don't want to compete with you. We all heard that you've defeated many students from other academies. You're quite famous. Is that so? Luine blinked. He really hadn't noticed. After all, Coco's reputation wasn't very good, and he didn't want to add to his troubles. Not far away, Zora was fiddling with her silver needles. Luine felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the large needles, and he suddenly thought of Coco's innate gift. Could this be a specialty of Windrift Hall? On the other side, Meng Yu stood alone. He had also become a melder, and his palms were yellow. He looked much stronger than before. When he saw Luine look over, Meng Yu clenched his fists provocatively. Even further away, Xiao Luo was casually sitting beside the trial master, as if he was already familiar with him. In the furthest corner, Dark Void sat alone. His hair that seemed to absorb light caught Lu Yin's attention, as he was the most difficult person to see through. He definitely had an innate gift, and he wasn't weak either. At that moment, Schutz walked out of the teleportation stone. The trial master announced, Schutz, 52 wins, 237 losses. Luine was shocked. A win rate of almost 4-1 was not bad. It was about the same as Michelle's win rate from a month ago. Schutz's eyes flashed when he saw Luine, and he nodded before standing to the side. The two were both from the Great Yu Empire, but they weren't familiar with each other. Luine didn't know much about Schutz either, and he had assumed that Schutz would quickly vanquish the Innerverse powerhouses after arriving at Astral 10. Coco whispered into Lu Yin's ear, this person is crazy. He challenges people every day and fights every day. Even the trial master said that he's suited to growing through battle. Luine nodded. Not long after, Silver appeared, beaming like a fox. Coco subconsciously took a few steps back when she saw him, feeling that this person was terrifying. Luine nodded at Silver. Silver smiled, congratulations, Student Lu. You've become famous recently. Not really, Luine replied. Silver smiled, that's not necessarily true. You might attract some attention. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Who? The Neo-Human Alliance. He couldn't see through Silver. This person was related to the Neo-Human Alliance, but he wasn't a zombie. He was a very strange person, and Xiao Luo seemed to hate him. Hui Day Night arrived and stared coldly at Luine before standing to the side. Not long after, there was the hum of a sword, and Zhao Yilong appeared. He deliberately glanced at Luine before standing quietly to the side. Luine felt that he was becoming too famous, which wasn't good. Everyone was treating him as a rival. These sentinels had all broken through to the Melder realm, and everyone's power had greatly increased, which had piqued his interest. After a while, Michelle walked out of the teleportation device and arrived near the group. She looked at Luine as if she had something to say, but she didn't. When he saw her, he recalled the time when the Sand Master had taken him to experience the limits of Flash. They had met each other at that time, and she should have seen his afterimages. With the appearance of Big Pow and Little Pow, these two people were very optimistic every day. Who else isn't here? Big Pow asked. Luine replied, Lulu. Big Pow looked at his gadget. It doesn't matter. Let's wait. The new student competition seemed very casual in Astral 10. He raised a palm and slammed it towards Xiao Luo, using the vast Earth Sect's battle technique, Great Desolate Palm. Meng Yu had found a ruin in Astral 10. To be more precise, it was a lifeless place that had been destroyed by a palm imprint. He could feel a terrifying desolation energy there that seemed to be able to devour all living things. Even in the vast Earth Sect, the inheritance of the Great Desolate Palm, there wasn't such a terrifying desolation energy. He sat there for half a month and used this opportunity to break through to the Melder realm. His Great Desolate Palm had also become much stronger, and it now had a faint trace of that palm imprint's charm. Meng Yu's palm made the Sandmaster's eyes light up. Absorbing life and withering everything. Not a bad aptitude. The Great Desolate Palm grew closer and closer, and Xiao Luo could feel the essence within his body being drained away. The void dimmed as everything was being devoured by that palm imprint. This palm shocked everyone. No one had expected Meng Yu to become so much stronger without anyone noticing. Even Lu Yin was surprised, but it wasn't enough to face Xiao Luo. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and shockwaves rippled out in all directions. The air was torn apart by an enormous amount of star energy as Meng Yu's Great Desolate Palm collided with Xiao Luo's palm. Meng Yu's body was sent flying back more than 10 steps before he looked up in shock. His hand was trembling, and a trace of blood dripped from his wrist onto the grass. He had been defeated. Everyone looked at Xiao Luo in shock. He'd actually been able to resolve Meng Yu's Great Desolate Palm so easily. Xiao Luo still had a faint smile on his face, but it didn't give off any warmth. "Senior, I won," Xiao Luo said as he looked at Big Pow. Big Pow's eyes flashed, and he nodded. Xiao Luo wins the first match. Meng Yu's palm was still trembling from the residual power of Xiao Luo's attack. He stared at Xiao Luo. He hadn't expected there to be such a terrifying person amongst the new students. Lu Yin had known that Xiao Luo would win, but he hadn't expected it to be so straightforward. That palm strike wasn't a battle technique, but it had easily defeated the Great Desolate Palm. How had he done it? Many people were puzzled, and Michelle looked at Xiao Luo in disbelief. There was such a person amongst the new students? In the distance, the trial master opened his eyes in shock. That was a rather brilliant palm strike. He used an amazing technique to dissolve his opponent's star energy. This person can become a lockbreaker. Second match, begin, Big Pow announced. Schutz walked out. He was number 3, and number 4 was Lulu. Schutz was stunned when he saw Lulu walk out. He wasn't very good at fighting girls. "Hey, what's with that expression?" Lulu was unhappy and clenched her fists. Schutz's gaze was indifferent. "I don't like fighting girls." Lulu's gaze turned cold and her lips curled up. "Is that so? Then don't fight back and just let me hit you." She then charged at Schutz, her legs exerting so much force that the ground cracked. Lu Yin and Meng Yu were well aware of how strong Lulu was, so when they saw her clench her fist and smash down, both of them subconsciously narrowed their eyes. Schutz had been through countless battles. The moment Lulu raised her fist, he felt extreme danger. Without thinking, he instinctively retreated. With a boom, Lulu's fist smashed a huge crater into the ground, leaving everyone else speechless. Schutz's pupils shrank. The ground was sturdy enough to withstand a Melder's battle, but it had been reduced to such a state by a single punch from this woman. If that punch had landed on him, he would have been in grave danger. "Don't dodge if you're a man," Lulu taunted as she punched out again. Schutz's eyes widened. He pulled out his blood-red saber and swung it horizontally. He used the back of the saber to clash with Lulu's snow-white fist. A saber and a fist, two completely different weapons. The result shocked everyone. Schutz was sent flying along with his saber. Tsk tisk, that's the Mavis family. That guy still dares to go easy on her, Big Pow exclaimed. Even before Schutz landed, Lulu didn't let him off. She quickly appeared beside Schutz and punched out. At this moment, she was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Schutz was smashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Not far away, Hui Day-Night's expression changed when he saw Lulu's extreme speed. That speed seemed familiar, but why did it seem like a battle technique from the Day-Night clan? Boom! There was another explosion as Lulu's fist cracked the ground, but Schutz, who should have been pressed to the ground, was nowhere to be seen. Lulu turned around and was greeted by a blood-red sword. She dodged to the side and landed firmly on the ground. Their fists collided a few times before she looked at her opponent. You want to fight back? He only wanted to fight Luin, and he loathed the smiling person in front of him. Luminous finger. Hui Day-Night growled as he took a step forward and appeared in front of Silver with extreme speed. His flickering dark gray finger pierced through the void, aiming straight for Silver's heart. Silver was still smiling, but there was a cold glint in the depths of his eyes. The butterfly knife made a soft sound, and although it was very small, it covered the area in front of Hui Day-Night. Hui Day-Night raised an eyebrow as he felt his fingers turn cold. He subconsciously avoided the knife, which brushed past him. What a pity. You dodged it, Silver smiled brightly as he casually looked at Hui Day-Night. Hui Day-Night's expression turned solemn. When the butterfly knife had sliced past him, he had felt a sense of danger. If he hadn't dodged in the nick of time, his fingers might have been cut off. This man in front of him was not simple. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was the butterfly. The butterfly knife had crossed swords with him several times, and they had always been evenly matched. Even though he had become quite strong, he could feel the butterfly's chill. Butterfly blade still felt a little cold at this moment. Silver's improvement speed wasn't much slower than his. High up in the sky, the Rainmaster looked at Silver. This person can see through weaknesses. There was a whoosh, and this time, Silver took the initiative to attack. The butterfly knife spun rapidly as it streaked through the void towards Hui Day-Night. Hui Day-Night's eyes flashed fiercely as he stared at the butterfly. The butterfly knife's trajectory was avoided, but the strange thing was that every time the butterfly to an outsider, it looked as if Silver had purposely bumped into the knife's edge. This feeling made Hui Day-Night want to vomit. This had happened several times, and the onlookers found it strange. Hui Day-Night growled, Day-Night's soul-tracing finger. He then pierced through the void and disappeared. Silver stood in place, his eyes widening as he felt the pain of his body being torn apart. The Day-Night clan's battle techniques were just that annoying, but that was all there was to it. In an instant, the butterfly's attack landed on Hui Day-Night. The butterfly knife danced in the air as a snow-white brilliance flashed past. Blood splattered onto the grass as Hui Day-Night's body appeared in a sorry state. There was a huge gash on his chest that shocked everyone. Sorry, you were too handsome when you stood there, so I couldn't help but cut you, Silver said with a smile. Hui Day-Night's pupils shrank as he stared at Silver in shock. When he had fought Lu Yin with the Day-Night's soul-tracing finger, he had been able to use it with a single finger. This person had actually broken through his battle technique before he could even attack. How was this possible? There was actually such a powerhouse amongst the new students. Coco was afraid as she stood in the crowd. She had always felt that Silver's smile was terrifying. The others looked at Silver solemnly as a chill ran down their spines. More importantly, she had mastered a speed technique from Windrift Hall. Coco's speed surprised even Lulu. It was not any slower than her white flash. Lu Yin was just as surprised by her speed. Zhao Yilong missed Coco, and he raised his brows and flicked his wrist. Multiple slashes swept through the void, sealing everything within 100 meters. It was an all-encompassing attack, but he still could not touch Coco. Her figure seemed to be able to blend into the void and avoid all of the attacks. Zhao Yilong's expression turned serious. "I'll ask you one last time. Do you admit defeat?" Coco shook her head. "My myriad sword's peak is unparalleled in the universe and can even shatter the void. It's useless for you to hide in the void. Don't blame me if you die," Zhao Yilong said in a low voice. He pressed down on his sword hilt and exerted a bit of force. 10 swords in one. Zora was shocked. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 138. Coco's eyes lit up as she hurriedly dodged. Zhao Yilong's sword streaked across the void and cut down a piece of cloth, but it didn't hit her completely. "How many times can you dodge?" Zhao Yilong growled as he unleashed a series of slashes that dazzled the eyes of the onlookers. All of them were 10 swords in one. Zhao Yilong was able to easily execute such a shocking sword technique. Although Coco was able to evade his attacks, it was becoming increasingly difficult for her. Lu Yin's face grew solemn. Back when the Rain Observatory had distributed the gifts, Zhao Yilong had snatched them away. That was when Lu Yin had come into contact with Zhao Yilong's sword techniques. 10 in 1 was definitely not Zhao Yilong's limit. He might have been able to do it when he was a sentinel, but now that he was a melder, he would definitely be even stronger. Coco panted heavily as she continuously used her extreme speed to evade Zhao Yilong's attacks. Occasionally, she would use her syringe to block the attacks. During Astral 10's entrance exam, she had used this method to withstand 3 void attacks. Her syringe had not been scratched at all, and it could be said that it was exceedingly tough. Even now, it was able to withstand Zhao Yilong's attacks. It didn't take long for Zhao Yilong's attacks to change from 10 in 1 to 20 in 1, then 50 in 1, and finally, 100 in 1 that shook the void and forcefully knocked Coco out of her trajectory. The sharpness of the attack pierced through the syringe and sent her flying. Coco's face paled as she dropped the syringe. "Enough, Coco admits defeat." Zora shouted as she stood in front of Zhao Yilong. Zhao Yilong sheathed his sword, his gaze calm. The others weren't surprised by Coco's defeat, but they were surprised that she could force Zhao Yilong to use 101. As expected of a disciple of Myriad Sword's peak, the might of 101 was shocking. Seeing Zhao Yilong reminded Lu Yin of his powerful fiancée. She was also a disciple of Myriad Sword's peak, but if Zhao Yilong could do 101, then she could probably do 1001. Zhao Yilong wins the 4th match, Big Pow announced. Coco hugged her syringe and walked back to the crowd with her head lowered, looking somewhat unwilling to accept the result. Lulu hugged her and exclaimed, "Little girl, you're pretty fast. You should compete with me another day." "I don't want to compete with you. What if I beat you up?" Coco pouted. Lulu was unhappy. "What are you saying? Do you think I'm that kind of person?" 5th match, begin. Lu Yin walked off the stage and faced Zora. Zora stood in the middle of the arena, her eyes flashing. At first, she had been worried about meeting Lu Yin, but after watching the previous 4 battles, she no longer cared. None of those people were much easier to deal with than Lu Yin. Zhao Yilong, for example, had been able to fend off 100 swords combined into one. They were all a bunch of freaks. She had thought that Astral 10 wouldn't have any powerful students in the Outerverse, but it seemed like the opposite was true. Speaking of which, the difficulty of Astral 10's assessment couldn't have been the same as the other academies, right? If that was the case, then anyone who could pass the assessment would have to be very strong to meet the Interverse standards. At this moment, Coco saw Schutz in the crowd and politely walked to his side. Your injuries are quite serious. Do you need me to treat you? As he spoke, he took out a large syringe. Schutz wisely refused. The Windrift Hall focused on healing, but healing alone was not enough to allow one to survive in the Interverse, which was filled with powerhouses. Coco had just shown him her extreme speed, and he was now curious about Zora's strength. The spot where she had been standing warped, and an explosive shockwave swept out in all directions. The ground was pulverized like paper, and the shockwave spread out for 1,000 meters and even further. Everyone retreated once more, as no one wanted to be affected by the attack that tore through the void. Thick smoke billowed out, and Michelle's back was drenched in sweat as she stared at Dark Void. Every time Dark Void's finger moved, she would dodge. Dark Void stood still while she dodged like a mouse. Michelle had never experienced this before, and she felt like she was being crushed. High up in the sky, the Rainmaster sighed, "What a powerful innate gift. It's a pity that this child's heart is too dark. That kind of experience means that he won't be able to open his heart to anyone. What a pity." The Sandmaster spoke in a low voice. This kind of innate gift would be terrifying even in the first 3 academies. There are very few who can match him within the same realm, but he's not invincible. He only knows how to release his innate gift, but he doesn't know how to truly use it. He's still too young. "Leave it to me," the Rainmaster said. No one objected. Boom! The void exploded once more, and Michelle's face paled as she panted heavily. Her clothes were torn apart, revealing her snow-white skin that was dazzling. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 139. The others felt that it was a pity. Michelle was already very strong, but she had met a monster. Very few of them had been able to last as long as Michelle, and some of them might not even be able to withstand a single blow. She can't take it anymore. It's about to start, Big Pow muttered to himself. He had not forgotten that Shiyu had also forced Michelle to use her innate gift. Michelle's eyes turned cold as she dodged another explosion. The red in her eyes deepened. She had not expected to use her innate gift in the first battle. She had no choice but to use it against this monster. In the next moment, red lotuses bloomed beneath Michelle's feet. They were bewitching and beautiful, capable of captivating anyone who saw them. At that moment, Michelle looked like a demoness as she stood atop the lotuses. Dark Void moved his finger and a black streak streaked past Michelle. Michelle's eyes flashed red as she lifted her foot and disappeared from where she was standing. The void where she had been standing exploded, shaking the ground. Michelle reappeared 1,000 meters away at an unbelievable speed. She raised her hand and red dots of light condensed into a red lotus as a bow and an arrow as she shot towards Dark Void. The red arrow attracted everyone's attention as it adorned the ground. Dark Void flicked his finger and the black light streaked across the void, blocking the red lotus arrow's path. There was no loud sound when the two collided, but faint cracks spread through the void. These were spatial tears. Their attacks had caused the void to collapse. This scene was quite shocking, and it would have caused a commotion in any other academy. Only a handful of monsters could cause the void to collapse with the strength of a melder. As the void collapsed, the black light and the red lotus arrow cancelled each other out. The two attacks were evenly matched. For the first time, Dark Void was surprised. His finger trembled again, and another black brilliance descended upon Michelle's head. Michelle dodged with the help of the Red Lotus, and the Red Lotus arrow shot towards Dark Void. Dark Void blocked it with the Void explosion, and the whole space exploded. It was just like the beginning, but the power was on a completely different level. The two's battle covered a large area, and their attacks were frequent. The onlookers felt their scalps go numb as not many dared to come into contact with such an attack. Even ordinary Lemeters from the Astral Combat Academy would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Suddenly, a Red Lotus arrow was shattered by the Void explosion. Everyone was shocked. Was the victor about to be decided? The spatial explosion swept towards Michelle and swallowed her in the blink of an eye. Everyone's faces paled. Not good, Michelle's life was in danger. However, no one came to his rescue because in the next second, another Michelle appeared behind Dark Void. She stepped on a Red Lotus and aimed an arrow at Dark Void before shooting it out. Dark Void's attention was focused on the other Michelle. He didn't expect another Michelle to appear behind him. This wasn't extreme speed, but rather a clone. The Michelle that had been swallowed by the Void explosion turned into Red Lotus petals and shattered. Behind him, a Red Lotus arrow shot out and hit Dark Void. Everyone was dumbfounded. They were shocked by Michelle's talent, but they were also looking forward to the outcome of the battle. There was no need to doubt Michelle's strength. Being struck by her at such a close range, it should be over. With a loud bang, Dark Void's body was sent flying dozens of meters away. He fell to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise into the sky. Everyone was silent as they stared at this scene. Both Big Pow and Small Pow were watching. They could not easily decide the outcome of this battle. Michelle frowned. The Mavis family members were all human-shaped Tyrannosauruses. Floating in the air, Lulu's expression turned ugly as she looked back at the crowd. I lost. Everyone was shocked. She lost. What did that mean? At this moment, Xiao Luo patted his clothes with a bitter smile and looked at Lulu. Couldn't you have used a little less strength? You almost broke me. Lulu rolled her eyes at him. Why are you still talking so much when you've already won? From the crowd, Big Pow announced, the winner of the 7th match is Xiao Luo. Everyone was puzzled, and even Michelle couldn't tell what had happened. Lu Yin stared at Lulu's neck, where there was a faint red wound. It wasn't bleeding, but if it had been any deeper, Lulu's neck would have been gone. This was Xiao Luo's attack, but when had he attacked? He hadn't seen it clearly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 140. The battle caused Silver's eyes to completely open, and a trace of shock flashed through his eyes. Dark Void stared at Xiao Luo, and his fists unconsciously clenched. Not far from the teleportation stone, the trial master looked into the distance at the smiling young man. There's an endless stream of demonic geniuses. The Starsibyl sect was right, this generation is about to undergo a huge change. In the treasury, old Kai muttered to himself, many great powers freeze their innate geniuses in order to wait for the Starsibyl sect's divination to break out of the ice in recent years and maintain a youthful skeletal age. This generation is about to undergo a huge change. Did this child awaken from the ice as well? The 8th match, Zhao Yilong vs Silver, begin. Big Pow announced. The arena had been moved dozens of kilometers away, as the original location had already been destroyed. Zhao Yilong walked out with his sword in hand, staring coldly at the smiling Silver as he slowly walked out with a serious expression. The crowd fell silent, as they all favored Silver for this match. Even Hui Day Knight had been defeated in a baffling manner. Silver gave them the same feeling as Xiao Luo, both unfathomable. Sorry, I admit defeat, Silver said. Everyone was shocked. He actually admitted defeat. Big Pow was astonished. Are you sure? Silver nodded with a smile. I'm not a match for a genius from Myriad Swords Peak. His 100 swords combined into one is terrifying. Zhao Yilong was furious. You're underestimating me. Silver beamed. Of course not. I really admire Myriad Swords Peak's eldest senior sister, Her Excellency Wendy Yushan. He then turned to smile at Lu Yin, which made Lu Yin want to punch him. Zhao Yilong stood in front of Silver with a sinister expression. You're not allowed to admit defeat. Fight me. Silver looked at Big Pow. Big Pow was helpless, as this was his first time encountering such a situation. However, since the person involved had admitted defeat, there was nothing he could do. 8th match, Zhao Yilong wins. I don't agree. He's clearly looking down on me. Zhao Yilong snarled as he pointed his sword at Silver. Don't back down. This is the freshman competition, not a game. Silver cackled. Instead of competing with me, why don't you save your strength for the next two? The final battle might be a three-way battle. Zhao Yilong gritted his teeth and stared at Silver. Little Pow patted Zhao Yilong's shoulder. Forget it, you win. Zhao Yilong felt sullen, as he did not want to win. Go back. A win is a win, Big Pow said. Zhao Yilong gripped his sword tightly and glared at Silver. This bastard. Silver was still smiling. His smile was so bright and heartless. Lu Yin didn't want to look at him, as he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist punching him. His smile was too frightening. As he walked out, Big Pow's voice rang out. The 9th match, Lu Yin against Dark Void. Begin. Everyone was solemn, as this match was even more exciting than the one between Michelle and Dark Void. Lu Yin's name had spread throughout the Astral Combat Academy, especially after he had defeated someone from the Phoenix family and ranked second on the Blaze Realms rankings. This had caused his name to spread throughout the Astral Combat Academy, and he was now known as one of the strongest melders. The outside world's impression of Astral 10 was limited to him, and everyone knew that Lu Yin was very strong. However, they were still waiting to see how strong he really was. Dark Void calmly walked out. It hadn't been long since his battle with Michelle, but there were no signs of battle on his body, aside from a small tear on his back. Everyone felt pressured when facing Dark Void, including Lu Yin. Regardless of whether it was because of his innate gift or something else, Dark Void's attacks could tear through the void. He was a powerhouse who could truly tear through the void. If Lu Yin wanted to win, he would have to use his innate gift to meet Dark Void's attacks head-on like Michelle had, or he would have to use an attack that exceeded Dark Void's limits. Lu Yin had already made his decision. There was no need for words, and Dark Void immediately attacked. Just like he had against Michelle, he slowly raised his hand and flicked his fingers. A black brilliance flashed and the void around Lu Yin exploded. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the scene unfold. Dark Void's attacks were clearly much stronger against Lu Yin than they had been against Michelle, and his attacks had sealed off the entire area. Although he didn't speak, that didn't mean that he didn't know anything about the outside world. He was also aware of Lu Yin's situation, and he had even seen it once. Lu Yin's gaze was calm as he bent his legs and disappeared the moment the void exploded. He tore through the void at a speed that caused the void to distort as he charged towards Dark Void. The two weren't too far apart, and when Lu Yin appeared in front of Dark Void, his afterimage hadn't even disappeared when the void exploded and swallowed him whole. This familiar scene caused everyone's eyes to widen, especially Michelle. She knew Dark Void's strength and defense better than anyone else, and Lu Yin was facing the same situation as her. Lu Yin raised a palm and slapped down, his gaze fixed on Dark Void. He saw indifference and disdain in Dark Void's eyes. This was a sign of extreme confidence in his defense, one that even Michelle had been helpless against. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he used the 9 stacks ninefold shockwave palm. A formless current appeared on his palm. This was battle force. In the crowd, Big Pow, Little Pow, Xiao Luo, and Silver were all shocked as they stared at Lu Yin's palm. Boom! The shockwave crushed the ground and shook the void, causing an imperceptible crack to appear in the void. Dark Void's disdain turned to shock, and then to horror. His face flushed red as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying by an indescribable force, pushing aside the current as he crashed heavily into the ground. Everyone was silent as they stared at Lu Yin in shock. No one had expected that Lu Yin would be able to defeat Dark Void with a single palm. It was too exaggerated. Dark Void was someone who could even take on Michelle's innate gift, the Red Lotus Arrow, yet he had been sent flying with a single palm strike. Coco's jaw dropped, and she couldn't take her eyes off Lu Yin. Michelle's pupils shrank as she clenched her fists. Xiao Luo was shocked, but then his lips curled up. Interesting, this was interesting. Silver's smile grew even more brilliant. Big Pow and Little Pow looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Dark Void had been recognized as someone who could participate in the finals, but they had never expected him to be eliminated here. They knew just how terrifying that palm strike had been. Battle force had penetrated his body and shaken the void. Dark Void must have been severely injured, and he had lost this battle. Lu Yin looked at his own palm and saw that it was indeed the case. Just the 9 stacks ninefold shockwave palm alone was not enough to break through Dark Void's defenses. Only battle force could penetrate the void and attack Dark Void's body through the void. Dark Void had underestimated Dark Void, but even if he hadn't been careless, he would still have been defeated. Not only could he use a ninefold shockwave palm, but with his current physical strength, Lu Yin didn't know how many shockwave palms he could withstand. Dark Void was no match for him. In the distance, Dark Void slowly moved his fingers and sat up. Everyone looked over. He wouldn't be as unscathed as he had been when Michelle's arrow had struck him, would he? Clearly, they were overthinking things. Dark Void sat on the ground for a while before standing up. His clothes were torn, and a clear palm print could be seen on his chest. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, and the corner of his mouth glistened with blood. He looked up at Lu Yin and then quietly walked to the other side. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he wasn't too monstrous, and he could still be defeated. Hold on, everyone suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Yin. Even Dark Void, who was so monstrous, had been defeated with a single palm strike. Just how strong was this guy? Michelle stared at Lu Yin. Astral 10 actually had such a strong person, and he was only a freshman. This person's strength was one of the best among the melders in the top 3 academies. At this moment, Zhao Yilong was under the most pressure. With the unfathomable Xiao Luo and the unfathomable Lu Yin, he was the weakest. Victory goes to Lu Yin in the 9th round, Big Pow announced. He then continued, in order to save time, the final battle will begin. Lu Yin stood in place and looked at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo walked out with a smile. Brother Lu, I didn't expect us to fight in the last round. Not at all. I've never been sure of your strength, Lu Yin smiled. Xiao Luo smiled. Your strength is easy to see, but you've improved too quickly. I don't know how strong you are now, so please go easy on me. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. It's still unknown who will win. I'm curious about the technique you used to neutralize the Desolate Palm and the speed you defeated Lulu. As the two conversed, they completely ignored Zhao Yilong, who had also walked out. Zhao Yilong felt very awkward, and he gripped his ancient sword tightly and raised it to face the two. The sword hummed softly, and he couldn't wait to fight. However, his provocation didn't arouse their interest at all. 100 swords in one was pretty good, but it was only pretty good. Zhao Yilong had only been lucky enough to advance to the finals. Otherwise, he would have been defeated by either Hui Day Knight or Michelle. He didn't have the qualifications to participate in the finals. Everyone's vision blurred as Lu Yin and Xiao Luo collided. It was an ordinary palm strike, but it caused a shocking shockwave that spread out. Not only did it shatter the ground, but it also shocked the crowd. Everyone, retreat. Big Pow barked, and everyone immediately retreated. Lu Yin's palms collided with Xiao Luo's, and he was shocked. He'd used the 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm, and it was reasonable to say that it contained 9 stacks of force. However, less than 3 stacks had actually struck Xiao Luo. The other 6 had been mysteriously neutralized, causing its power to drop drastically. Xiao Luo's eyes lit up, and his lips curled into a smile. There was actually 9 stacks of force. No wonder Dark Void couldn't withstand a single palm strike. With 9 stacks combined with battle force, it would be strange if Dark Void could withstand it. Xiao Luo had tried his best to neutralize 6 stacks, which was great. With a bang, the two separated at the same time. Lu Yin turned around and struck out with a serious palm. 7 stars revolved around his body as he activated the art of Sirius. He would never forget how Lulu had been defeated so soundlessly. Xiao Luo stared at Lu Yin's palm, his expression even more solemn than when he'd faced the 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. Some battle techniques could be neutralized with star energy, but others were very difficult. He had to face this palm strike head-on. Suddenly, a slash flew towards Lu Yin. It was Zhao Yilong. This was a 3-way battle, and he didn't want to be ignored. Scram! Lu Yin barked, his left serious palm striking towards Xiao Luo while his right hand casually struck out with 9 stacks. At the same time, Xiao Luo did the exact same thing as Lu Yin. He struck out with both palms, one facing Lu Yin while the other attacking Zhao Yilong. Zhao Yilong's strongest attack was instantly shattered, and the wind from the palm sent him flying 1,000 meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Boom! Lu Yin and Xiao Luo's palms collided in the next instant. Sirius palm with 7 stars was comparable to the 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm, and Lu Yin was certain that Sirius palm wouldn't be so easily neutralized. This was the first time Xiao Luo had displayed his terrifying strength. He didn't use any battle techniques, but instead countered Sirius palm and forcefully changed the direction of his attack. Lu Yin's 7 stars exploded, but they didn't hit Xiao Luo's body. Instead, they landed on the ground beside him. Xiao Luo's eyes flashed, and he flicked his finger at the critical moment, sending a formless shockwave towards Lu Yin's neck. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 141. Lu Yin himself hadn't sensed it, but because of his serious art, he had sensed the danger at the last moment and instinctively dodged. Star energy streaked past and shot into the void, creating ripples. Xiao Luo felt that it was a pity that Lulu had been defeated by this move. He had thought that blocking Lu Yin's palm technique would allow him to defeat Lu Yin, but he had managed to dodge at the last moment. Lu Yin retreated and stared at Xiao Luo solemnly. This guy's attack had been silent, and if not for his serious arts protection, he would have lost. Lulu's defeat wasn't unjust. This guy looked gentle, but he was actually very sinister. His control of star energy was terrifying, and Lu Yin was certain that Xiao Luo's star energy control surpassed his own, or even everyone else's. What had Lu Yin seen in stargazing deck all this time? How sinister, Lu Yin exclaimed. Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow. Don't say that, it's just that the angle of the attack was a little remote. Lu Yin was speechless. How was that remote? Normal people couldn't even see it. At this moment, Lu Yin felt like he couldn't take a bite out of Xiao Luo. He was certain that any attack powered by star energy would have a hard time defeating him, so it seemed like battle force was the only way. Lu Yin didn't believe that Xiao Luo had such great control over his physical body. As he thought about it, battle force that was almost invisible seeped out of his body, and Lu Yin's gaze became resolute. Xiao Luo suddenly raised a hand. I admit defeat. Lu Yin was stunned, and so were the others. They were clearly evenly matched, and Xiao Luo even had the slight advantage. Why did he admit defeat? Xiao Luo looked at Lu Yin and said bitterly, you used battle force, what else can I say? I'm still helpless against it. Lu Yin retracted his battle force and stared into Xiao Luo's eyes. After a while, he knew that Xiao Luo wasn't lying, he really was helpless against battle force. It seemed that his weakness was his physical body. It wasn't that Xiao Luo's body was weak, but that it depended on who he was compared to. Compared to other melders, Xiao Luo's physical strength was definitely not weak, but compared to Lu Yin, he was far from it, especially since Lu Yin could use battle force. Lu Yin wins the last match, Big Pow announced loudly. With this announcement, the freshman competition should have ended, provided that no one challenged Lu Yin. Is there anyone who wants to challenge someone else? Little Pow asked. Zhao Weilong stood up with great difficulty and glanced at Lu Yin and Xiao Luo in dissatisfaction. He then looked at Silver, but after some thought, he decided not to challenge Silver. He had already realized his own position, he was one of the weakest students in Astral 10. Hui Day Knight was just as indignant. He had lost in the first round, but when he looked at Lu Yin, Xiao Luo, Michelle, Dark Void, and the rest, he wisely chose not to challenge them. The Day Knight clan's invincible glory was useless here, and he calculated that he might not even make it into the top 5. Lulu was eager to give it a try, and she stared at Lu Yin excitedly, but he ignored her. Alright, since there are no more challengers, then Astral 10's freshman tournament is officially over. I hereby announce that Lu Yin is the champion. From now on, Lu Yin will be the leader of Astral 10's freshmen and will be responsible for supervising the other freshmen in the same batch. The academy will also give him the right to judge within a reasonable range. Does anyone object? Michelle was the first to disagree. That's impossible. We're here to study. We shouldn't be supervised by our peers. Hui Day Knight also spoke up. My Day Knight clan doesn't have the habit of listening to others. Meng Yu snorted and didn't say anything, but his attitude was clear. The others didn't say anything either, but their eyes flashed with displeasure. No one wanted to be overshadowed. Lu Yin was surprised, he hadn't expected this to be the prize for the freshman competition. Once it was confirmed, he could control the other students. Little Pow scanned the crowd and said, the so-called supervision and judgment means that no one has the right to interfere with your freedom within a reasonable range. If you feel that something is unreasonable, you can raise an objection to the mentors. Also, this isn't just a rule of Astral 10, it's a rule of the entire Astral Combat Academy. The other 9 academies also have their own leaders, but they're more used to calling them Realm Masters. Meng Yu and the rest were confused. They had never heard of a Realm Master before, but Michelle and Hui Day Knight had. Their eyes twinkled. That's right, the Realm Masters of the other academies were extremely powerful. They hadn't considered the Realm Masters before, but now that they thought about it, a Realm Master would naturally be the leader. The Council of Astral Academy can decide the direction of the entire Astral Combat Academy, and the 10 Arbiters Council can even change the structure of the universe. A leader's authority over his peers is nothing. If you have any objections, you can leave the academy. Astral 10 won't force you, Big Pow said solemnly, his expression completely different from before. No one objected. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Leader. Realm Master. No, a Realm Master was a leader, but that didn't mean that he was a Realm Master. Lu Yin wasn't even an Area Master yet, but who could say for sure what would happen in the future? The 3 Realm 6 Daos' next target was the Astral Combat Academy. He really wanted to see how terrifying an Area Master or even a Realm Master could be. Right, there's a second reward for all of you, Little Pow said. He then looked up at the sky. Mentors, have you chosen? Everyone was puzzled. It was the Sand Master, Lulu Mavis, Mengyu, and Schutz, come to the Sand Ocean. Silver, Dark Void, and Zhao come to the Rain Observatory. Zora, Coco, come to the Stargazing Deck. Xiao Luo, Hui Day Night, come to the Trial Zone entrance. Lu Yin, Michelle, come to the Treasury. Everyone was confused, but Little Pow smiled at them. Congratulations, the mentors have decided to officially teach you. Work hard, you only have one chance. Everyone was overjoyed. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The mentors had made a move, and this was a joyous occasion. He had received the Rain Master and Sand Master's help, and not only had he broken through to the Melder realm, but he had also developed 3 stacks to 9 stacks. His Flash Step now had limitless possibilities, and breaking through Dark Void Seal was his current limit. Had the mentors finally decided to officially teach him? Let's go. We'll follow the mentors' instructions, Big Pow said enviously. They had been in Astral 10 for many years, but had never received such treatment. Xiao Luo's eyes flickered, and he left with a warm smile. Silver and the rest left one after another. Lulu waved her fist at Lu Yin before leaving, and Zhao Ilong's eyes lit up. He would definitely challenge these people again. The new student competition had allowed everyone to see each other's strength clearly. Some were shocked, while others were excited. Michelle was still in shock. The strength of Astral 10's new students had far exceeded her expectations. Even with her strength, she had been eliminated in the first round. This was something that would have been impossible in any other academy. Lu Yin remembered that he and Michelle had been called out by Old Kai. He looked at Michelle and wondered what was wrong with her. Hey, let's go to the treasury, Lu Yin called out to her. She glanced at him with an indifferent expression and turned to leave. Lu Yin was helpless. This girl and her sister were polar opposites. One was charming and seductive, while the other only had looks but was as cold as an iceberg. What a waste of her beauty. After everyone left, Big Pow sighed. I never thought that so many geniuses would appear when Astral 10 was on the verge of collapse. The president even managed to get those people to help him. It seems like he wants to take a gamble. Little Pow's eyes flashed. Bro, we should do something. We can't let the juniors look down on us. Big Pow felt a headache coming on. Fighting for Area Master is no problem, but Realm Masters are a little troublesome. The 9 Realm Masters aren't easy to deal with, and we might not be able to handle them even if we work together. Let's give it a try. We can't give up even if there's only a sliver of a chance. But now is not the time. We need to open a path for them and not force ourselves, Little Pow muttered to himself. Big Pow stretched lazily. We haven't fought in so many years that those people have forgotten about us. We, the prodigies of Astral 10, were also famous in the ported battles. I hope there are still people who remember us. The treasury was as usual. Old Kai's mustache twitched as he looked at the boy and girl in front of him. He sighed lazily. To be honest, I don't know how to teach you. I can only give you some missions. Try your best to complete them. There's no mission suitable for me, Michelle said indifferently. Old Kai rolled his eyes. It's not an academy mission, but a personal one. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. I've been tasked by the president to teach you, so it's fine if you don't want to. Michelle's eyes flashed, and she thought about it. All right, I'll do it. What about you? Old Kai looked at Luin. Luin nodded. I'm fine with it. Since you're fine with it, go win 100 ported battles and have some fun in the 6 Daos. Luin was astonished. 6 Daos. I can go. Nonsense. You can go as long as you win 100 ported battles. Hurry up and disappear. Let me think of a suitable place for this girl, Old Kai said impatiently. Luin glanced at Michelle and then turned to leave. Old Kai thought about it for a while, and then his eyes lit up. I remember. When I was traveling through the Frostwave Weave, I found a good place that's suitable for you. He then smiled strangely. Michelle frowned. How wretched. Everyone had their own opportunities. Luin didn't see Xiao Luo and Hui Day Night when he reached the trial zone entrance, so they had probably been sent out by the trial master. He didn't ask any questions and stepped into the teleportation stone, beginning to aim for 100 victories in the 3 realms and 6 Daos. With Lu Yin's current strength, there were very few melders who could defeat him. He could basically crush any melder he ran into, and only Lemeters or even stronger could defeat him. On the first day, Luin won 19 matches and lost 5. Of those, he had won 8 in a row, but he had been stopped by a Lemeter. That Lemeter possessed battle force and had used it to forcefully crush Luin, shattering his internal organs. Although one-lined battle force was only the beginning stages of battle force, it still surpassed Lu Yin's basic battle force. On the second day, Luin won 13 battles, but his luck was even worse than the first day. He ran into several space-exploring powerhouses, and one of them was so strong that he couldn't even retaliate. His entire body was suppressed by an invisible force, and he was instantly defeated. That kind of strength shocked Luin, and he had to wait outside the teleportation stone for a full 2 hours before recovering. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 142. On the third day, the fourth, and the fifth, Luin finally obtained 100 victories. Luin, 100 victories, 73 defeats. Luin walked out of the teleportation stone's range in sighed in relief. He had finally achieved 100 victories, which had not been easy. In 5 days, he had suffered 27 defeats. With his current strength, it would have been very difficult for him to experience so many defeats without the help of a space-exploring powerhouse. He could challenge those above his realm, and ordinary Lemeters were no match for him. Only a few talented Lemeters could defeat him, not to mention melders. Unfortunately, the ported battles did not limit strength, and anyone from the younger generation could participate as long as they touched the teleportation stone. Where did so many young space-exploring powerhouses come from? Luin was speechless. Still, the highest he had achieved in 5 days was 12 consecutive victories, which was not bad. He recalled that Big Pow had said that winning 30 consecutive battles was one of the qualifications to challenge the top 100 rankings, and if he was lucky, he might be able to achieve it. Luin walked over to the trial master and respectfully asked, "Mentor, may I enter the trial zone?" The old man opened his sleepy eyes. "Yes, you may enter." Luin was confused. "Enter? Where?" The old man pointed behind him, but he did not say anything else. Luin reached out and went past the old man. The void rippled like the surface of a lake, and a portion of his finger disappeared. This was another space. He had heard that powerhouses who surpassed the hunter realm could open up the void, and it turned out to be true. Lu Yin took a deep breath and felt as if he had come into contact with another side of the universe. He retracted his hand, but there was nothing wrong with his palm. Without any hesitation, he stepped past the old man and stepped into the invisible void. After Lu Yin left, the old man opened his eyes and fell into deep thought. After passing through the void ripples, Lu Yin's surroundings changed. He was no longer in a boundless grassland, but a giant cliff that towered into the clouds. It was unknown how wide it was, but it blocked his path forward. He looked up, but he could not see the top. All he could see was a thick layer of clouds. The entire cliff was surrounded by a layer of distorted light, and it was impossible to see how far it went. Enter. This mountain is the key to the 3 realms and 6 Daos trial zones. All you need to do is silently recite the name of the zone you wish to enter. Just like the teleportation stone, your consciousness will enter as a medium while your physical body will remain behind. You will be protected by the trial zone mountain, and no one will be able to harm you, the trial master's voice rang out in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin stared at the majestic cliff in awe. The key that covered the entire cliff was the entrance to the 3 realms and 6 paths. It was also Astral 10's greatest treasure. He didn't think too much about it and stepped into the formless light. He casually walked to a depression at the bottom of the cliff and sat down cross-legged. After thinking for a while, he finally muttered the words, Tao of Purgatory. The next moment, he felt as if he had traveled through time and space. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that everything was black. Whether it was the mountains, the earth, the plants, or the water, everything was black. This was the Tao of Purgatory of the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Lu Yin looked at his body and saw that it was exactly the same as his original body. He had looked the same in the ported battles, but in the trial zones, everything looked the same as in the real world. This place was much more advanced than the ported battles. Lu Yin looked at the black river not too far away, and in its reflection, he saw the word 10 on the back of his hand glowing faintly. This was Astral 10's symbol. Lu Yin took a step forward, but his head suddenly shook as countless strange sounds rang out in his ears. They sounded like war drums, but also like the wails of countless people. His consciousness was under pressure, and his body was under the same pressure. He shook his head and exhaled, smiling bitterly. So this was a trial zone. It was truly interesting, but he didn't know how large it was. Not long after Lu Yin entered the Tao of Purgatory, a piece of news spread to the human domain and shook the universe. The human domain had been defeated. The universe was currently divided into 4 major star fields: the human star field, the space beast star field, the lost technological civilization star field, and the unknown star field. All this time, the 4 star fields had been embroiled in endless wars and were extremely cruel. From ancient times until now, countless lives had been lost. Everything had been normal at first, but recently, the Space Beast star field and the Lost Technological Civilization star field had joined forces to attack the human star field. After an unprecedented battle, the human domain had suffered a crushing defeat. Countless experts had died, and the human domain's territory had been invaded. The most obvious change was that a third of Endless Weave's territory had been lost, and it had become a paradise for astral beasts. Astral 9 had retreated in time and had not been affected. This defeat had shaken the entire human domain. Countless people were enraged, and countless experts at the border had shed blood. This had almost caused the human domain to descend into chaos. The astral war had engulfed the entire human race. Regardless of whether it was the Outerverse or the Innerverse, whether it was the Day-Night Clan or the Mavis Clan, or even the Astral Combat Academy, many powerhouses had fought for the human domain at the border. This crushing defeat had killed countless human powerhouses, and the heavens had lost their luster. Even though there were people who wanted to counterattack, the human domain was unable to hold its own against two great astral domains, and a pessimistic mood began to spread. Under such circumstances, the Dean of Astral, one stood up and proposed to the 10 Arbiters' Council that the Astral Combat Tournament should be held in order to raise the human domain's morale and intimidate their enemies. The 10 Arbiters' Council agreed to hold the tournament open to the entire human domain. Any civilization that had reached a certain level of strength would be able to watch the tournament, and they would be able to directly understand the power of the universe's top academy, the Astral Combat Academy. At the same time, the tournament's rewards were also announced, a powerful technique that had been passed down since ancient times, a seat in the 10 Arbiters' Council, and precious items sponsored by various great powers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 143. It wasn't that strange, as Area Masters and Realm Masters were both peak leaders. They were weaker than Realm Masters, but they could dominate the entire academy and were one of the few powerhouses who could compete with Realm Masters. Aside from Astral, 10, the other 9 academies all had Realm Masters and Area Masters. However, there were only a few Area Masters, and they were the true peak existences of the Astral Combat Academy. Lu Yin was shocked by Frankfurt's strength, but he had no intention of competing with such a person. He looked at the man and asked, "Why did you let me go the moment you saw me?" The man was surprised. "Is this your first time in the trial zones?" Lu Yin's gaze was cold as he waved his hand, causing the broken bridge to shatter. The Sky Beast claw's mark could be clearly seen as it brushed past the man's head, almost injuring him. The man was so frightened that he hurriedly explained, "Ancient sounds can be heard in the trial zones, whether it's the wails of a battlefield, war songs, or even cultivation techniques. However, the chances are very small, and the more people there are in a certain area, the smaller the chances are. That's why no one wants to get too close to others outside of the training grounds." Lu Yin understood. There was such a thing. What a mysterious place. Ancient sounds could be heard. Not long after, Lu Yin released the man. He was just an ordinary melder from Astral 6 and didn't know much. He didn't even have the qualifications to enter the training grounds, and Lu Yin had already asked around. He hadn't expected that there would be so many powerhouses in the Astral Combat Academy. Just hearing this from this man was enough to shock him. Fortunately, those famous powerhouses were too far away from him. What he needed to do now was to go to Spear Mountain and see one of the rare training grounds in the Tao of Purgatory. The Tao of Purgatory was huge, and all he could see was darkness. Lu Yin didn't walk quickly under 50 times the normal gravity, as he had to be on guard against any possible attacks. The trial zones weren't just filled with Astral Combat Academy students, but there were also strange creatures called war spirits. They couldn't really be considered living creatures, but according to the man's explanation, war spirits were images left behind by people who had battled in the trial zones. They retained the strength of those who had battled in the trial zones. There was no way to explain it, but after countless years of investigation, there were countless cases that proved that the war soul was just an image. It had no life characteristics, no appearance, no intelligence, and nothing at all. It was just an image, but it had a physical body and was extremely aggressive. Any student who encountered a war soul would have a fierce battle. This was one of the dangers of the trial zones. Of course, not all battles would result in the formation of fighting souls. The probability was very small. Otherwise, after countless years, fighting souls would have already spread throughout the trial zones. According to current statistics, there were not many war souls, so the biggest enemy in the trial zones was still the students. When Lu Yin had first heard about war spirits, he had felt strange. War spirits gave him the feeling that the creator of the trial zones had specially created opponents based on the trial taker's strength. If the 9 trial zones were a game, then war spirits would be monsters that were tailored to the trial taker's strength. They would never disappear, and the stronger the trial takers were, the stronger their war spirits would be. Could the trial zones have been created by some ancient existence in the Astral Combat Academy? He looked around, and when he looked up, he saw a giant planet in the sky. These should be the trial zone's moons. There were 3 in total, and they were bright and pure. This place was also divided into day and night, and there was also a sun. And now, because of these 3 moons, a path was illuminated for the Tao of Purgatory. More and more disorderly footprints appeared on the ground, and after walking for a few hours, he finally saw a path that was obviously man-made. He knew that he wasn't far from Spear Mountain. Thump! The earth trembled, and shock waves accompanied by spatial distortions swept out in all directions. Many large black trees were uprooted. Lu Yin peeked through the branches and saw 2 students fighting in the distance. They were both Lemeters and wielded spears. Give up. With your aptitude, you won't be able to graduate. With me here, don't even think about going to Spear Mountain, one of them shouted arrogantly. Across from him, the other student had a gloomy expression. It's my freedom to go wherever I want. Besides, I'll definitely graduate successfully and join the 10 Arbiters Council. What a joke. Anyone who can join the 10 Arbiters Council after graduation is a powerhouse with a high ranking. You don't have the qualifications. Die. Boom. The earth trembled once more. There were quite a few Lemeters in the Astral Combat Academy. It was difficult to join the Astral Combat Academy, but it was equally difficult to leave. You either had to become an explorer and voluntarily graduate, or you had to be older than the younger generation and be expelled from the academy. Throughout history, there had been many students who had been expelled, and it could even be said that the number of students who had graduated outnumbered the number of students who had become explorers. These 2 Lemeters looked to be less than 10 years older than Lu Yin. They were both in their 30s, and they still had 10 more years to stay. If they failed to break through to the explorer realm, they would be forcibly expelled, and their names would no longer appear on the Astral Combat Academy's student registry. Lu Yin had no interest in interfering with their battle. These 2 clearly had a personal grudge, and it had nothing to do with him. He didn't think too much about it, and he circled around the battlefield and headed east. Spear Mountain was right in front of him, and he could already see a small section of the mountain peak that towered into the heavens. It quietly stood tall on the ground, but it seemed to pierce through the void, causing the void to be on the verge of collapse. Just by standing there, it was enough to pierce through the void. This was Spear Mountain. Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. Perhaps he would be able to obtain something there. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he couldn't help but rush forward. The closer he got to Spear Mountain, the more he could feel its indescribable sharpness. Every time he looked at it, he felt as if his gaze would be pierced through. There were a few times when Lu Yin saw a long spear pierce through the void, flickering with a sharp edge that could tear apart the heavens. Suddenly, Lu Yin's eyes went slack, and he stopped moving. He had heard something that sounded like an angry roar that was extremely sorrowful. The scene in front of him distorted as if he had traveled back in time. He saw a man holding a long spear and slowly raising it. This was an ancient spear technique, and the man was about to use it. Suddenly, Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he instinctively retreated. A cry of surprise came from where he had been standing. It was a man who was staring coldly at Lu Yin. His body flickered, and a long spear appeared in his hand as he stabbed towards Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin was furious, this person had not only launched a sneak attack, but also continued to attack for no reason. His killing intent was obvious, and he had interrupted the scene in front of him. This person deserved to die, and Lu Yin had no intention of holding back. He disappeared with flash and reappeared behind the man's back, striking out with a palm. The 7-star Sirius palm parted the air, startling the man. The spear thrust backwards, its tip brushing past the Sirius palm and stabbing towards Lu Yin's face. The palm was inferior to the spear in terms of distance, and Lu Yin had no choice but to use Sirius palm to strike the spear. The power of the 7 stars explosion shocked the man, and he almost lost his grip on the spear. It took him a lot of effort to neutralize the power of Sirius palm, but even so, his palm was still injured and dripping with blood. Lu Yin raised his hand and grabbed the spear tip, using 9 stacks to blast the man through the spear. The man could no longer hold on to the spear and let go, taking several steps back with a pale face. He stared at Lu Yin in disbelief, each step leaving a clear footprint on the ground. Lu Yin had no intention of letting him go. He had just seen an ancient scene and might have seen a peerless spear technique, but it had been interrupted by this person. He grabbed the spear tip and smashed it towards the man. The man was not weak, or else he would not have been able to block Lu Yin's Sirius palm. However, he could not block Lu Yin's 9 stacks, and without a spear, he had no way of retaliating. His body was pierced through by Lu Yin's spear, and he glared at Lu Yin with a sinister expression. "You're ruthless. You asked for it," Lu Yin replied coldly as he let go of the spear tip. He did not ask why this person had attacked him, as there were too many reasons. Just the fact that he had seen an ancient scene was enough. Everyone was selfish, and since Lu Yin had seen an ancient scene, this person had assumed that no one else would be able to see it again. It was inevitable that he would launch a sneak attack. Besides, Lu Yin was only a melder, so how strong could he be? Perhaps there was another reason why Astral 10 had been in a disadvantageous position for a long time, and when they reappeared, they would naturally be regarded as no longer worthy of being compared to their former peers. Astral 10 had not made a name for itself in the trial zones for a long time, and as soon as it reappeared, it would definitely be ridiculed and even besieged. Lu Yin had previously understood that Astral 10 had a requirement of 100 victories to enter the trial zones, but the deeper he went, the deeper his understanding became. Astral 10 had been weak for too long. The spear shook a few times before stopping, and the man's body gradually dimmed before finally disappearing. This was the trial zones, where one could kill someone, but it was not a true death. This person's body would be fine in the academy, but his spirit would definitely be severely injured. It would probably take some time before he could enter the Tao of Purgatory again. No matter what, they had helped the Blaze Realm teach Lu Yin a lesson, and that was enough to answer to Area Master Jared. Within Astral 10's Trial Zone Mountain, Lu Yin opened his eyes. He had a splitting headache that only subsided after a while. This was the after effect of being killed in the trial zones. Every time he was killed, his mind would be damaged, and he would need to rest for a while before he could enter again. Of course, he could enter again immediately, but if he was killed again, the consequences would be even more severe. There had been cases of people in history who had turned into idiots after coming out. Although he had been killed, Lu Yin wasn't angry. The strong preyed on the weak, and if he became stronger one day, he would be able to retaliate. Actually, he could have blocked that spear, but he hadn't. He could sense that the spear hadn't been a battle technique and had only been a casual attack. Even so, it still possessed such terrifying power. Lu Yin guessed that it was most likely Frankfurt's doing. The Blaze Realm's Jared was also an area master, so it wasn't strange for them to know each other. Lu Yin knew that even if he had blocked that spear, he wouldn't have been able to block a second spear, so he might as well give up. There was no need to expose his bottom line too early, as he didn't want to be targeted by another area master. However, Jared was the troublesome one. The people from Astral 8 had tried to cause trouble for him the moment they met, so it definitely had something to do with him. Although Jared couldn't command all of the students from Astral 8, he had no problem commanding those from the Blaze realm. There weren't many of them, but they were still a hidden danger. Furthermore, Jared also had friends who were all very powerful. Once Luin entered the trial zone, there was a high chance that he would be discovered again. This was a headache. Astral 10 had always attracted a lot of attention, and with Lu Yin's reputation for teasing Shiyu and offending the Blaze realm, he would be hated by everyone once he entered the trial zones. It seemed that the most important thing right now was to find a backer. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would be able to settle down. Who should I look for? Lu Yin muttered to himself. The first person he thought of was Lulu. The Mavis family was terrifying, and they definitely had some super powerhouses in the Astral Combat Academy. There might even be a realm master, but he rejected the idea after some thought. Why would the Mavis family help him? Lulu didn't seem to have any authority. What about Xiao Luo? That wouldn't work either. Although this guy was very strong and unfathomable, he always acted as if nothing had anything to do with him. Lu Yin was sure that looking for him would just be a waste of time. Michelle? No, that girl didn't like him. Dark Void? Shamrock Enterprises? He probably wouldn't even answer his questions. Hui Day Night? Forget it, it was a good thing that the Day Night family wasn't after him. Zora? Coco? Windrift Hall? That wouldn't work either. Zhao Yilong didn't seem to be good at fighting either. Zhao Yilong. Lu Yin completely ignored him. After thinking about it for a while, he realized that his greatest hope was actually Silver. Silver was related to the Neo-Human Alliance, and this was a secret that no one besides him knew. The Neo-Human Alliance was feared by the entire human domain, which showed just how powerful they were. Perhaps he could use this matter to threaten Silver. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he tried to figure out the feasibility of this plan. After thinking about it for a long time, Lu Yin decided to give up. When he thought about Silver's fox-like smile, he lost all confidence. If he wanted to cooperate with someone like this, he had to force him to submit, or else he would be dragged down with him. He walked out of the Trial Zone mountain and passed through the formless barrier to appear at the Trial Zone entrance. The Trial Master looked up and glanced at Lu Yin. You died so quickly. Sigh, it's still not enough. It seems like 100 victories isn't enough. You should increase it a bit. Lu Yin was speechless. Increase it? If others found out that he had increased the number of victories in the trial zone because of him, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. Mentor, you can't blame me. It was the area master who made a move. The trial master was astonished. Area master. Kid, you're quite the troublemaker. Even the area master tried to kill you. Lu Yin was helpless. I've offended too many people in the past. That's true. You're very detestable, the trial master muttered to himself. Lu Yin's face twitched when he heard this. I'm leaving. The trial master ignored him. A similar scene was playing out in the treasury. Old Kai looked at Lu Yin as if he was trash. You were killed so soon after entering. Don't tell others that you're Astral 10's leader. That's too embarrassing. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. He really couldn't be blamed. There weren't many in the entire Astral Combat Academy who could withstand an area master's attack, and there probably wasn't anyone in Astral 10. Alright, go fill up your star energy first. There's a huge difference between a peak melder and a novice melder, old Kai said unhappily. Yes, mentor. Lu Yin turned to leave. Wait, do you have any star crystals? Just absorbing the free star energy in the universe would take your son more than enough time to reach the peak, old Kai said. Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he looked expectantly at old Kai. No. Old Kai nodded and didn't say anything else. Lu Yin blinked. Mentor, I said I don't have any. Old Kai roared, if you don't have any, then go earn some. Why are you wasting your breath on me? Are you expecting an old bag of bones like me to make money for you? Lu Yin hurriedly ran off. He knew that the mustached man wasn't reliable. He had thought that the old man would give him some crystals, but there was nothing. He found a random sealed area and set up a circle of natural energy crystals. He then started to absorb star energy. He wanted to enter the time-stop space to absorb, but after some thought, he decided against it. Absorbing star energy took a lot of time, and if he reached the peak of the Melder realm in less than a second, even an idiot would know that something was wrong. He couldn't guarantee that no one would see him, so he could only obediently wait. He took out 1,000 star crystals and crushed them. Feeling the boiling star energy, Lu Yin activated the Sirius art to increase his absorption rate by 7 times. The star energy converged like a tidal storm with him as the eye of the storm and was quickly absorbed. There was a huge difference between a melder and a sentinel, the most obvious being the amount of star energy they had. If a sentinel's star energy reserves could be easily satisfied, then a melder's were different. Everyone had different amounts of star energy, and it could be described as an ocean. For 7 days, Lu Yin crazily absorbed star energy at 7 times the normal rate. 100,000 star crystals were consumed, but he still wasn't satisfied. He opened his eyes, but they were exhausted. He couldn't absorb any more, and it would be difficult to remove the impurities if he absorbed too much at once. He hadn't expected his body to have such a terrifying amount of star energy. 100,000 wasn't enough to satisfy him. Most people didn't even need that much. 100,000 was a terrifying amount, and if not for Shiyu's interference, he wouldn't have been able to collect it in such a short time. He still had 20,000 star crystals left, and another 250,000 stored in his Mavis crystal card. He should find some time to withdraw them. As for now, Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at the die in his palm. It was time to roll it. He'd almost been scared to death when he'd rolled a single skin last time. He hoped that his luck would be better this time, and it would be best if he could roll 3 pips. Lu Yin's luck was pretty good. When the die slowly stopped rolling, 3 pips appeared in front of him. Lu Yin's breathing quickened as 2 golden screens appeared in front of him, one above and the other below. They were like 2 golden curtains that were abnormally resplendent. The next moment, he naturally knew how to use them. They could raise the level of the items placed on the screens by 1 level. His breathing quickened the moment he learned of this function, and his eyes burned with a passion he'd never seen before. The first thing he thought of was the Sirius art. If he'd upgraded the Sirius chip, what would it have been like? There were battle techniques, weapons, materials, herbs, and so on. Right, there was also the formcast model. Lu Yin immediately took out the formcast model in his body. It had been made for him by the crazy director. He'd assumed that it had been made by the Rainmaster, and it was a precious formcast model that would allow him to undergo a 4th formcast. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 145. Ordinary formcast models could only be used 3 times, which meant that one could reach the Melder realm. For example, the students of the Great Yu Empire only had 3 formcast models. Only some precious formcast models could be used 4 times to reach the Lamita realm. As for the 5 formcast models that could allow one to reach the Explorer realm, they were extremely precious and could not be bought even if one wanted to. They were not something that a hunter could casually create as they consumed a lot of resources. Above the 5 formcast models, there was a 6th formcast model. Once that was completed, one could reach the hunter realm. This formcast model was only rumored to be created by some terrifying powerhouse, and it consumed a lot of resources. The Great Yu Empire's emperor, Undying Yushan, was only a hunter. Generally speaking, many cultivators would not be able to obtain another formcast model after 3 formcasts, and they could only cultivate step by step. Some of the more outstanding cultivators could reach the Explorer realm, but that was the limit. Very few could complete 6 formcasts, and such people only existed in legends. Even the Astral Combat Academy did not have one, as those who could complete 6 formcasts had already surpassed the cruiser realm and reached the peak, which meant that they would become hunters. There was a huge difference between those in the same realm and those without. Every formcast model was a complete transformation, and not only did it change one's body, but it also allowed one to comprehend the might of the powerhouse who had created the formcast model. This was quite precious, as the stronger one was, the deeper one's comprehension would be. This was why many terrifying powerhouses were not willing to create formcast models. Not only was the consumption too great, but there was also the possibility of others spying on them. The formcast model in Lu Yin's hands could allow him to undergo 4 formcasts, allowing him to reach the Lamita realm. However, if he upgraded it, he could undergo 5 formcasts. What kind of concept was that? It would surpass countless people of the same generation. Even in the Astral Combat Academy, there were not many powerhouses who could become explorers with 5 formcasts. This was different from slowly cultivating to become an explorer, just like the difference between a formcast model cultivator and a wandering soldier. Lu Yin truly admired the senior who had invented the formcast model, as it had changed the once lifeless cultivation environment. In the past, even those with great innate gifts had to spend a lot of time cultivating. Now, with the advent of formcast models, countless extremely talented youths could easily rise up and surpass the older generation. The 10 arbiters were the most obvious examples of this. With their combined strength, the power of the universe had shifted to the younger generation, which was unimaginably terrifying. Lu Yin shook off his chaotic thoughts and stared at the 2 screens. He took a deep breath and slowly placed the formcast model on the upper layer. As long as the model fell into the lower layer, the upgrade would be complete. Lu Yin stared at the formcast model anxiously, almost wanting to make a move. However, the formcast model did not change at all. He suddenly thought of something. No way, this also requires star energy. Lu Yin had the urge to vomit blood, but he still took out 100 cubes of star crystals and threw them at the light screen. The light screen absorbed the crystals, and the formcast model moved down just a tiny bit. It was just a tiny bit, and it was almost impossible to see clearly, and that he wasn't that he was. Once more than 10,000 star crystals were absorbed by the screen, the formcast model dropped by a small amount. Just a small amount. He estimated that the formcast model would require about 300,000 star crystals to upgrade to the next layer. He looked up and sighed. How ruthless. Upgrading the formcast model required 300,000 star crystals, and he only had 260,000 star crystals left on him. It wasn't enough. Helpless. Lu Yin put the formcast model away and watched the screens disappear. He shook his head with a bitter smile. He could only wait until he had enough crystals. Fortunately, the formcast model had changed a little. He just needed to roll 3 pips to continue. It wasn't a loss. A quintuple formcast model was extremely precious. Only the major powers had it, and Lu Ying knew that it would be difficult for him to obtain it. Now that he had a way, he would upgrade it even if it cost him money. Of course, the quintuple formcast model wasn't the most important thing, but the sixth. How many six-fold formcast models were there in the universe? He didn't know. Nobody did, but they were definitely very few. Even the Blaze realm might not have them. Lu Ying saw hope. I wonder if 6 is the limit. Lu Ying suddenly thought of something, and his eyes burned with passion. But he quickly hid his thoughts and decided not to think about it for now. If there really was a quintuple formcast model, then it would be fun. It would probably shock the universe. After experimenting with tens of thousands of crystals, Lu Ying realized that he was getting better at spending money. He didn't expect to roll 3 pips, so he only hoped to roll 4 pips and activate the 8 stars as soon as possible. This would increase the speed at which he absorbed star energy and increase the power of his Sirius palm. He guessed that the power of his Sirius palm would surpass that of his 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. He didn't know how powerful it would be if he added battle force to it, but he was looking forward to it. He rolled the die again and rolled a pip. An exquisite ring fell out with a thump. The material was ordinary, but the craftsmanship amazed even Lu Ying. The translucent metal seemed to have a life of its own. It was a pity that it looked good, but it was useless. Still, the craftsmanship alone made it seem very expensive. On his 3rd try, he rolled a pip. What a waste. He realized that the most wasteful thing right now wasn't a pip, or even a pip, but a pip. It was a pip that could be used to borrow his innate gift, but he had wasted it every time he rolled the die in a deserted place. This couldn't be allowed. I have to be careful in the future. This is a point that can be used to borrow innate gifts. I can't waste it. There was one last chance left. Rolling 5 times would cause him to faint, so rolling 4 times was just right. He stared blankly as the die slowly stopped spinning and finally showed a pip. Even a genius like her, who had been born in the society since she was a child, had to take the exam many times before passing. What did this person have? Following Xiao Luo, the 3 of them arrived at the trial zone entrance through a transmission device. Coincidentally, a man was preparing to leave, and the 3 of them bumped into Hui Dayknight. Hui Dayknight only glanced at the 3 of them before ignoring them and stepping into the transmission device to leave. Wuxing was astonished. He's from the Dayknight clan. Someone from the Dayknight clan actually joined Astral 10. Xiao Luo smiled. His name is Hui Dayknight, and he's indeed from the Dayknight clan. He's not bad. Lu Ji raised an eyebrow. He's not bad. How could she tell? That guy was obviously arrogant, and he was even more arrogant than she was. He did not even greet Master Wuxing when he saw him. Even the elders of the Dayknight clan would not dare to be so rude. To Xiao Luo, as long as they were not enemies, they were not bad people. At least, that was what he believed. The trial master was still the same as before. He sat there half dead, looking as if he had lost his mind. When he saw the trial master, the middle-aged man, Wuxing, straightened his face and immediately stepped forward. Elder Tan, Student Wuxing greets you. Surprise flashed through Xiao Luo's eyes, and Lu Ji's mouth fell open. Master Wuxing was actually so respectful to this old man. This was Master Wuxing, a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker who was extremely close to becoming a boundless advanced lockbreaker. He was only one step away from becoming a boundless advanced lockbreaker. Even the powerful clans of the Innerverse had to treat him with respect, so why would he be so respectful to a mere Astral 10 mentor? As soon as Lu Ji arrived at the sand ocean, she saw a scene that shocked her. A girl had shaken the desert with a single punch, and the vibrations were transmitted to her feet. Through the vibrations, she could feel how terrifying that girl was. How powerful was that punch? Who is she? Lu Ji was shocked. Xiao Luo replied, she's a new student. She's not bad. Not the leader. No. Next place. Not long after, the two arrived at stargazing deck and saw Zora and Coco. What made them speechless was that Coco was hugging a huge syringe. Lu Ji felt a chill run down her spine when she saw the syringe and subconsciously took a few steps back. Even girls were afraid of this thing. Coco's eyes lit up when she saw Xiao Luo. Brother Xiao, why are you here? Are you hurt? I'll be fine after a shot. Xiao Luo smiled and retreated. No need, I'm not hurt. He then led Lu Ji away. He was also afraid of that syringe. Up until now, no one had dared to let Coco take a shot, so he was very curious about the effects. That girl is quite strong. Do you want to try it? Xiao Luo tempted. Lu Ji shook her head. No need. Xiao Luo felt that it was a pity. Finally, the two arrived at the treasury and bumped into Silver. His fox-like smile made one's hair stand on end. The moment she saw Silver, Lu Ji's expression changed. If Xiao Luo was said to be warm, then this person was chilling. They were both smiling, but they were completely different. Especially when she saw Silver, Lu Ji's eyes stung. She felt a strong sense of danger. This person could threaten her life. Brother Xiao, what a coincidence, Silver greeted him with a smile. Xiao Luo's expression darkened when he saw Silver, but he only grunted as a greeting. Silver looked at Lu Ji and exclaimed, what a beautiful girl. Is she a new junior? I heard that many new students want to participate in the astral combat tournament. Xiao Luo calmly replied, no. What a pity. I wanted to interact with her. Silver shrugged and waved at Lu Ji before leaving. Lu Ji's expression turned serious. She had never seen such a terrifying man before, not because of his strength, but because of the feeling he gave her. How strong is he? Lu Ji asked curiously. Xiao Luo shook his head. I'm not sure. Since your academy has a leader, it means that you've already competed. How can you not know? Lu Ji thought that Xiao Luo was just brushing her off. Xiao Luo calmly replied, he admitted defeat. No one knows how strong he is. Lu Ji's eyes narrowed. Astral 10 was not simple. That was the only thought she had right now. The people she had met were either strange or abnormal, but they were all very strong. If this Xiao Luo really did have the qualifications to become a lockbreaker, then he definitely would not be weak. Lu Ji was confident that she was one of the top melders in the Astral Combat Academy, but the people she had just met were not weaker than her. Astral 10 had hidden its strength well. Suddenly, Lu Ji thought of something and looked at Xiao Luo strangely. You're not the leader, are you? Xiao Luo laughed. Of course not. Oh, I still don't know your name. Lu Ji. Lu Ji. That's a good name, Xiao Luo praised. Lu Ji frowned. Are these the only places you can visit in Astral 10? Sorry, most of Astral 10's places have been destroyed. These are the only places you can visit. Xiao Luo shrugged. Lu Ji felt helpless. She had heard of this incident before. It was said that Astral 10's headmaster had gone crazy and destroyed the entire academy, including the battle techniques, and weapons that had been collected over countless years. This had caused Astral 10's reputation to plummet to the point where it was on the verge of collapse. Xiao Luo brought Lu Ji around as he walked out of the time-stop space. In a month's time, he had already activated his 8th star. Its power was as he had expected, surpassing the 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. However, this was also the end of the serious technique. This technique that had accompanied him for so long and had allowed him to overcome multiple calamities had come to an end. Lu Yin sighed. The serious technique that he had obtained had only contained 8 stars. He had tried to simulate another star, but he had not been able to make any headway. This technique was too profound, and it was not something that he could guess at. Thank you for your continued support. Please subscribe. Please donate. When he removed the membrane, Xiao Luo saw a transparent sphere filled with berserk star energy that constantly flashed and collided with each other. This is a starburst sphere, one of the Lockbreaker Society's tests for outsiders. Try and see how long it takes to clear the berserk star energy inside, Master Wuxing said as he handed it to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo curiously asked, "How long does it take to pass the test?" Master Wuxing calmly replied, 10 seconds. 5 seconds is considered excellent, and 3 seconds is considered extremely excellent. Xiao Luo's eyes flashed. Extremely excellent. He subconsciously looked at Lu Ji. Lu Ji, you need to clear it in 3 seconds, Master Wuxing said when he saw Xiao Luo's gaze. He also saw a spacecraft that did not belong to Astral 10, and it had the Lockbreaker Society symbol on it. Lu Ji snorted. Go away. Lu Yin blinked. You were talking about 3 seconds, right? I can do it too. His words stunned both Master Wuxing and Lu Ji. Where did this idiot come from? The starburst orb seemed simple, but the violent star energy within was extremely complex. Forcefully smoothing it out would only cause it to explode. Only someone with a certain level of understanding of star energy could do it. There were very few people in the universe who could do it in less than a minute, let alone 3 seconds. Otherwise, it would not have been used as the Lockbreaker Society's assessment standard. Wuxing frowned. The quality of Astral 10 had really dropped. They could not even tell how difficult the starburst orb was. Let's go, where did this idiot come from? Lu Ji was unhappy. She had just been reprimanded and was in a bad mood. Lu Yin was helpless. Just let me try. You won't lose out even if you can't do it. Lu Ji was furious and glared at Lu Yin. Just as she was about to scold him, Wuxing waved his hand. Give it to him. Master, this person. Lu Ji was unhappy. Wuxing grew impatient. Give it to him. He then turned to board the spacecraft and leave. Lu Ji snorted and tossed the starburst orb to Lu Yin before following behind Wuxing. Lu Yin took the starburst orb, and the star energy within it began to go berserk once more. He tried to sense it, and it would take him at least 10 seconds to calm it down with his own star energy control. Only a freak like Xiao Luo could do it in 3 seconds. However, he could try using the cosmic art, which allowed him to see all of the changes. Lu Yin activated the Sirius art and 8 stars that were invisible to the average person revolved around him. He could clearly see the violent star energy within the starburst orb. I'm done. Lu Yin smiled. Just as Wuxing was about to board the spacecraft, he suddenly turned around and stared at the starburst orb in Lu Yin's hands in disbelief. 4 seconds. This kid had completed it in 4 seconds. Lu Ji was stunned as well. 4 seconds. No way. Where did this freak come from? Even Xiao Luo took 5 seconds. Master Wuxing instantly appeared in front of Lu Yin and stared at him in shock. Again. Lu Yin smiled, as he had taken the bait. The Lockbreaker Society was the backer that he had been looking for. There were too many enemies in the trial zones, and Astral 10 was too famous. Without a backer, he would not be able to survive. A special organization like the Lockbreaker Society was exactly what he needed. After all, the Astral Combat Academy definitely had people from the Lockbreaker Society. The Starburst Orb went berserk again, but this time, Master Wuxing and Lu Ji stood in front of Lu Yin and stared at him. Lu Yin used the serious art to see the violent star energy changes within the Starburst Orb. He tried again, but this time, he was even faster. 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Lu Ji's mouth fell open. This guy could really complete it in 3 seconds. Generally speaking, those who could erase a Starburst Orb within a minute would be qualified to participate in the Lockbreaker Society's assessment, and those who could succeed within 10 seconds would pass the assessment. Anyone who could erase a Starburst Orb within 5 seconds on their first attempt was considered a genius. Astral 10 had Xiao Luo and this guy. Lu Ji was already wondering if there were any other freaks out there. For some reason, she suddenly thought of Silver and that mysterious leader. Right, she had forgotten to ask for the leader's name. Hey, who's Astral 10's leader? Lu Ji asked. Lu Yin pointed at himself. Me. Lu Ji was disdainful. The person in front of her didn't give her any sense of danger, and he was much worse than the silver-haired guy. If he wasn't even the silver-haired guy, how could he be the leader? Stop bragging. If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why was this woman so sure that he wasn't the leader? This was good news for Lu Yin, as he would have gained yet another money grubber. Although the Aurora spacecraft was a bottomless pit of money grubbers, it was better to have as few of them as possible. He set a course and allowed the spacecraft to fly on its own. He then took out the book that Master Wuxing had given him and began to read it seriously. In Astral 10, Xiao Luo leisurely walked around as he played with the Starburst Orb in his hand. His eyes flashed as he removed the metal membrane. The star energy vibrated, and the next moment, the berserk star energy within the Starburst Orb was smoothed out. If Master Wuxing had seen this, he would have been shocked speechless. Smoothing out the berserk star energy in 3 seconds was extremely outstanding, and Lu Ji was at this level. At her age, there weren't many lockbreakers at this level in the Lockbreaker Society, and those who could do it in less than 3 seconds were even rarer. Smoothing out the star energy in an instant was hard to come by even in countless years. Lu Ji had tried her best to increase the speed by even 1 second, but to Xiao Luo, it seemed to be as easy as breathing. The discerning elementary test is childish. Xiao Luo casually extinguished the Starburst Orb and looked up at the sky, his eyes flashing with an indescribable light. A day later, a beeping sound came from the spacecraft. Lu Yin opened his eyes and saw that there were many more spacecraft around him. They were all landing on a space station on an azure planet. He rubbed his head. After reading for more than 10 hours, he was tired, so he decided to take a nap. He hadn't expected to be here already. After more than 10 hours of reading, Lu Yin gained a deeper understanding of lockbreakers. At the same time, he also understood why the universe respected lockbreakers so much. If the universe was likened to a treasure box that contained countless treasures, then lockbreakers were the gatekeepers who held the keys. There were a few examples in this book that clearly demonstrated the importance of lockbreakers. The one that left the deepest impression on him was the Day-Night clan. The Day-Night clan's inheritance stone had been opened by a powerful lockbreaker, which had opened the path for the Day-Night clan's peerless battle techniques. There was also the Ross Empire, one of the three powers that had attacked Astral 10's entrance exam. The ancient technology that they had inherited had been opened by a lockbreaker. There was also Shamrock Enterprises, which also had an inheritance treasure that had been opened by a lockbreaker. There were many more examples that demonstrated the importance of lockbreakers. Compared to lockbreakers who could open ancient artifacts that had been covered in dust for years, their battle prowess did not attract much attention because there were too few of them. Currently, there were only 630,000 registered lockbreakers in the Lockbreaker Society. There were countless people in the universe, but only 630,000 lockbreakers had been born. How about home? Is everyone doing well? Reuben replied, "You don't have to worry about home. I'm contacting you this time to tell you something. You should know about the war in the Great U Empire. Hurry back to the Great U Empire's palace as soon as possible and do your best to find the Zishan family's treasure before Undying Yushan dies." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. There really was something wrong with the Great U Empire. Otherwise, his family would not have gone to such great lengths to make him a descendant of King Zishan. What's in the treasure trove? Reuben was silent for a moment before answering seriously, "The Undying Manual." The Undying Manual. Lu Yin was confused, as he had never heard of it before. Reuben explained, "The Undying Manual is an ancient technique that has been rumored for a long time in the Starfall Sea of the Universe. It contains the mysteries of immortality." Lu Yin was shocked. How is that possible? No one can live forever. That goes against the laws of the universe. I know. Even if it doesn't allow one to live forever, it can still allow a cultivator to live longer. A few hundred years ago, Undying Yushan and Undying Zishan roamed the Innerverse and went to the Starfall Sea. After they came out, their strength skyrocketed, and Undying Yushan even entered the top 20 of the astral combat rankings. Many people speculated that he and Zishan had obtained the Undying Manual. They even changed their names. He wasn't called Undying Yushan back then. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 150. Since we guessed that they had obtained the Undying Scripture, why didn't anyone attack them? For the great powers of the Innerverse, eliminating Undying Yushan should be as easy as snapping a finger. That's because Undying Yushan isn't the only one under suspicion. Any cultivator who's been to the Starfall Sea is a suspect, and there are many of them. Furthermore, it's not as if no one tried to attack Undying Yushan back then. Otherwise, where do you think he got his injuries from? It's precisely because of his injuries that the various great powers have relaxed their suspicions about him. Even now, we can't be certain that the Undying Manual is with him, and we're just trying to verify it. There are many more suspicious people in the Innerverse, Reuben replied. He had heard of the Starfall Sea before, and it was a very ancient place that had been visited by many people. No matter how powerful the Innerverse's great powers were, it was impossible for them to investigate every single person who had been to the Starfall Sea. There were many people who were stronger than Undying Yushan, and those people were the ones who were more suspicious. Undying Yushan could only be considered collateral damage, but even so, there were still many people who had designs on him. You already know what you need to know. Go to the Great U Empire's Xenu Star and try your best to find the location of the Zishan family's treasure before Undying Yushan dies. If you can't do it, then give up. The chances of the Undying Manual being there are very slim, and as Undying Yushan's condition deteriorates, the Innerverse powerhouses are getting restless. don't take any risks. King Zishan's identity isn't just for this. Lu Yin still had a lot of questions to ask, so he quickly dialed back, only to find that the number was no longer in service. He couldn't help but feel helpless. His family was too careful, and he didn't even have the chance to contact them. It would take at least 10 days to travel from the battlefield to the Frostwave Weave's first northern filament. Lu Yin flipped through the book that Master Wuxing had given him once more. A few days passed unknowingly, and on this day, all of the caravan spacecraft came to a stop. The space in front of them had been sealed off, and a magnificent battle had unfolded before Lu Yin's eyes. Light swept across the universe as planets exploded, causing space to distort as black holes devoured everything. This was Lu Yin's first time witnessing such a large-scale interstellar battle, and the weapons that the humans had created left him in awe. A single beam of light was enough to destroy an entire planet, and even the average explorer did not have such power. The universe was very big, and the war here was just a drop in the ocean. However, the shock it gave people was not small at all. The bombardment of technological weapons, the battle between experts roaming the starry skies, the perfect combination of power and technology, this was modern warfare. Lu Yin's spacecraft shuddered. A few planets in front of them had been destroyed, causing the void to tremble. Not long after, Lu Yin saw a large man sorrowfully wielding a warblade in the sky above a faint red planet. He looked bitterly at the dozens of warships surrounding the planet and sighed. The weapons developed by the warships were powerful enough to kill explorers, but the preparation time for the weapons was very long. Generally speaking, explorers could attack before the warships were ready, and destroying the warships was very easy. Therefore, in any interstellar war, the warships would be protected by powerhouses. The burly man was helpless. He wanted to destroy these warships, but the two enemy explorers in front of him would not let him succeed. Doran Yushan was a few hundred years old and had a bunch of children and grandchildren, but they were all blocked by Undying Yushan. Everyone was paying attention to Undying Yushan's condition, so Lu Yin walked around the palace as King Zishan. As long as he didn't get too close to Undying Yushan, there would be no problems. The palace was huge, and Lu Yin walked around for half a day without finding anything. He didn't even know where the Zishan family's treasures were hidden. Did Duke Yushan know where he had dug a hole for Lu Yin to find? Lu Yin was helpless. Even if Duke Yushan knew, it would be useless. He couldn't contact Duke Yushan, and he wasn't naive enough to think that no one was watching him. His gadget should have been monitored the moment he entered the palace. It was getting late, and Lu Yin couldn't wander around the palace. He had no choice but to leave. Outside the Grand Astral Gate, several courtiers were waiting to be summoned by Undying Yushan. Two of them were people that Lu Yin had asked for bribes before and could be considered acquaintances. When they saw Lu Yin, the courtiers' expressions changed. The two who had been extorted didn't look too good. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 152. This is 5 stacks. Tianming was shocked and looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. Lu Yin nodded. Thank you for teaching me 3 stacks, all Master Tianming. 5 stacks is my repayment. Tianming was stunned. How do you know 5 stacks? That's an ultimate technique from Grand Top Weave's 9-stack sect. Did you meet a disciple there? Lu Yin smiled and shook his head. I learned it from a mentor in Astral 10. Hall Master Tianming, 5 stacks isn't difficult. Try it out a bit more, and I'll start learning the Sky Beast Claw once you've mastered it. Tianming suppressed his shock and joy and nodded. He raised his palm again with a solemn expression. This was 5 stacks. As a disciple who had been expelled from the 9-stack sect, 5 stacks was very attractive to him. Even though he would owe Lu Yin a favor, he was still willing to learn it. It wasn't that Lu Yin didn't want to teach him 9 stacks, but that it would take too much time, and he didn't have the time to slowly teach him. Even learning 5 stacks had taken him 2 days before Tianming could barely grasp how to use it. It would take months for him to become proficient in it. Tianming wasn't Lu Yin and didn't have the serious technique, so he needed time to slowly understand battle techniques. It was at this point that Lu Yin felt the value of the serious technique. He desperately wanted to simulate the 9th star and form a galaxy. That would be a qualitative change. All of the Sky Beast claws had been recorded on a stone wall, and each of the 5 hall masters had kept 20 forms. This was only a portion of the simulated stone wall, and when Lu Yin saw the real stone wall, he felt an ancient aura wash over him, followed by a giant beast claw tearing through the sky. Lu Yin instantly saw the scales on the claw, but it was only for a moment. The Sky Beast Claw stone wall was brought out by His Majesty from the Innerverse. Back then, the Great Yu Empire didn't have the Sky Beast Claw or Flash Step. It wasn't until His Majesty returned from the Innerverse that these 2 battle techniques were created, and they shook the entire Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin had long since immersed himself in the Sky Beast Claw technique. It was clearly a very ordinary claw tearing through space, but he saw endless transformations. It was like a peerless powerhouse who had returned to his original state. Even a single form would be able to counter any battle technique. The Sky Beast Claw gave Lu Yin the feeling that it could deal with any battle technique. Lu Yin stared at the Sky Beast Claw and subconsciously raised his hand to imitate it. Faint beastly roars could be heard in the void. In the history of Yu Academy, the person who had comprehended the Sky Beast Claw the most was a Hall Master from the previous 3 generations who had passed away. He had been an explorer, but he had died in a war with another weave. That Hall Master had comprehended the 72 forms and could be considered an innate genius. He had been able to defeat 2 powerhouses at the same level by himself, but he had still died in a siege. It was truly lamentable. This was just Yu Academy, and the Sky Beast Claw wasn't limited to just Yu Academy. The royal family could learn it as well. Lu Yin had once seen a shadow of the Sky Beast Claw in Duke Yushan's posture when he drank, and it had already fused into his body. Duke Yushan had lived for hundreds of years, so his understanding of the Sky Beast Claw was definitely strong. Crown Prince Doran had definitely learned it as well. Lu Yin had originally only learned 20 forms, but after facing the ancient stone wall for 5 days in a row, he had already learned 43 forms of the Sky Beast Claw. The 8 stars in his art of Sirius were operating at full power, and his learning speed had greatly increased. His understanding of the Sky Beast Claw continued to rise. Another 5 days passed, and he had already learned 90 forms. His palm turned into a claw, and the void distorted. He had a feeling that once he learned all 108 forms of the Sky Beast Claw, he would be able to tear through the void. A melder could tear through the void, which was a sign of an innate genius. The 5 Hall Masters had studied the Sky Beast Claw for many years, but they had only learned less than 50 forms. This made them very weak, and Wendy Yushan looked down on them. However, Lu Yin's learning talent was enough to shock Astral 10. The 90 forms seemed to be a threshold, and the further one progressed, the harder it was to comprehend them. Over the next 3 days, he only managed to comprehend 6 forms, and after that, he was unable to continue. Even the serious art could only allow him to clearly see the changes in the 96 forms. Lu Yin exhaled and stopped learning. The 96 forms were not bad, but since he couldn't understand them, he wouldn't force it. However, the sky beast claw had left a deep impression on him, and once his serious art improved, he might be able to deduce the remaining forms based on his memory. It took him 13 days to comprehend the 96 forms of the sky beast claw. This result was enough to shock even the undying Yushan. Lu Yin raised a hand and clawed out, causing the void to almost shatter. This attack's power was comparable to a 9-stacks shockwave palm, and once it was infused with battle force, Lu Yin felt that he could really tear through the void. After leaving the first ring, Lu Yin returned to King Zishan's palace. It had already been half a month since he had returned to the capital star, and at this time, there were many powerhouses surrounding the palace. Although they had concealed their auras, Lu Yin could still sense them. He thought of the spaceships that were not from the outerverse that were docked at the space station. Was it because of the undying manual? Were the powerhouses from the innerverse about to attack the capital star? At that moment, his gadget buzzed, and Ruben's image appeared. Little 7, leave Xenius Star immediately. Undying Yushan's time is almost up, and once he dies, no one will be able to stop those innerverse powerhouses. Xenius Star will descend into chaos. There are quite a few captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons on Xenius Star, so there shouldn't be any problems, Lu Yin said. Ruben solemnly replied, those outerverse cruisers can't compare to the innerverse powerhouses. Aside from Hui Qingshan and the blind monk, the others aren't of much use. The blind monk has also been brought to the front lines by Doran Yushan. Xenius Star won't be able to stop those powerhouses. Let's go. Lu Yin sighed. Truthfully, undying Yushan had treated him well, and Xenius Star had been relatively peaceful. He hadn't expected that it would soon become a battlefield. Wendy Yushan is already on her way back to Xenius Star. Once she gets back, she'll be able to suppress everything. Sometimes, a person's emotions were more important than anything else. Lu Yin knew that he wasn't a selfless person, and he was also greedy for small gains. He would also do shady and secretive things, but he would never sacrifice himself to save someone else. He had always thought that such people were idiots, but he couldn't turn a blind eye to his family. Otherwise, how would he be any different from a wild beast? Undying Yushan had treated him well ever since he had arrived in the Great Yu Empire. He wanted to protect this person, even if he had to pay a price. Lu Yin returned to Undying Yushan's side. Your Majesty, can you let me take a look at the purple star? Everyone looked at Lu Yin. The purple star was something Undying Yushan used to preserve his life, and this request was no different from murder. Hui Qingshan and Zhu Lang's gazes turned cold. Undying Yushan opened his eyes tiredly. Sure. Your Majesty, you can't. The purple star is a life-saving treasure. Undying Yushan weakly asked, how long can it last? The doctor lowered his head. It wasn't a question of how long it could last, but rather that it couldn't. Undying Yushan only had a single breath left. Give it to little Yin, Undying Yushan said tiredly. Zhu Lang stood up and stared at Lu Yin with an icy gaze. He didn't know what King Zishan wanted to do, but asking for the purple star at this time was definitely not a simple matter. Lu Yin hadn't expected Undying Yushan to give him the life-saving treasure without any hesitation. He took a deep breath and hoped that his luck wasn't too bad. He had to draw 3 pips. He had to. Everyone was shocked. They had all heard of the billowing star. Undying Yushan had been heavily injured for many years, and the people guarding him were all his most trusted people. They had heard countless doctors sigh about how a billowing star could heal Undying Yushan's injuries. Hui Qingshan had gone to the Starfall Sea several times and almost lost his life there, but he still hadn't been able to find a billowing star or even a purple star. The same went for fifth Princess Wendy Yushan. Whether it was a purple star or a billowing star, they were both treasures that could only be found by chance. Compared to a purple star, a billowing star was even more precious, worth dozens of times more. It was extremely precious even in the universe. How had Lu Yin done it? Everyone looked at him. Wait, this isn't a billowing star, the doctor said regretfully. It's still a purple star, but it's transforming into a billowing star. Is it useful for Uncle's injuries? Lu Yin asked. The doctor nodded happily. It's definitely useful. How did you do it, Your Highness? Lu Yin waved a hand. Treat Uncle first. I'm tired, so I need to rest. He then returned to the resting room and fell into a deep sleep. Hui Qingshan and the rest didn't disturb him and instead urged the doctor to treat him. The outside couldn't hear Lu Yin's conversation, but they could hear the doctor's cries of surprise. A guard's expression changed when he heard the doctor's cries, and he slowly left. An hour later, several figures appeared in the sky above the palace, emitting terrifying undulations. Hui Qingshan and Zhu Lang exchanged glances, but they didn't react. Within the palace, the 4th Squadron's captain, D.O., the 6th Squadron's captain, Peach, and the 9th Squadron's captain, Rocky Anna, floated up and stared coldly outside the palace. This is the Great Yu Empire's palace. Unrelated people, please leave immediately. Outside the palace, an elder sneered, a mere Outerverse empire dares to show off. Undying Yushan is already dead. Step aside if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, your Xenu star will be bathed in blood today. D.O.'s gaze was cold. The Innerverse powerhouses have never interfered with the Outerverse. You've violated the universe's rules. Outside the palace, a woman giggled. Rules? Your Outerverse can only listen. We're the ones who set the rules, so get lost immediately. Otherwise, the moment we attack, this enormous palace will be reduced to dust. There were no less than 10 powerhouses outside the palace. Although the Innerverse guess that Undying Yushan had obtained the Undying Manual was very low, they didn't really care. Even so, there were still quite a few people sent by the various great powers, which put a lot of pressure on D.O. and the rest. Suddenly, the sky turned red, and countless people on Xenu's star looked up. Scorching flames covered the sky and covered not only Xenu's star, but also the 3 ring continents and the entire universe. This was the power of a hunter. Hui Qingshan had appeared. As a powerhouse who had roamed the Innerverse and was one of the few hunters in the Great Yu Empire, his appearance caused everyone outside the palace to feel apprehensive. They were only explorers, and the stronger ones were only cruisers. Even if they didn't care about the Outerverse, they still didn't dare to underestimate a hunter. Not far from the palace, in the Hu family's courtyard, Hui Xiaoling's face was pale as she worriedly looked up at the sky. On the other side, the Anna family was in a similar situation. All the great families of the Great Yu Empire were bound together for good or ill. Faced with the pressure from the Innerverse, they had chosen to resist. It would be fine if they succeeded, but if they failed, everyone would die. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 154. Baiser was relaxed as he watched the scene unfold. He was a member of the Outerverse Youth Council, so the Innerverse powerhouses did not dare to touch him. He was the most relaxed person here, and he would never forget how Undying Yushan had suppressed him. Die. If you die, I'll personally slaughter that person. The 3 rings of the continent were on high alert. At this moment, no spacecraft was allowed to enter Xenu star. Outside the planet, explorers appeared one after another and stared coldly at Xenu Star. My great empire does not fear war. If you want to trample on my empire's dignity, you'll have to go through the 13 Imperial squadrons first. Hu Qingshan shouted. As he spoke, the flames in the sky grew even stronger, causing everyone to gasp in shock. The Innerverse powerhouses were apprehensive. There were not many powerhouses in the Outerverse, and even large organizations that controlled entire weaves did not have many hunters. However, the Great Empire was an exception. If not for the Outerverse covert actions over the past few hundred years, the Great Empire would not have only controlled half of Frostwave Weave. With the Empire's strength, it might have even annexed the surrounding weaves. The Great Empire was like a ferocious and brutal beast that had been trapped. Today, however, they would have to face this beast head-on. Suddenly, another violent force appeared and overturned the flames that covered the sky. A mere hunter from the Outerverse dares to spout such arrogant words. Today, your Great Empire's imperial palace will cease to exist. The voice swept across Xenu Star, causing the 3 rings of the continent to tremble. The oceans on Xenu Star boiled, and the continents cracked. Countless spacecraft were damaged and fell to the ground. Countless people were shocked and fearful as they looked up at the sky. A giant palm had appeared and was grabbing at the Imperial Palace. Do and the other captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons were shocked. Only Hu Qingshan's eyes burned with passion. His body vaguely turned red, and he was even hotter than the sun. An indescribable power was brewing, and the palm in the sky suddenly paused. The person who had attacked felt an extraordinary threat. Hu Qingshan was not a simple person. He had once roamed the Innerverse and even left his name in the Blaze Realm. At that moment, a green wave pulsed like a heart and then inexplicably exploded. It tore through the palm and shot into space, instantly dispelling all of the power that was affecting Xenu Star. At the same time, the Innerverse powerhouses who had surrounded the Imperial Palace all coughed up blood, their faces as white as paper. In outer space, an elder's pupils shrank. He was the hunter from the Innerverse who had been about to crush the Imperial Palace. At this moment, green star energy appeared in front of him and transformed into Undying Yushan's palm. The elder was aghast. You're not dead. Your domain is actually so terrifying. Go back and tell your master that I, Undying Yushan, don't have what he wants. The old man was swept by the green star energy, and all 4 of his limbs were broken. He quickly fled in fear. Green star energy replaced everything else, and it became the only color on Xenu Star. Everyone was enveloped in green star energy. To the people of Xenu Star, this star energy gave them warmth, but to the people of the Innerverse, this star energy caused them to tremble in fear. Hu Qingshan was overjoyed. This was His Majesty's power. His Majesty had finally recovered. Peach was speechless. How terrifying! She recalled the time when she was forcefully conscripted as the captain of the 6th Imperial Squadron. Back then, she had felt this power. The memory was still fresh in her mind. Luin felt that this was a strange topic, as he should not interrupt. However, he still answered, the country is prosperous and the people are at peace. It's very good. Undying Yushan laughed. There's no need to be so formal with me. Tell me the truth. I don't know, I've never traveled before, Luin blurted out. Undying Yushan looked at Luin again with a serious expression. If I say that I'm handing this empire over to you, will you accept it? Luin was shocked and immediately retreated. Your Majesty, please don't joke with Little Ian. Little Ian wouldn't dare. Undying Yushan laughed and waved his hand. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go, I'll show you something. He then led the way. Lu Yin looked at Undying Yushan strangely and followed behind. They passed through pavilions and towers, as well as a high-tech protective net. Undying Yushan brought Lu Yin to a corner of the palace, where a tunnel appeared on the ground. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as he could vaguely guess what Undying Yushan was about to show him. Undying Yushan smiled and slowly stepped into the tunnel. Lu Yin followed closely behind him. The underground tunnel was very ordinary, and aside from a corridor, there was nothing else. At most, there were some murals. Finally, the two stopped in front of a giant metal door. Undying Yushan looked at it and said, "You were looking for this a while ago, right? It's the Zishan family's treasure." Lu Yin did not hide anything. "Yes, someone once told me that the Zishan family's treasure might be hidden in the palace." Undying Yushan turned to look at Lu Yin. "Tell me, why are you looking for it?" Lu Yin answered without hesitation, "I need money." Undying Yushan was shocked. He had thought that Lu Yin would come up with all sorts of excuses, but he had not expected it to be so simple. Still, it made sense. Treasure was money, and no one would look for it if they didn't need money. Undying Yushan laughed. "Do you spend a lot of money in Astral 10? Lu Yin answered seriously, "Very. Every training in Astral 10 requires star crystals, especially after I broke through to the Melder realm. My mentor told me to fill up my reserves with star energy, but it's like a bottomless pit. Without a huge amount of star crystals, it would take too long to slowly absorb the drifting star energy in the universe. Yes, the Melder realm is a hurdle, and it's very expensive. It's my oversight. I should have given you more back then," Undying Yushan sighed. Lu Yin was excited. From his tone, he could get something from Undying Yushan. Undying Yushan turned around and slowly pushed open the metal door. Lu Yin was filled with anticipation. Just how many treasures did the Zishan family have? Was there a mountain of star crystals? Or were there star essences that were far more valuable than star crystals? Lu Yin was very curious and looked forward eagerly. When the metal door was fully opened, an empty plaza appeared in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin blinked. Nothing. What happened to the promised treasures? He looked at Undying Yushan in confusion. Undying Yushan beamed at him. "Are you disappointed?" Lu Yin forced a smile. "Your Majesty, you've become much more humorous after recovering." Undying Yushan smiled again. "It's not humorous. It's prepared for those rascals." Lu Yin was confused. Undying Yushan's smile faded. "The Universe has been investigating everything about me for hundreds of years, and they've even prevented the Empire from expanding its territory. How could I not have noticed? Whether it was the Empire's treasury or the Zishan family's treasures, I purposely spread them so that they would be buried with me after my death." Lu Yin was shocked. "It's fake." Undying Yushan's lips curled up. "Of course it's fake. Do you think I wouldn't use the treasures if they were real? Have they always been hidden? It's not just the Zishan family. Many of the Empire's destroyed families have legends of treasures hidden in the palace, but because of the passage of time, no one talks about them anymore. However, those rascals from the Universe won't forget, and they'll do everything they can to investigate." Undying Yushan pointed at the empty plaza. "Look, they don't need anything. The so-called Zishan family's treasures don't exist at all. Do you think they'll believe that? They've been hiding for hundreds of years, and they'll definitely go in to investigate. This is the tomb I prepared for them. Even a hunter would find it difficult to survive. There are a total of 5 such tombs in the palace." Undying Yushan raised his head. Lu Yin was shocked. This was the first time he felt the spirit of this dying emperor. He was delusional enough to want to bury all the powerhouses of the Innerverse in one fell swoop. This person was teaching him how to use others and how to set up a scheme to achieve the desired results. Was this the so-called scheming of an emperor? After a long time, Lu Yin finally left the palace. When he emerged from the underground, he was pulled aside by undying Yushan for a long talk, mostly about how to deal with matters and so on. Lu Yin felt that the teachings were too dark, but he had to admit that they were very effective. 800 years of experience in governing a country was a great asset, and Doran and Duque had probably been taught as well. Now, it was his turn. As he thought about it, Lu Yin unconsciously walked to the Grand Astral Gate. He looked up and was shocked to see Rocky Anna standing quietly in front of him and looking at him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 156. Lu Yin felt a little guilty when he saw Rocky Anna. He had just discussed many things with Undying Yushan about how to use the Anna family, but he hadn't expected to run into the main character as soon as he left. Sure enough, he couldn't talk behind someone's back. "Hello, Captain Rocky," Lu Yin greeted him warmly and modestly. Rocky Anna nodded, his usual indifference vanishing as he forced a smile. "King Zishan, do you have time to visit the Anna family? The family head has been waiting for you for a long time." Lu Yin wanted to decline, but after some thought, he decided against it. That day would have come sooner or later, and if he didn't pay them a visit even though he was engaged, it would be considered a lack of etiquette, but it could also be considered as looking down on them. This was the Anna family, a powerful family with a cruiser overseeing them. "I'll accept your invitation. I've long wanted to visit Uncle Shuashan as well," Lu Yin politely replied. Rocky Anna smiled and led the way. Soon, a luxurious spacecraft appeared, and the two boarded it and set off for the Anna family. At the same time, an ancient long sword pierced through the stars and the darkness of space, heading straight for the Great Yu Empire. It was a sword-shaped spacecraft that looked like a long sword at first glance. It was incredibly fast, and it was a rare spacecraft that came from the Innerverse Myriad Swords Peak. Inside was Wendy Yushan, who was rushing back. Inside the spacecraft, Wendy Yushan's face was as cold as ice. Although she didn't care about the Great Yu Empire, it was still her home with her family. If anyone dared to provoke her, she would kill them without mercy. Not long after, a spacecraft appeared in front of them and charged into the distance. Wendy Yushan's gaze turned cold when she saw the spacecraft. She lifted her foot and tore through space to appear in front of it. With a wave of her hand, countless sword rays flashed and merged into one to destroy the spacecraft. Everyone inside was killed, and only a middle-aged man emerged in a sorry state. He looked at Wendy Yushan in shock. "You're back." Wendy Yushan's gaze was icy. "Give me an explanation." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, his face pale. "Your father, Undying Yushan, is fine. We were tricked by him and didn't hurt him at all." Wendy Yushan's gaze remained cold. "I know, but this isn't the explanation I want. Wendy Yushan, you might be the successor of Myriad Swords Peak, but I'm not someone to be trifled with. I have someone backing me up as well." Before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, Wendy Yushan cut him down with a single slash. He was a dignified cruiser, and even though he had been heavily injured, he still had the power of an explorer. However, he hadn't even been able to last a second against Wendy Yushan before he had been killed. "I'll find the person behind you. You're just an ant." Wendy Yushan's tone was calm, as she did not care about the life or death of a mere cruiser. Arrogance was not enough to describe her. In her eyes, these inner-verse powerhouses were nothing. Just as she had said, they were just ants. After returning to the ship, the sword-shaped ship continued to fly into the distance. All of the inner-verse spacecraft that they encountered along the way were destroyed by Wendy Yushan without exception. She did not care about these people, nor did she care about the powers behind them. She was the successor of Myriad Sword's Peak and a member of the 10 Arbiters' Council. No matter how impudent these people were, they would not dare to act against a member of the 10 Arbiters. The 10 Arbiters represented the pinnacle of tyranny, authority, and strength. Soon, many inner-verse powers received the news and were furious. However, they could not do anything against Wendy Yushan. It was not extravagant, but rather simple. Everything was white as far as the eye could see, and the manor was covered in ice and snow. Our family has inherited the snowstorm palm, and only in such an environment can we train better, Rocky Anna explained. Luin grunted. Rumor has it that the snowstorm palm of the Anna family can freeze the void. It's amazing. Rocky Anna could not help but laugh. Any battle technique will become terrifying once the user reaches a certain level of strength. The battle technique itself, on the other hand, isn't that powerful. You fought with Jenny before, so you should have experienced the snowstorm palm. It's not enough to pose any threat to you. Luin thought about it and agreed, but he still had to be polite. It's an inherited battle technique, after all. Countless people in the Empire are envious. Rocky Anna shook his head. In the end, the Outerverse is still the Outerverse. The snowstorm palm is considered pretty good in the Great U Empire, but it's nothing compared to the various great powers of the Innerverse. At this point, Rocky Anna looked at Luin and praised, I saw you cripple that Lemeter from the council in the palace. Not bad. Luin understood why Rocky Anna's attitude towards him had changed so much. It was because of his strength. The title of King Zishan did not hold much appeal to Rocky Anna, and strength was still more important. He had easily crippled a Lemeter from the Youth Council, which meant that his strength was unparalleled in the Great U Empire. Luin wondered if Rocky Anna knew that Luin had increased the effectiveness of the Purple Star medicine. If he did, then he might have tested Lu Yin's innate gift today. When he thought about this, Luin once again sighed at Undying Yushan's magnanimity. He had not even asked about this matter from start to finish. The only person in the Great U Empire's younger generation who can catch up to you is probably Schutz, who's also an Astral 10. The others, including those Lemeters, are definitely not your match. Luin smiled, but did not say anything else. Schutz's strength was in the bottom few in Astral 10, while Luin was the leader. The gap between them was huge, but there was no need for him to say such things out loud. Not only would others not believe him, but they would also think that he was being arrogant. Not all of the Anna family was covered in snow, and there were still areas with normal environments. After walking for 10 minutes through the manor, Luin was led by Rocky Anna to the guest hall, where the current head of the Anna family, Shuashan Anna, had been waiting for him for a long time. Shuashan Anna was not only the head of the Anna family, but he was also Jenny Anna's father. Luin suddenly felt like he was meeting his father-in-law. Although he had never thought of marrying Jenny Anna, in the eyes of countless people in the Empire, he was already the son-in-law of the Anna family. This should be considered a formal visit to his father-in-law. Luin paused for a moment before stepping into the guest hall. He immediately saw a stern-looking middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table. It was Shuashan Anna. Luin bowed as a junior would. Luin greets Uncle Shuashan. Shuashan Anna sized Luin up with a strange look in his eyes. Luin did not move and simply stood there. After a while, Shuashan Anna nodded in satisfaction and gently said, "Have a seat, Rocky." "Have a seat as well." "Yes, brother," Rocky Anna replied. Luin bowed again, "Thank you, uncle." When Luin sat down, someone immediately brought him some tea. The tea was refreshing and had a hint of bitterness to it. The tea leaves were crystal-like, which piqued Lu Yin's curiosity. Shuashan Anna looked at Lu Yin. "I've always wanted to greet your highness, but I've troubled your highness to personally come to the Anna family. My apologies for my rudeness." Lu Yin politely replied, "You're too polite, uncle. This junior should be the one greeting you, uncle." Shuashan Anna was very satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude. He was neither arrogant nor impatient. He would not have cared if this was before, but now, this person was a student of Astral 10 who had easily defeated a Lamiter from the council. It was rare for Shuashan Anna to be so respectful. "Let's skip the formalities. Your Highness, I hope you don't mind if I call you Little Yin." Lu Yin smiled. "That's what uncle calls me, so of course I don't mind." "Alright, Little Yin. How's life in the Astral Combat Academy?" Shuashan Anna asked. Rocky Anna also looked at Lu Yin. They might be very strong, but they had never come into contact with the Astral Combat Academy. It was the universe's top academy, and they had not been qualified to enter it when they were young. Lu Yin gave a brief introduction of the Astral Combat Academy, but he did not mention Astral 10's current predicament. Just as Undying Yushan had said, regardless of whether or not Lu Yin would marry Jenny Anna in the future, he had to keep the Anna family in check. If they knew the truth about Astral 10, then his value would plummet. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.